Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of the Fickner Podcast, but not just any episode of the Fickner Podcast. It is our last episode of the Fickner Podcast. I'm Brandon C. McClure. With me today, as every day, as it should be, is Ben Magnet.
That's me.
Is Sparks Witty.
Yes, I'm also here.
And is Ryan Eliopoulos.
Would you believe it? I'm also here.
All right, guys, we are, this is a big one, guys. This is a big episode because this is our last episode of the Fickner Podcast. But don't fret, because as we said on 349, this isn't going to be the last time you see us. There's still things that we're going to release. This is not an ending per se. This is a sunsetting, as we said before. But this will be the final episode for now of the Fickner Podcast. Episode 350 felt like a good episode to go out on. Hey, guys, congratulations on almost 7 years. That's pretty good.
Yo, man.
Congratulations.
Look at that YouTube. You got that YouTube video. We have almost 900 videos. That's fucking insane.
We keep getting new subscribers.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to, let's 4 subscribers. I appreciate it, but it's not going to change anything.
No, it's true.
Also,
more than anything, I like that someone commented and was like, I'm subscribing because of your Doomsday Clock review. And I'm like, well, I'm glad that like content that's been out for that long.
Something we did like 4 years ago. Hell yeah. I
How
love it.
long was Doomsday Clock? That was a long time ago.
As long as it took for that book to come out.
Oh
that's
God,
true.
yeah, that took freaking forever.
Yeah, that was pretty. That was pretty fun. But yes, Ryan has already done something that I was going to say. Guys, it's the last episode. Fuck it, it's not PG-13 anymore. I have for too long filtered my fucks, and I shan't be silenced no more.
I'll tell you what, for podcast reasons, I get it. On the YouTube, it just, is this for kids? It's not for kids. So like we swear
we're never for kids anyway.
We're never for kids
Yeah,
anyway.
no.
And if you're a kid watching this, get the fuck out of here.
Also, I'm not going to be as strict about saying Sam's real name. So sorry. Anyway.
Oh, you mean our editor, our secret editor?
But yeah, there's a lot of stuff, guys. Look, it's kind of graduation goggles happening right now. This is the end of the podcast. It's the end of a long road for us. It was never easy. It was never, we did this with a shoestring, duct tape, and whatever money we could scrounge out at the time. And we made it through 7 years. And I just want to say thank you guys for joining us. Thank you guys for joining us on the last episode. And thank you to all the people who commented really lovely things on our post about the ending, such as many of the podcasters that we know and can, and Cookie said something really nice that I really liked. Mag commented on it too. Mag is our longtime fan, so I really appreciate all that support. Downright nerdy.
The message, yeah.
Downright nerdy. It's emotional, but we're here to have fun because we are going to be doing our top 15s of this year. And previous major milestone have been a quote unquote drunken review of The Mummy, 2017's The Mummy with Tom Cruise. That was episode 50. Yeah, we did that. That didn't work, but it was fun.
I remember just all of us crowded in my room at my first house, and we had Angry Orchard. We had a few beers. Those of us who were drinking.
And then we did kind of a top 100 for episode 100. That was kind of thematic and kind of fun. 200 and 300, we did like massive Evangelion episodes. I love those episodes. I was so happy we got to do those. Both the original show and the rebuilds. But for 350, just simple, our top 15s of 2023.
A celebration of a lovely year of entertainment.
Yeah. Do you guys want to say anything about the show ending before I get into links, and then we'll get into our stuff? But I just want to give you guys the floor.
I feel like I'd say more at the end when it's actually the end of this episode.
Sure.
Me too.
We can do that. All right, so let's do some links then. So there's only a couple of links in the description. 4 links specifically. We'll start with Dan Dark, Ben's podcast, side podcast, soon to be main podcast of Dan Dark, the wonderful cast and crew there. Released a new episode this past week. Why don't you talk about that?
Yeah, this Wednesday we're getting into the Dorian Gray arc. We were introduced him the prior episode, or the second or 2 episodes ago, because the episode prior to this was an all Imhotep episode, because our schedules have been kind of wonky. You know, holiday season, things have been going up and down.
Mm-hmm.
So Daniel has stuff to do. We were, you know, and this episode is like, it's like we're going back to the main story of myself, Jack, Larry, and Eric, the Phantom of the Opera, dealing with Mr. Dorian Gray. So that's fun.
I haven't finished the episode yet, but I really like it so far.
Good Phantom shit. Good.
Yeah.
Phantom shit.
Yeah, I really like
Eric.
What's his real name?
Aaron.
Aaron. All right, and then there are 3 links in the description for the podcast. 2 of them Scott Pilgrim related. Guys, why don't you talk a little bit about the Scott Pilgrim Cinephiles and volume 3 and 4 of the book?
Yeah, we're
taking off.
We're doing our Scott Pilgrim journey. We're on the way to talking about the Netflix show, which is really great. Don't know when that's going to come out. We'll see. But we have definitely volume 5 in the pipeline. We'll have volume 6 in the pipeline soon. Gonna wrap up talking about that book. I've really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed that Ryan's being exposed to some of the story for the first time.
It turns out I thought I read more of it than I did, and then I read volume 4, and I'm like, I don't know what the hell's happening in this book, which has been really great. So, you know, new Scott Pilgrim is just fantastic. Like, I would love for you guys to watch the reviews, but that is like an in-depth talk about the entire book. If you've never read Scott Pilgrim and you like the movie, read those books, man. They're incredible. They're really incredible. Like, the movie's incredible, but like these books are like next level good. Like, I'm so happy to be reading them. It's amazing how much emotional depth you can get with like cartoon characters, and it's like not me being like negative or anything, but like you look at it and you think it's one thing, and then you read it and it's like it has so much more depth and like emotional intelligence than you'd ever expect. Like it's a reason. There's a reason it's really popular.
Yeah. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I'm really excited to be doing the Scott Pilgrim stuff and leading up to talking about that show. I think that's going to be a ton of fun. So yeah.
All right. And then finally, Monarch. The latest Fake Nerds Watch for Monarch is up. What episode is that? That's 7 and 8?
Yep, 7 and 8. Indeed. Man, it. What more can we say about the fact that like every time we show up for Monarch, we're just like, is this one of the best shows?
Is this real?
Is this happening?
We got Peacemaker all over again, guys. That's what's happened.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Love it. Good show. Again, if you're not watching it because you were like, oh, why do I want to watch a TV show about humans? It's like, hey, all the TV shows you watch are about humans. So give this one with Godzilla a chance. How about that?
That's a wild statement. Why would I want to watch a TV show with humans? All shows have humans. All right. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. So those links are down below, both in audio and video format. Please check them out. Then there's going to be more. We're going to obviously finish Monarch, finish Scott Pilgrim, as we already said. And then there'll be a couple of things. Like I said, this isn't goodbye forever. We're not saying goodbye. This is just the end of the Pickner podcast. So without further ado, why don't we get to the main reason why you guys are here, which is our top 15s of 2023. Sparks, why don't you take the lead on this one?
Absolutely, I would love to. Hi, if you joined us for our 7th anniversary special where we played a D&D game, also in the midst of that very long podcast, there was also our predictions halfway through the year of what our top 15s would be, because it's just fun to like try and guess and then be hilariously incorrect. So without further ado, I'm just gonna go through everybody's top 15 lists. Here we go. Here's Ben. As he said, in no particular order except for his top 3. Ben's coming in at number 15, being the Spider-Man 2 game, which I guarantee you's not on his list because he did not play it. Number
100% right.
That's so funny.
Holy shit.
I love it.
Number 14 being the Super Mario Brothers movie soundtrack, my friends, which I respect. It's a good pick. The Legend of Vox Machina season 2 is Ben's number 13. His number 12, Transformers: Rise of the Beast. Number 11, The Flash. I'm sorry, he said no particular order, so I should just say these. The Flash.
Wait.
Metroid Prime Remastered. It had not come out at the time, Brandon, to be fair.
Okay. Okay.
It's true. It's true.
Indiana
Didn't come
Jones
out
and the
yet.
Dial of Destiny. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. Dune Part 2. We all... It's going to come up. We all had Dune Part 2 on our list, and we're all feeling it. Like, it didn't happen.
We're only 2 months away. Thank you, Bene Gesserit.
Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. Super Nintendo World, the Universal Studios Land, and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Now, his top 3 that I'm about to name, those he said are cemented in his predictions. Number 3 is Final Fantasy 16. Number 2, Across the Spider-Verse, and number 1, Tears of the Kingdom. So we'll see how that turns out when Ben gets into his top 15. So let's go on to Ryan.
Oh, God.
Ryan also says in no particular order,
I don't remember.
except the number 1. And I'm going to tell you,
It's Dune, isn't
he
it?
said in the number 1, he said, this is exact.
Okay.
No way in hell anything will come out this year that rivals this game in terms of sheer happiness it gives me. Tears of the Kingdom.
That's hilarious.
This is what Ryan...
That's hilarious.
Which we know as friends who have been paying attention to what Ryan's been doing for the back half of the year. That's 100% no longer true.
That ain't true. I love this.
So another thing happened in Ryan's predictions where Ryan forgot about Dune Part 2. So he's like, oh, I got to slot it in. And theoretically, he took something out. But he didn't do that. He just made a top 16.
Hey, it's our show, whatever.
So here are the shows. Again, in no particular order, except that number 1 that he was certain of. The Last of Us Season 1. Yellow Jacket Season 2. Succession Season 4. 5. Succession Season 5. John Wick Chapter 4. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. Dune Part 2. Hi-Fi Rush. Killers of the Flower Moon. Spider-Man 2. The Game. Sins of Sinister. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Guardians of the Galaxy 3. The Bear Season 2. Final Fantasy 16. And Across the Spider-Verse. Those were Ryan's predictions.
I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm actually pretty on with a lot of these, actually. Ooh. Good for me.
Let's switch on over to Brandon. Now, Brandon, just like myself, attempted to accurately guess his top 15. So these are in order. His number 15 was the Massive Verse of comics. No.
I didn't pick up a single comic book this year.
Oh no, that's so sad. I'm so sorry for you. You were so excited about that.
I was.
Number 14, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. Number 13, Across the Spider-Verse. Number 12, Knockout City, which ended this year. Number 11, Spider-Man 2, The Game. Number 10, 1923, which is that Yellowstone spin-off series with Harrison Ford. Ahsoka at number 9. Number 8, Legends of Vox Machina Season 2. Number 7, Dungeons & Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. Number 6, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Number 5, Strange New World Season 2. Number 4, Picard Season 3. Does that sting a little? I'm so sorry. Yeah. Man, hey, Strange New World Season 1 was on both our top 15s, man. Like, let's just be happy for that.
Yeah.
Maybe Season 3 will come back strong, but I really wish they hadn't left it off the way they did.
Me too.
Picard Season 3. Number 3, Willow. Number 2, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And number 1, Suzumi.
Oh, look at that.
That's not as bad as I thought it was, but it's pretty bad. Anyway.
Mine is really interesting. So I also tried to predict. I put the Monarch show at number 15.
You believed.
I believed. I'm very happy about it. So yeah, Legacy of Monsters, number 15. Number 14, Loki Season 2. Number 13, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Number 12, Scream 6. Number 11, The Marvels, which I also thought probably wasn't going to be true. And I thought, if it's not true, it's probably Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. I didn't see that, so I couldn't tell you.
My man.
Number 10, Spider-Man 2, The Game. Number 9, Ahsoka. Number 8, Dune Part 2. Number 7, Barbie. Number 6, Hi-Fi Rush. Number 5, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Number 4, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Number 3, Invincible Season 2. Number 2, The Last of Us Season 1. And number 1, Across the Spider-Verse. Something important I do have to note, I put Across the Spider-Verse at my number 1, and where Ryan put it, he put it at number 2. Neither of us had seen the movie yet when we made those predictions. You two had, but we had not. And so factor that into what we thought we were doing.
I want to say we all put Spider-Man 2 The Game on our top 15s.
Yeah.
None of us have it on our top 15s.
That's
I
a
wanna
bold
say that-
prediction, Brandon.
I-
You're right.
I didn't.
I
play
know.
And you're right.
I know. I knew I was right. I know how you feel about the game. I know two of us hadn't played it, and I know how I feel about the game. And it's
Yeah, I think
I know what happened.
based on what I've heard, I think even if I played it all the way through, it wouldn't be in my top 15. So
yeah. Jesus Christ!
It's
All right.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man's game. I'm sorry. I found all the reactions to when Baldur's Gate 3 won a Game of the Year this year at the Game Awards. All the reactions to the bros who were champion Spider-Man 2 to win.
yeah.
It's just I don't know why. I find it very hilarious and just cathartic. It's just
Hey,
like
look, I'm in the minority that I really not the minority. There's a lot of people who really like the game, but
Yeah.
like I really liked the game. It was a lot of fun. It's got a lot of the same stuff that I really liked from the first game. I do really like the story. It's got its problems. It's certainly not the game the first game is, and because of that reason, I felt very much the same way about God of War Ragnarok and Jedi Survivor. They're both just not as good as the first one.
And again, that does not mean it's like a bad game. It's just like
Yeah.
it's just it's not the best game.
I'm
Yeah.
still looking forward to playing it.
Yeah, still
when
great
I
to play.
have the chance in the near future.
Yeah.
I cackled when I was listening to the predictions to get everyone's down, and Ryan was just like, "My number one is the one that's set. There is no way another game brings me anywhere near this amount of happiness this year. It is this," and I'm like, it was really just made me happy for you. That something else also came along and went, "Hey, man, you thought that.
What
Let me
even is
answer
Zelda?
you."
What
Yeah.
is Zelda at this point? Who knows?
All right. Honorable
was a-
mentions time.
That was fun. That was
Yes, it's time for our honorable mentions. For the audience, we're going to tell you what's going on so you're aware when things come up. For our rules, there are 2 rules as we're going through our honorable mentions, just like we've done if you've been with us for our top 15 last year. When we get to our top 15, someone will say higher when someone names something, which means that they have it higher on their list, so that we save talking about till it hits the highest point. We're doing the same with our honorable mentions. So if something's in the honorable mentions and it's in someone's top 15, they'll say higher and we'll hold off. The other thing is, if it's in someone's honorable mentions and they say it before another person says it, they'll say hopping in, and they can hop in and it's in their honorable mentions too, and they can share something, or they just want to comment on it. We're going to try and keep the honorable mentions not too deep on why we like them or why they're here, just like really succinct, like I wanted it. If I could have done a top 30, it would have been in it. Here we are.
Yeah.
All right. Why don't you kick it off, Ryan?
I'll kick it off. Now, I want to say first, before, and this is going to be for all of us, because I'm sure we all feel the same way. Everything on my honorable mentions is something I gave a 9 or a 10 out of 10 to. Everything on my honorable mentions is stuff I love. There's just a lot of stuff in the world. So if something that's like your number one is on my honorable mentions, don't get freaked out. I also loved it, just not as much as the other incredible pieces of art that came out. So I'm going to start with a show that I watched, and I'll talk about it for just a second. It's Barry. I watched all of Barry this year, and it ended with season 4. Everyone's been wondering, like, hey, where's Bill Hader been? He hasn't done a lot of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, because he's been writing, directing, producing, and starring in a great HBO show called Barry. It's basically Breaking Bad, but for a hitman who's becoming an actor in Hollywood. It is like one of the darkest comedies I've seen in my entire life. Like, it's basically funny Breaking Bad with Bill Hader. It is incredible. It's really, like I said about the Scott Pilgrim, but like it's really emotionally intelligent about the way it deals with like criminals. And it's just really funny the way that it looks at Hollywood, and it makes fun of Hollywood with someone who's been in the system for like almost 30 years. I highly recommend Barry. It's an incredible show, and every episode's only 30 minutes long, so you can breeze through it pretty quickly. And it's like, I think it's only 8 or 10 episodes a season. But Barry, quality stuff. I love it. It's fantastic. I'll do one more because I got a lot on here. Sins of Sinister is on my honorable mentions. It was on my top 15, but it got bumped down. Incredibly fun event, much like Age of Apocalypse from the 90s. Sins of Sinister is like an alternate world where, hey, what if Mr. Sinister would took over basically the world? If you've been reading the Krakoa era, you know that X-Men are immortal, and when they die, they get hatched out of like eggs. Well, what if Sinister, because he's one of the people behind like the engineering process, put a little bit of himself in every person, so when they respawn, they have a secret like kill switch to turn them into sinister versions of themselves. So then he takes over the world. Everybody is sinister. But what happens when everyone is Mr. Sinister? They start fighting with each other. So it's really fun. It's really kooky. Kieran Gillen wrote like 30 issues across all the different books, basically by himself. So it is a very cohesive and fun alternate world view of what if this sassy bitch took over the world and they all fought with each other. It's incredible. It's really great. And I'll do one more. Ben, it's Final Fantasy 16. It didn't quite meet my top 15.
It's higher on my list, yeah.
Yeah, I'll say I really like it a lot, but I'll talk about it more with you, and I'll stop there.
I'll go ahead and go next with some honorable mentions. These ones, these three I'm gonna do are like they're there more because of small snippets than they are for the whole project itself. So first up I'm putting them in tandem. It's Ahsoka and Loki.
Ooh.
Sorry, Ahsoka and Loki, and it's only because neither of the seasons were good enough that I would put them up that high in the top 15.
Me too.
However, the middle of Ahsoka, the stuff with Anakin, and the ending of Loki, those two things are some of my favorite things I saw this year in nerd stuff.
I have Ahsoka on my top 15 actually.
Okay, so it's
I like
higher.
them.
Yeah, it's
So I won't go into too much on Ahsoka, but nobody else has Loki anywhere, right?
No.
So
I don't.
I'll just comment in a broad sense. Both of those went into honorable mentions for just the moments in the season. If we were doing a fake nerd awards this year, I would have fought hard for them to have individual moments that were represented somewhere in awards. Like,
Yeah.
because those things were very powerful and impactful, and both of them meant a lot to me as a fan of those properties. So I won't get too much into Ahsoka. The Loki finale is just very powerful. It doesn't fix a lot of problems that season had that keep it out of the top 15.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
The next two, both Adventure Time with Fiona and Cake and Hi-Fi Rush. Both of these are here in my honorable mentions because I see that Adventure Time almost certainly would have been my top 15. Hi-Fi Rush probably could have been had I been able to do the whole thing. I won't go into anything really about Adventure Time. I only watched the first two episodes, but I can tell with my care for that world and characters and just what I saw in those first two episodes, I'm like, yeah, I'm sure that's probably here. If I went all the way through in time, it's probably there. So honorable mentions on both.
It won't surprise anyone, I will say, for Fiona Cake, higher.
Yeah. So
I'll go on Hi-Fi Rush a little bit because I did beat the game. That also was on my top 15, but it did get bumped down just because more stuff impacted me more. That is an incredibly great rhythm action game. It's like an old school platformer. That's level based, but everything is to music. Not only is it to music, every single level has like music infused with it. So like everything is alive in the level. So like there will be speakers jumping, there'll be platforms going to the beat of the music. You fight bosses to rhythm battles. It's an incredibly original game that has a really unique like 3D cel shaded art style.
Yeah.
And it stealth launched and it like surprised so many people, and it is absolutely worth playing.
Yeah, I really enjoy what I've engaged with. I think the gameplay and you just don't get the kind of accessibility usually in rhythm games that Hi-Fi Rush is providing you. I think even if you feel like you're put off by the rhythm game idea, like you have had trouble with them before, it gives you all the options that should make you successful at playing the game.
Yeah.
Like I highly encourage, if you have the opportunity to play it, like go play it because it's just insanely cool. I will go with one last one in my honorable mentions, and it's because like, just god damn it, I really enjoyed it, and I'm mad that the world got pissy about it, and it's the Marvels. The Marvels,
Sure.
like it's a great time. I had a good time. Like it's got problems, but it's a good time.
Sometimes movies can just be really fun and like nothing more than like not everything needs to be like a cinematic like masterpiece. And like it's on my honorable mentions too. Like it's just a really fun movie.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
on mine too. It's a really fun movie. I can't say much more than that. It's just our review speaks for itself. It's a damn good time. I love the cast. I'm happy. I'm very happy with that movie. It was the most fun I had with any Marvel movie or show this year.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where like while an MCU, like the narrative around MCU this year and all this kind of stuff that's going on, I'm like, I really love the Loki finale, and that's why I want to mention I had a lot of fun at the Marvels, and there's another one that's going to come up. Like it wasn't as bad as people want to say it was.
Nope.
Like I'm looking back at it, I'm like, there was some real bright spots this year. Granted, like the worst thing ever also came out this year, but I get it. But like that's not the argument.
You can't talk about it. It's higher.
No.
I'm kidding.
Number one, Secret Invasion.
Well,
right.
but like real quickly on that one, like even Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which everyone calls a bomb, is in the top 10 highest grossing films of the year.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, come on. Variety's like because Variety is the one that really like had it out for the MCU this year. Like it was just ridiculous to see.
Where are your 30 pieces about Aquaman?
Right.
Right.
That movie
Yeah.
also flopped like a fish. Give me a break.
100%. Benjamino, how about you?
Yeah.
Give us an honorable mention, my friend.
I will give two honorable mentions. One of them was on the top 15 for a while, but then I bumped it down because a lot of times, like even earlier today when we were talking about some of the stuff, I keep forgetting how much stuff came out this year and how much stuff I really, really liked. And even then when you're talking about it, I was like, well, shit. And then I kind of stopped myself. I was like, you know what? I'll just do this one little tweak and then I'll stop. Because when I made the list, it's like, no, this is a good list. I'm comfortable with it. And then it's like, oh yeah, that's another thing. But two honorable mentions because I finally watched all of the prior films, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning and Scream 6. Both are honorable mentions.
Scream 6 is higher. So we'll hold
Okay.
off on that one. But go ahead
All right,
about Mission Impossible. It's not in mine.
It's in my honorable mentions.
Higher.
Can't
All
fight
right.
the friction.
Dang. Okay, we gotta wait on Mission Impossible too.
Ben,
All right. there
Ben,
it
you
is.
know what helped
wait.
me to find out like what I watched? I just went through our YouTube channel.
I did. I was
You did the
also
same
going
thing?
through
Okay,
the.
okay.
I did the same
Okay.
thing. Yeah.
All right, cool.
I was like, oh yeah, that we did that. We did that. We did
Guys,
that. We did that.
Letterbox is right there.
I
I
just,
already have enough social media. I don't need another one. I can just voice my opinion on Twitter. I'm fine.
I just like the moment I was done with something and I was like, that's a contender. I just put it in the list. I'm like, yeah, it's you. It's you, baby.
For me, like Letterbox is a big help when we come to the end here because I just go to my diary and click what came out this year, and it just filters all the 2023 stuff, and I'm like, okay, what?
Okay, here's what I will say. One of my top 15 got moved in over other things for sure because I went back and I looked at how I rated it over the other things I was thinking about, and I'm like, no, I gave it a hard 10. That because it's been a while since I watched it, and I'm like, no, I really loved it. I'm not misremembering. I think I loved it more than I loved the other things. That did help me. Like to your point, like Letterboxd, when I can see the rating that I made at the time, I'm like, no, yeah, it hit.
I just can't have any more apps, y'all. I got too many apps.
For sure.
Scream 6, by the way, Scream 6 did not make my honorable mention or my top 15 because unfortunately it is because I didn't like as much as Scream 5, and the Scream franchise has really been soured because of the events later in the year. So that kind of stuff kind of was like, I don't really know if I really want to, if it's really there, but probably like it was some distance, it probably would have been.
Well, we'll talk about it again later because I definitely have it higher. Do you want to go next, Brandon, or do you want to toss back to Ryan? Okay, go ahead.
I got a lot of honorable mentions.
Yeah.
All right, Aquaman of the Lost Kingdom.
All right,
My man.
tell me about it.
So it's no secret that Aquaman is my favorite. That might not be true anymore. It's no secret that at the current moment, Aquaman is my favorite DCU film. I adore that movie. I think it's incredible. I love Jason Momoa as Arthur Curry. I love everything about that movie. The imagination, the visual style. Oh my god, I could sing the movie's praises. I am very happy to say that Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom just gives me more of that. There's one sequence in particular that just floored me where I was just like, I started weeping because I was like, I'm gonna really miss James Wan's vision for this world.
Sure.
And it's very simple. I love Arthur Curry and Orm together. The only reason why it doesn't make my top 15 is because one, I like another movie a lot more, and two, there are elements of the film that I would have liked more of, and I'm not going to spoil one of them, but I will spoil the other. It's not really a spoiler. It's just not as much personality given to Black Manta as I wish there was. There is in the beginning, and then it kind of dissipates towards the end, and I wish that was more throughout. And if you did that, then the movie is easily top 15.
Sure. I think especially with such a talented actor in the role, like
Yeah.
that is one of the things that like was coming out of it that I was like, because I was so excited when he was cast and when he was in the first Aquaman, and then they're setting up for this to be his big movie. That's like him really stepping into that villain role. I'm like, well, he's such a fantastic actor. Of course, that's going to be really good. It has bummed me out to hear that like they didn't take it as far as they could have.
They also canceled that Trench/Secret Stealth Black Manta movie.
Right.
And I'm like, man, we could have had it all.
Yeah.
Other than that, the movie is really good. It showcases a lot of the stuff that I love about the first film. Incredible visual style, really fun story. I really liked it, so it did make my honorable mentions because of that.
That's awesome. I'm really glad that you liked it because it's got me like I was already still excited to see it despite what other people are saying, and like I'm still excited. Like I think like you, I share the appreciation of just like what Juan did with Momoa with Aquaman and the world, and like if it's close to more of that, even if it's not as strong as the first movie, I still want to see that.
Right.
Like that doesn't sound like a total whiff to me, like some of the other DC stuff has been.
Yeah.
Right. In quick succession, I'll also say because I get a lot, Poker Face, which is Natasha Lyonne's TV series on Peacock, written by Ryan Johnson. Incredible show. I'm not going to say a lot about it because it's very much a murder mystery kind of whodunit type situation. Very fun show. I love Ryan Johnson's voice in murder mystery spaces, so I was really happy to kind of get that week to week. And Natasha Lyonne is incredible in the role. She's so much fun.
Love it.
And then last for now, I'm going to say Halloween.
Nice.
Hey, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good book.
Hell yeah. I love it. I got two one comic in my top 15 and one comic in my honorable mentions, and like Halloween just like I couldn't quite put it in the honorable mention, but boy, I loved it, and I'm really glad you loved it. I do think you loved it even more than I did, and I love that.
I genuinely really love that book. I love the art style. I love the writing. It's incredible. I really liked it.
That's a really
I like
Moss Lawton has a Pokemon one coming out, or
really
like
that
sponsors.
just came out. Yeah,
Okay.
like a full comic
Nice.
thing coming out. I'm gonna have to look into it again, but I'll share the information with you guys when I know, because I'm excited about it.
I think I know what you're talking about. Moss Lawton actually worked on a Pokemon YouTube anime called Path to the Peak, which is about this girl who plays the Pokemon trading card game and reaches the worlds.
That's awesome.
All right.
Yeah, I watched. Yeah, that was I watched that whole thing.
All right, that'll be my honorable mentions for now. I'll cycle back to me.
Let's go back to you.
All right. Ben, do you have Castlevania Nocturne in your top 15?
No, I do not.
Okay, well, I'm gonna talk about it now. I love that show. That again, there's a lot of these that were on my top 15, and then it's like, sorry, y'all, and bumped down. That's I think now that I'm far enough away from it, I think it is the best season of Castlevania. Not just because it's new, and you know the war analysis of it all is kind of gone. It loses a lot of its like hardcore edge and just says like that first Castlevania show said like fuck every other word for kind of no reason. It was just being edgy to be edgy,
Right.
and I'm not gonna say it's completely removed, but like 90% of it's removed. So like the swearing feels a little more impactful. You know, like when someone's really mad or emotional. It has such an incredible setting of being like during the French Revolution. So all the vampires look like puffed up, white faced, big white hair villains, and it's so fun. And I love our main characters. It has like the coolest like popping off Super Saiyan moment of the year. It's a really great show, and I know you guys all like Castlevania when it was good. This is I think the best it's ever been, so I'm super excited for it to continue.
Yeah, okay, I gotta get to that.
Me too.
Hitman Freelancer. Hitman 3 is a game that came out like 2 years ago, but they added a roguelike mode. And if you know what roguelike, it's Hades, it's procedurally generated runs where you go through a run with random abilities. God of War Valhalla just came out, which is another roguelike. Hades really changed the role, because now everybody wants to make roguelike games. Hitman Freelancer turned an already incredible sandbox game into a completely new game where every mission is randomly generated with a different person you kill and like specific ways you have to kill them, and it allows you to build out your like assassin's base. So it has like a giant gun wall, and the more you play, the more levels you unlock and the more stuff you unlock in your base to help you be a better hitman. It's just a great thing. I pop it in every once in a while. It's a great game to just jump into if you want to have a little bit of fun. Hitman Freelancer. Our Flags Mean Death Season 2. No. Got it. It's on my honorable mentions. I don't think it's as strong as season 1, but it's still a really great time. I love those characters. I'm just in such a pirate mode. I've been playing so much Sea of Thieves. Great game. But it continues to be a lovely show with great representation, and also just it's really funny. I'll do one more. Gen V. It was on my top 15. Again, get bumped down. Too many good things. It's not my favorite season of The Boys, but it's probably my second favorite season of The Boys. I think it's incredible. I don't think there's a bad episode in the bunch. With a new perspective on a bunch of new characters, it's lovely.
It's not in my honorable mentions and it's not my top 15, but I will say I'm 3 episodes into it and I really like it. Yeah. I think like you guys, we always like The Boys when we go to it. Yeah. I really want to encourage you that Gen V is just not a spinoff to be a spinoff.
Yeah, it's
I really think it's worth doing. Like, make the time when you can in the near future. Go watch Gen V. I intend to finish it. It's strong, and I think it's really good world building. Whereas it's not as beholden to The Boys as I anticipate, but it is expanding that world.
I'm really happy to hear that because there was so much like vitriol towards it when it was coming out online of like everyone like what the boys making a spinoff, they become the very thing they swore to destroy, blah, like, well, and like even the writer of the boys being like, yeah, we're gonna set up things for like the next season of the boys, and it's like, and everyone's like, oh, I don't want to have to watch the spinoff. Like, what are we doing here? And I'm really happy to hear that it's good because like it was kind of become an underdog accidentally because of that, and I'm happy to see the success.
There are things that the boys simply cannot explore about what its world means as it has established it with all the corporate sponsorship of superheroes and things like that. That because the story's about our boys at its heart and what's going on around them and against the Seven and Vought as a large entity, you can't explore the things that Gen V is exploring, but they are interesting. They're good questions about the world. Basically, any question you have, like, if it means this at this level, what does it mean at this lower level of thing?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Gen V is for. Gen V is to explore those cracks and creases that the boys can't get into.
Yeah. Right. And honestly, I think the show only gets better and better as you learn more about the mystery of the show. And to be honest, y'all, it's the closest we've gotten to a great X-Men show, live action X-Men show ever. And it's a bunch of teens in college, and like, what if Mr. Sinister was like their head professor?
Not just selling Ben and Brandon on it, but also our audience. Like, if you haven't checked out Gen V, I think even when I was hearing about the show before I watched it, honestly, I took for granted what they were saying the show was supposed to be, because I'm like, okay, it's about the superheroes going to high school. They want to get their sponsorships. It's how they trying to get to the Seven and all that. And I really wasn't taking the Gen V title and all that into its full appreciation, because it is about the first generation of high school superheroes who know their parents' purpose, hoping that they would get a superpower strong enough to make them money.
Yeah.
Like, and that's entirely the motivational thing. And so you have this whole section of kids who know this now about their parents and how they're having to deal with that information and what they see in each other, and how that feeds into like this is no longer just something I was born with. If I have a shitty ability compared to someone else's great ability, this wasn't necessarily chosen by them, but this was done to us, and all for someone else's profit. And like how that makes them feel. Really good stuff.
I love it. Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it. Love it.
Before, real quickly, Grayson live in the chat. Hell yeah, I made it. Woke up early just for the episode. Glad you could make it.
Appreciate you, sir. I'll say this one real quick. It's Fortnite. Fortnite's like, I didn't want to put it on my top 15.
Hopping in.
Hell yeah.
Fortnite's also in my honorable mentions because Fortnite has done so much innovative stuff. Most recently, of course, is the Lego edition and all the other stuff we've talked about before. But it's just constantly trying to improve what it's doing, movement-based, all that kind of stuff. I could have said Fortnite for a lot of things. So like,
Fortnite is just like
such a go-to.
It's just like a part of my life now, which I never thought I'd expect.
And Brandon's there now.
Exactly.
It's
like, we're all here
because Brandon's there now.
And every season, I'm like, I don't know how it can get better, but it really does find a way every season to add something new. They added a ballistic shield this season, so you have like a gun that you can pop off, and I'm like, this is the coolest thing. I love it. It's like my favorite thing ever. I think it's just the best live service game. And I'll stop there because I did like 5 of them.
All right. I'll pick up before we swing back around to you guys.
Wing it.
The Righteous Gemstones season 3.
Also on honorable.
Great. Yeah, I couldn't quite bring it to the top 15. I can't stress to you guys enough. It's one of the best like HBO comedies going on. Prestige comedies. It's so good. It's some of the best John Goodman stuff.
Oh yeah.
It's some of the best Walton Goggins stuff. Highly recommend. The whole show's worth watching. This season was exceptionally good. It's just a great show. I want more people to watch it. I want you guys to watch it. I want to talk to you about it.
Yeah. The look into, $1 million like church clubs and like just how gross and seedy and how like they don't get taxed and how like it's just like you revel in how bad these people are, and sometimes they get their comeuppance, but a lot of times like they get away with it and it sucks, but it's so interesting to watch. Very, very much like a show I'll talk about in my top 15. I'll just say it's Succession. Like watching bad people get away with bad things is really, when it's not in real life, is really, really entertaining.
My next one I'm going to say in honorable mentions, I expect someone's going to stop me, is My Adventures with Superman. Oh,
did you forget
honorable mentions?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I thought I was gonna get a higher on that.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
So in your honorable mentions, I really love it. I really love it for the Clark and Lois thing. I don't think there's anything bad about the show. It's weird for me to say, but there wasn't enough episodes of the show for me to feel stronger about it, to be honest with you. That's really all it comes down to.
How many were
like,
8?
10.
10. Okay.
And like that's a perfectly reasonable amount for a season. I just didn't feel like I got enough out of what they were doing beyond like, I just love Jimmy, Lois, and Clark together. And I do. I love it. It's wonderful. It's a version of Clark Kent I want to watch. It's a thing I want to see. There just wasn't enough else in the show that made me want to push it all the way up to top 15. That's for me.
I can't
because Ben, it's not in your list, so excuse me. Real quickly, I'll because I do want you to go, Ben, because I know you probably forgot it. But I'll say it was in my top 15 until just about 5 minutes ago, when I moved it for something else.
Okay.
I really like the show for much the same reason that Sparks has already listed. The Clark Lois Jimmy dynamic is really great. It's really fun. But also I really like the new lore that the show is going with. It's also drawn by Studio Mir with some incredible animation. I love it. I adore it. I just, for some reason, just thought to myself, like, it's a really great first season of a show that I really love, but for whatever reason, I was just like, it's not quite there. I don't think. I'm very excited for a second season though, because like I think it could get there.
Yeah. I can't quite put my finger on what it was missing. It's just there's just something that didn't quite take it all the way for me. What I will say real quick before I throw to Ben is one of my favorite things about it is that we have a Superman story that is about him wanting to do the right thing so much that he constantly throws himself into situations and doesn't have full knowledge of what his powers are, and sometimes has to find it out in the moment. And that interpretation of what's happening is really cool to see. Ben, go ahead.
Well, real quickly, and also like it's a really surprising show in its new lore, right? Like, there's an episode with that's like centered on Lois that I just like I didn't think we'd do that in season 1. And I was just like Mixospitalik. It's the Mixospitalik episode, and I was just like
the most anime that show gets is Mixospitalik coming in,
and I was like, what happened? Damn, this show just really went for it. And I was really excited about it. Anyway, I'm so sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
I am upset at myself for completely forgetting about My Adventures with Superman, because I now remember talking about it either off camera or off mic with Brandon about how I love the show so much it's probably going to be in my top 15.
We were trying to get a animation station going for it, but a lot of my top 15s are things that like we would just didn't get a chance to talk about that I'm taking the opportunity now too.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
Yeah, My Adventures with Superman is absolutely fantastic. I echo everything Sparks is saying and what Brandon's saying. It's an amazing Superman show, and it's a Superman show that's just so wholesome and just so like this is the core of Superman, that he wants to do the right thing, and you just love how the relationship between Clark and Lois just builds over the season. It truly is a fantastic show, and it's something that when it came out, I was watching it, I was like, I was scared for it, not because I think it was going to be bad. No. I was scared that Zaslav was going to take it to the chopping block first chance he got, because we know that motherfucker kills things that we love every single time.
He's just walking around the studio with an axe going, who's next?
Yeah.
He's the Grim Reaper walking in each door. Yeah.
Yeah. So the fact that we are getting a season 2, hallelujah. I also agree that my quote unquote big problem with the show is that there's not enough episodes in the first season. I do think it does tell a great cohesive story, and I absolutely love it. It is the best Superman thing to come out in a very long time.
Jack Quaid's great as Superman.
Let's not
Superman and Lois exist.
Let's not completely throw Superman and Lois under the bus here. Come on now.
Okay, the best Superman thing to come out this year.
Yeah, there we go.
I'll take it.
Yeah, all right. Of the one.
You're lucky Suicide Squad Justice League didn't come out.
Hey, Brandon, a lot of comics came out this year.
That's fair.
And apparently we're good. This is the thing. I've heard like that Superman run this year was actually
Yo,
really
did you
strong.
see that he's not a sexy cowboy? Like top 10 right there.
I thought that too.
Okay. I'll say real quick 2 more. One is Exterminators. I really loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it
Higher.
when we read it. I think it's really great. Higher? Fantastic. I'll put up.
Love it.
The other one I was gonna say is because I'm also confident it's higher is Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. It's in my honorable mentions.
Higher.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
higher.
So I'll throw it back to you, Ben. Done with my honorable mentions for now.
All right.
All right.
Ben.
All right, so my honorable mentions. One I wasn't even gonna put on the list, but I rewatched it while I was sick with the COVID, and I just like, you know what? It's not it's not a perfect movie. It's not the best movie, but even I was rewatch, I had a really fun time with it. It had a smile on my face, and that's the Super Mario Brothers movie.
I
had fun with
honestly,
it.
I expect it to be on your top 15. So like the fact honorable mentions is like, that's good.
No,
That's good. I like it.
there is something about the Super Mario Brothers movie that is on my top 15. I think you all know what that is because that just slaps. So we'll talk about it when we get to it. But the movie as a whole itself, when I was rewatching it, it was just yes, I still had the problems with it. The pacing is still a thing. The very safe plot is still a big bummer. But I was having fun. I was just enjoying it for the moment. And I was like, you know what? Yeah. I mean, it's still not the best. I still think Illumination and Nintendo could have done a much better job with the movie. But for what we got, it's still a fun time. I'm not upset that I watched it. And it's just a good, I know I keep saying it, but it is a fun time. I really enjoyed it. And
It's
another
not,
thing,
if I may, it's not in my anything.
Yeah.
I'll rewatch it at some point because there are other people in this house who haven't seen it still. But to me, I'm having trouble separating, knowing I didn't jive with the movie completely from the fact that like it makes me mad how much money it made. And what and my point with that is that it makes me feel like they didn't try very hard on this one. And now because they made that much money off of it, I don't expect them to try very hard next time either.
Yeah.
And that's
right.
the thing that bums me out is that like I don't expect them to improve from here. And that's the thing that has me the saddest. And then like just seeing a lot of people being like, Mario Brothers movie, best animated film of the year. And I'm like, there are like 5 animated movies I would put over that for sure. Some I haven't even seen and I know. So, but it's hard to pull from that narrative. But I'm sure on a rewatch I would be a little more favorable to it than I already am.
Yeah.
All right.
He's got another.
Oh, I thought he only had the 3. He only has.
nope, I
He said
changed
he's got
it.
more.
All right.
Yeah, I
Jot
got
them
more.
down as he remembers.
Yeah, pretty much. The last thing that I do have jotted down in my honorable mentions, I'm actually surprised that I took it off because I was so dead set that I thought it was going to be in my top 15, and it's Super Nintendo World.
I mean, I'm not 100% surprised on this because, like, I know that was important to you and it's an experience and everything, but like a lot of stuff comes out this year and like art will stay with you more than like a physical place.
Yeah, and even I won't lie, even that because when I went to Super Nintendo World again on the second time when during my birthday when there were like no crowds and everything, I still had a fun time, but it's small. The size does kind of get to you after a while, and you just think about all the stuff that's going on in Japan, what Orlando is going to get. Don't get me wrong, I'm still happy we got one here in California at all.
Yeah.
But then because like some news came up, Sparks, he actually sent me an Instagram reel about the Donkey Kong ride at Epic Universe in Orlando.
Sparks. I sent him the same one this morning.
Oh shit!
This is why we're friends. This is why.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm just looking at that, and of course Japan is getting their own. They might actually open it when I'm there this year, so fingers crossed for that. But I'm just like, man, Orlando's getting all the good shit. Japan's getting the good shit. But once again, if you love the video games, it truly does make you feel like you walked into a Super Mario video game. It really is a fun time.
Yeah.
It is a little expensive, like, point of entry into the park itself, and also the power-up band is like, it's like, the money, but at least the power-up band, if you do happen to go to Orlando or Japan, it will work there.
My biggest knock on it, I think, from our experience, is that like if you're not getting a power band, and you're not going on the ride, you kind of walk in and you just go, "Wow, this is neat. I'm in the world." Yeah. But like that's all you can really do.
Yeah,
because you could just be like, "Very cool."
You can look at it, and it looks hella cool, man. But like,
it does. Yeah. But I will say the Mario Kart ride is really freaking cool. I love that thing.
Love it.
Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Blue Eye Samurai. I didn't finish it. I'm about halfway. It's great.
Higher.
Evil Dead Rise.
Honorable mention.
I'm hopping in. That's also in my honorable mentions.
Cool. Yeah.
Go ahead,
Movie is incredible. It's fucking incredible. It's Evil Dead films never miss. They never miss at all. And this is just another excellent one. Right up there with the best, I think, with Evil Dead 2. It's mean and vicious, but in a way that you don't kind of feel bogged down by it being mean, because that's the kind of movie you want Evil Dead to be.
It's oppressive.
Yeah, it's oppressive, but in a way that it needs to be, because these are the Deadites are terrifying creatures, but they also kind of are sadistic and they like to have a little bit of fun, and we
And they're
do
silly.
get that. And they're silly. Yeah, incredible. Has the DNA of Evil Dead, and it's awesome. Unfortunately, it didn't make my top 15, but it was close.
Yeah, I for sure thought it would be in my top 15 when it came out, but again, like so much stuff comes out.
It was sitting there for a while, and I bumped it down because I was like, while I love that movie, Evil Dead Rise is very good. I really enjoyed it. It's another knockout of one of my favorite horror movies I watched this year. There's just other things that left more of an imprint and meant meaning for me, and on my heart, than what Evil Dead Rise can do. But I do think it's very special, and I'm really glad we got it.
Okay, Blue Eye Samurai, Evil Dead Rise. I'll also say Knockout City made it to my honorable mentions.
Hell yeah.
I really valued the time that I spent in that game a lot, and I'm really sad it's gone to this day. But it's I'm glad I got to play it with my friends a few last times before it did go, and I miss it every day.
Yeah.
I have 4 more honorable mentions, so I think I'll wait for you guys to finish yours.
Sounds good.
I got
Ryan.
15. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. I'll knock out a bunch here. 7 hours ago, I watched Shin Kamen Rider.
Really?
I started at 2 a.m. because I was like, I know I'm not falling asleep and I might as well do something. But I still woke up and I'm not sleepy. Thank you for the coffee. Shin Kamen Rider is awesome, y'all. I like Hideki Anno has done Shin Godzilla, Shin Ultraman, and Shin Kamen Rider. It's not as good as Shin Godzilla. I don't think anything will ever be, but I think it's considerably better than Shin Ultraman. On reflection, I think Ultraman is totally cool and awesome, but like I like it's not my favorite. I think it has a lot of problems personally for me. Shin Kamen Rider doesn't really have any of those problems. And the thing that I love about it so much is that it's like the most expensive episode of Power Rangers you'll ever watch. It is made like so cheaply on purpose and so intentionally. Like you guys, like, you know, when you watch Power Rangers and like there's the over the head shot and then like doing flips, like ee-yaw! It's filled with that. And like a hero will be on a mountain and it does like a quick cut and then there's a big zoom and they're just like standing on a mountain. It is made like it was made in like 1965, just with a bigger budget. It is so fun. Like the amount of dudes in suits and like really weird bug makeup and bug costumes is just like, it's just like full cheese, but made with such earnest intent. It's so fun. And if you like Hideki Anno, which I know you guys do because we've talked about a lot of this shit, it's a great time. It has a lovely message, just like all of his stuff does. Cool.
I will only hop in because it didn't make my honorable mentions, but I did watch it. Unfortunately,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not as hot on it as you are, but I did end up getting to it.
Yeah.
It's a good time, but I liked it about as much as Shin Ultraman myself.
Yeah. I do wish it reached the levels of a Godzilla, but like, I think this felt more like, hey, like I'm just gonna make a fun, quirky thing than instead of put my whole butt into it like he did Shin Godzilla. Then I'm gonna knock out 3 comics real quick. Moon Knight, Fantastic Four, and Venom. Those are probably my 3 favorite Marvel series that aren't X-Men, because I'm biased towards X-Men. I can't help it. But Moon Knight, Fantastic Four, and Venom are all great. Specifically with Venom, after Donny Cates left, a lot of people are like, I'm done with Venom, and I understand it. But Ram V and Al Ewing have been writing this book for almost 2 years, and the way that they're able to take what Cates did with expanding the lore of Venom and making it more cosmic, they blew it out the door. And it is so much bigger and so much more cosmic and so much cooler. And how it ties to the Marvel Universe in tandem is like, it's incredible. And I know people have been talking about it recently because issue 29 just came out and it's doing some like bonkers cool shit. It's a time travel story. It's about like Eddie Brock being like the main villain of the book from the future. And it's like, it's super cool. And I hope people pick it up who passed on it. Because, you know, it was a new writer, but also it's Al Ewing and Ram V, and like they don't write bad comics. Fantastic Four has been great. The best Fantastic Four run in years, because Dan Slott was the last one. And then Moon Knight has been great the entire way through. You know, it's about to end and relaunch with a new Moon Knight #1. That's an entirely great series written by Jed McKay, and it's had the same writer, artist, colorist for basically the entire book. Just a really cool look into Moon Knight, all his different perspectives. A lot of cool original villains. Just a lovely, dope ass book. Scream 6. I know you got it higher. And then David Fincher's The Killer. This was also on my top 15, but got bumped down. This is an incredibly fun Netflix movie. It's about him being a hitman, Michael Fassbender. And it's also a really dark comedy about this hitman who's like, he has a method. He's very strategical, and he has this narration that's really funny. And it's about, he's like, I'm so precise, never stray from the job, blah, blah, blah. But he keeps fucking up all the time. And he's like, just keeps to the task, don't mess up. And he's always messing up. It's like, it's darkly funny and really precise. And him being like a hitman who's like really not good at his job. And it's got a lot of great supporting cast. Tilda Swinton's in it. It's got some great action in it. And it's weird because like David Fincher's been like at Netflix for like a decade, and he's only made bangers. He made Mindhunter, which is a great FBI show. He made Mank, which I didn't see. But The Killer is also another.
I loved Mank.
There you go. Yeah. So like all of his Netflix stuff has been great. And people are like, oh, why is Netflix got the bag on him? He's like, yo, because they let him make whatever he wants. And it doesn't look like the Netflix flop that normally comes out. He's making real shit. Killer, really cool. Check it out. Also, the entire album, the entire score is nothing but the Smiths. It's just all Smith songs. And every situation he's in is a Smith song that like directly correlates to it. It's one of the things where like, I know writers who use subtext and they're cowards kind of thing, where like his girlfriend is in a coma. The Smiths have a song called Girlfriend in a Coma. Like, it's very blatant and fun. I love it. Moving on.
All right, picking up on what's left of my honorable mentions. We'll go through some of them. Dropout in general. This was a big smuggle, and I just said Dropout in general. I have not watched Dimension 20, so I'm talking about most things that are not that. Specifically, Game Changer, Play It By Ear.
Very important people, which is new.
Very important people.
Incredible.
And Make Some Noise. All just like can't wait until those episodes drop. Really love it.
Did you see the episode of Make Some Noise where it's the Noise Boys and it's a Slimer tries to return a jacket and
yes.
And like they're doing it a bit, and like at the end of it, Sam just goes, there was certainly a moment you could see in your face. Is this going to be a bit where Slimer successfully returns a jacket?
Yes. Yeah.
That's appointment television for us.
It's really good. Yeah. Dropout. We just are constantly tuning in. It's the comedic warm hug that gets us through the year.
I'm on Dropout every day.
No One Will Save You.
Fire.
Awesome.
Oh,
cool. All right.
I knew I forgot. I didn't get the chance to see that one. I'm so bummed.
I will withhold. They Clone Tyrone.
Honorable mention.
Okay. They Clone Tyrone's in my honorable mentions. I really debated going back and forth about keeping it in the top 15 because it's really special. I think it's just really exceptional. It actually reminds me a lot of some we had to like, I had this college course where we had Monsters in America and we had to like pitch an idea of how you like find something that like relates to American Studies, so like brings in some kind of like monsters representing a social issue. There was a lot that felt very close to what I was thinking of that came out in this film. So it like really like was a better version of what I was thinking of. And I'm like, oh, this is really hitting at what I was imagining. And I think that its commentary is really strong. I think the performances are really good. It's unique just in its craftsmanship. Talk about an original idea. It's really strong.
It's my favorite Jamie Foxx performance in a long time.
Yeah.
He's so wild in that movie.
And Taylor Paris too. Like she's crazy. She's crazy good in it. I think all three of the leads are fantastic. So I recommend people watch it. I think They Clone Tyrone is really good. Really happy about it.
Grace and I also watched that when it originally came out. He's talking about some Critical Role, Brandon Lee Mulligan.
Oh, okay,
Good stuff.
And I'll talk about these next two, and then I'll toss the baton. Elemental, just it didn't get the love it deserved, and that's one of the reasons I was like, no, I gotta hold on to that. Like, it might not be in my top 15, but it was definitely like. That was a solid film. Like
bad marketing.
It was almost pitch perfect. It has a couple of problems, but like the immigrant story is so excellent,
Yeah.
and like child of immigrants and the pressures of what that means. I think that movie's so special.
Beautiful too.
And it's beautiful. It's a Pixar hit where a hit didn't happen, and well, to be fair, I'm really glad that the word of
Eventually.
mouth like really kept the momentum going. That movie did a lot better.
One of the things that I remember seeing about the trailers, which again, terrible trailers for this movie, were that like, you know, why did this world not evolve to match the creatures that live in it? Much like Onward, my biggest problem with Onward.
Yeah.
And when I watched the movie, that's part of the plot, is that this world is not built for these people, and that and that's the problem. That's part of the issue. And I'm like, oh damn, this is way different than I thought it was going to be. I really liked it. Unfortunately, it didn't make my honorable mentions, but it's a good movie.
Yeah. I think the marketing, it was like, yo, this is a silly rom-com. What if fire and water got together? Like, that's not what the movie is really about.
Yes.
It is part of the plot, but like, it's a much better movie than what it looked like it's gonna be.
Yeah, highly recommend people go back to it if you haven't. And it's just it. I do think it was special. In this year, I think there were other things that just clear it, but like it was special. The other one,
the first movie on this list that's better than Super Mario Brothers. Is that something? Is that anything?
Yeah.
The other one is also one that like I had to go back and forth about keeping in my top 15. Because I think it's special, I think it's charming, I think it's fun. The animation is stellar. It's Nimona.
Me too.
Nimona. Huh?
Me too.
Higher? Oh no, honorable mention?
Honorable mentions.
Okay. Yeah, Nimona. Guys, if you haven't gone to it yet, make it something you do. Chloe Grace Moretz is incredible as title character Nimona. I think the whole cast is very good. I think it is a better, more thoughtful adaptation of that comic. Now, to be fair, that comic is very much structured in a way where like it kind of finds its story as it goes because of the way it was made. And the movie just has the benefit of knowing where it's going. But I think that makes for an excellent story. Nimona's gorgeous. I'm really glad that this has been a year filled with so much between this and Mutant Mayhem and Across the Spider-Verse. We have such wonderful animated films doing ambitious things with animation style. The way Nimona moves in the world, the way she shapeshifts, it's gorgeous to look at. Loved it. Really loved Nimona.
Hell yeah.
I echo a lot of that. It's queer as fuck, and I love that.
That's true.
It's Chloe Grace Moretz is delightful. The humor is on point. It's very much my kind of humor. I adored it. I adored it when I watched it. I adore it still. It's beautiful. I love the way they visualize the world and everything around it. Man. If you haven't seen Nimona, like it was really close to getting to my top 15, but like if you haven't seen Nimona, please watch Nimona. It's great.
Yeah. Ben, any more honorable mentions from you?
All right.
Nope.
Brandon.
I'll just say my last ones. You already got Nimona, so there you go. I'm gonna say The Last Voyage of the Demeter, which is a film that we did not get to review on this channel, and it's a film that criminally no one watched, but not you guys in general. I really like it. It's a really cool and surprising Dracula story. Clearly, it's only based on one chapter of Dracula, and I really like how the chapter is interspersed throughout the movie, with the captain reading the logs. It's surprising because you don't really know what's going on. Like you kind of know the framework at the beginning. The movie's really smart. You know at the beginning of this movie what you know about if you've read the book. This ship is doomed. There's no one that survives this ship. So they tell you that from the beginning of the movie, and then it goes back and you see how it kind of happened. And it's still able to weave a surprising narrative. It's got a really good cast of characters that you by the end of it, you're actually really upset that they're dying because you want them to make it out, which is key, which I felt was really key to this movie. Because like if you're just watching expendable people die, well, that can be fun as long as the kills are good. But like genuinely, I was like, oh man, I like that guy. Oh no, not that guy. It's really surprising. I really liked it. And it does something. This is a very small thing that I've blown out of proportion. It's well fucking lit.
No, that's important.
It is a movie that is set primarily at night, and you can see everything.
That's important.
It is. We just watched Lord of the Rings, and it's like all the dark scenes are so well lit, and like they just don't do this anymore because
No, they
like
don't.
what happened to the industry?
And like the thing, like I was watching this movie, I was like, oh shit, remember lighting? And like there's because like, it's very much like the Lord of the Rings thing. Like there's no light. The problem that we've come up with in lighting these days is that everyone thinks they have to have natural light sources because now that we're shooting on digital, it can pick up darker areas. But that's really fucking stupid. And the light source should be like the music, like Peter Jackson always said. It is something that allows you to see the damn movie. So if the light source is only the moon in Last Voyage of the Demeter, it would be very easy for you not to be able to see anything. But it's well fucking lit and it's moody, and I really liked it. It's not a top 15 and it's not even a 5 out of 5 or a 10 out of 10, but it's a really good time. It's a fun movie. I think out of the 2 Dracula films that came out last year, it's the better one. And Renfield.
Oh, thank I for it.
And I wish more people saw it because I think it's a banger. I'll say that it's a banger.
I'll tell you what, Brandon. I unfortunately didn't see the Last Voyage of the Demeter, but it's not the last Demeter we'll be talking about on this episode.
Oh shit. And then I'll say Hilda. So Hilda season 3. It's the final season of Hilda. I was surprised it got a third and final season because the film Hilda and the Mountain King seemed like it was a really fitting ending, and it really was. It was a fitting ending for the series, and then this was going to be kind of feels like an epilogue that kind of sets up something and then wraps up something pretty easily. It does do something that I don't really like in its final season, and that is it doesn't feel like it should be the final season because it's introducing new characters and setting up new plot lines that could carry the show for a couple more years, almost kind of like a repilot situation. But that said, I've been following that show for years. It's beautiful. I love the animation. I love the voice acting. The actress who plays Hilda is also the actress from Last of Us.
Bella Ramsey.
Bella Ramsey, thank you. She's delightful in the title role, like truly, truly delightful in the title role. I love all the characters. The final episode had me in tears, as did The Mountain King. It's a special animated show that I wish more people watched. And I thank God we had it, and I wish it could continue for many more years. And I love the character design, art design, the color design. It's all so vibrant and unusual and interesting, and the way they visualize all the fantasy creatures are really fun. The last thing on my honorable mentions is, hey Ben, it's D and Dark.
Yay! Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. I got into D&D in a big way this year. Kind of because I watched a lot of things at the same time. D and Dark, Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves, Legends of Vox Machina, and Dimension 20. I think you guys took a minute to find your groove, but once you did, you started delivering some consistently great storytelling. A lot of fun, chaotic energy, which is what I like to see and hear in my Dungeons and Dragons campaigns. Grayson Live, woo, honorable mention, thank you, of course. It's a lot of fun, and I thank you for delivering it to my life. It's great. I really like it.
I'm hopping in because it's also in my honorable mentions.
Hey.
And I really want to stress here that this is not a joke. This is not me doing it because Ben is on it. I thought about putting it in my top 15, and I mean that sincerely, because of the quality of the thing itself.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with the fact that I like Ben. And it has nothing to do with me trying to pull a gag like, oh, it's our friends thing, so I want to put it. No, I sincerely mean that what the show is doing and how it's using its universal monsters and how well you guys are all playing your characters, the choices you're making, was such a treat to listen to throughout the year that I seriously contemplated, does this belong in my top 15 as one of my favorite things I engaged with this year.
I love it.
So compliments to the whole show, not just my friend Ben. You guys are doing a great job.
Dan is so talented.
Yeah.
Not just at being a dungeon master, but the way he edits that show. It's like, if I didn't know you, Ben, like, and I found the show, I would listen to it anyway. Like, you know, I've listened to worse Dungeons and Dragons podcast. Yours is in terms of being like, you know, like smaller scale, it's legitimately probably the best. And I'm not just saying that. Like it, like I didn't even have my honor mentions because I didn't think about podcast, honestly, because like I know you and I don't think about it that way. But like it is a piece of art that people put out into the world, and it is legitimately good. And and we're all like we're proud of you, dude. Like good job.
And I hope you guys keep getting good traction because like there are people who love Universal Monsters that I think still haven't found the show, and they will. And that's the thing, is these classic monsters are beloved characters, and the interpretations you guys are doing, the adaptation for the setting of what you're doing is really good. And I do get excited when I know a new episode is coming. So yeah, D and Dark, it's in my honorable mentions. It really was close to being in my top 15.
Grayson's in the chat saying, "Oh, thank you, guys, really sweet." I think I'm with him. It's like, "Oh, guys, thank you."
That's my honorable mentions. That's it.
All right, I'll blast through some of these because you guys have already said some of them yourselves. Dead Space remake, Ben, you got it higher?
No, I didn't put it on.
Oh, you lied to me.
Damn, he didn't even put
You
it.
didn't even put it on your. We spent time together. No, I'm just kidding. That is
We made promises.
There have been a lot. There are tons of remakes and remasters. Like we get like a dozen. You get like a dozen every year at this point. But like this is one of the better ones. It doesn't just make that old game look better. It makes it better by including elements from the sequel games into the new game to give it a little more oomph. And it makes it, instead of just doing straight linear, it makes it a little more. It's not an open world game, but like you're able to kind of do more what you want with it. And it's just really scary. And I loved every time you got jump scared. Yeah, it was so much fun.
That was a ton of fun to go through. That was a really well crafted experience. I had a great time watching you play through it, Ben.
I got a movie that Sparks and I recently watched. It's Talk to Me. I didn't know if it'd be in my top 15. Okay, yeah. So Talk to Me, like one of the year's most celebrated horror movies, and for good reason. It's like a tight 90 minutes, and it's just like Evil Dead. Like it's really oppressive. It has like probably my favorite scary moment of the year, even through Evil Dead. It's like the first time one of our characters gets possessed, and like the way he like almost kills himself like through it. It's like haunting. And it's just this dude like mutilating himself, and it's so scary. And the way the people around him interact with it and like experience it, it's like really good. A really inventive possession movie.
Yeah,
because you know their possession movies are a dime a dozen these days. It's a really unique concept, and it's made by a couple of YouTubers who used to make, you know, like anime, like Naruto versus Master Chief videos. So like it's really great. It's worth a watch if you want to feel like shit. A couple of these hurt to say, but they're on honorable mentions. One, it's Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Is it higher?
Higher.
Okay, cool. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is my honorable mentions. Higher. Yellow Jackets and Righteous Gemstones. We've talked about that. Really great shows. Not quite good enough to make my top 15. Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning, which I believe higher. Yeah. These last two really hurt, but I had to go with my heart. Across the Spider-Verse.
Higher.
Yeah, I know.
Higher.
Last of Us.
Higher.
Yeah.
Higher.
And then my very final one. This is the only one that I actually had problems with because I didn't play it. But I watched two different people play through it. I watched it twice through, and it's Alan Wake 2. And that game would have been in my top 3 if I personally played it, but I didn't feel comfortable putting it on my list because I didn't actually touch it. I watched other people touch it. But Alan Wake 2 is probably the most special game of the year, besides the one big one that I'll talk about later. It is a sequel to a survival horror game that came out 13 years ago. So the very fact that it got to come out is exceptional because that game didn't sell well. It's like a cult classic. But Alan Wake 2, being a really, really scary survival horror game, is also one of the funniest games of the year and one of the most inventive games ever made, period, because of the way it uses mixed narrative of including live action footage, live action like movies, full 20-minute short films in the game that you can miss that really add to the mystery of the plot, full music video moments that you play through multiple times. If you watch the Game Awards, like the Herald of Darkness sequence, it's like it blew up the internet because like it's legitimately, again, it's not like it wouldn't be my number one game, but it's my number one moment of the year is watching, not playing the Alan Wake 2 Herald of Darkness sequence. It's one of those things where like I play so many games and you're like, we're at a point like what can you do new with video games? And Alan Wake 2 is proof that you don't have to go to the standard of just a narrative game you play through. It is so cool and mysterious in the way you bounce between multiple characters. And the timeline is so wibbly wobbly because we're dealing with like alternate dimensions, Twin Peaks stuff. It's so special and it looks so crisp. It's like one of the best looking games of the year. And it costs 1/7 of what Spider-Man 2 costs. The game costs $50 million to make, and that's really cheap considering like we are ballooning in budgets, not just in movies but in video games, where games are costing almost $500 million to get games come out. So Alan Wake 2 is incredibly special. It would have been in my top 3 if I actually played it, but I didn't feel comfortable because I didn't put my hands on the sticks. So that's the end of my honorable mentions.
Dang. I'm really interested in your top 15 right now. I'll say that.
Again, a lot of it's stuff you guys didn't
no,
deal
for
with.
sure. No, I know, like,
Yeah.
and that's cool. I appreciate that it's like gonna be more broken up and diverse and all.
That's
that.
also one of the by design too, because like we're not all talking about the same stuff.
I'm really happy Alan Wake 2 means that much to you, even if you didn't personally play it.
I'll play it
What a
soon.
year for games though.
Like,
Even if I haven't played them personally, like I'm paying attention to what's going on, and I'm like, it's a crazy year.
very good.
I have 3 honorable mentions. They're my last ones I'll bring up. Doctor Who Wild Blue Yonder is in my honorable mentions. Higher, I expected, so I will hold off. Unicorn Warriors Eternal, which I'm pretty sure I'm still the only person who's watched, so I'll talk a little bit about it here. Unicorn Warriors Eternal, guys, I can't stress enough. Like, if you want good Tartakovsky, I know like Brandon's been talking about Primal for a while, and I think that's a valid one too. But Tartakovsky, this has been like ideas he's been wanting to chase for a while, and he's chasing something fantastical. And I think it's really special. And I still don't think we've gotten a confirmation we're getting another season yet. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. But I really hope we do, because he's doing something really cool with his world building. He's really putting some of his favorite shticks to good use in this show. I highly recommend it. I think it's really wonderful. It's dazzling in its visualization. And the story is really good and the characters are really good. So Unicorn Warriors Eternal, I highly recommend.
Love it.
And the last one I'll say is Barbie.
Honorable mention.
Barbie is not in my top 15, despite me really thinking about it. And my wife really slammed me, and she's like, I bet it would be if you had a vagina. And I'm like, that's probably fair. Because she got me. I'm like,
Yeah, there's a lot of man stuff in that movie too. So
there's a fair point of like, what does Barbie mean to people? And like, what does Barbie mean to me? Barbie means like, it's a really wonderful time. I think it's really good.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of incredible stuff. That Greta Gerwig and the rest of them have created with Barbie. I think it's wonderful. I think it deserves the pop cultural phenomenon status it's had this year. It just didn't make top 15 for me. I still think it's a wonderful, wonderful film.
Yeah, same. All right. So I guess we should finally get into our 15s.
So Ryan, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
I'll go first because I'm pretty sure we're not going to talk about it.
We'll just keep our same order. It'll go Ryan, me, Ben, Brandon.
My 15, Monarch Legacy of Monsters.
Higher.
Yeah.
Higher.
All right. So we'll hold off on that. My 15, John Wick Chapter 4.
Higher.
Yep.
Mm.
All right. We'll hold off on that, Ben.
My 15 is Ahsoka.
No, I for some reason, like I'm thinking about it like now. I'm like, why didn't I put that on my list? Oh well, too late now.
Yeah. Ben.
My 15 is Ahsoka.
Okay. And nobody had that any higher. So Ben, go off.
I didn't even finish the last episode.
Still?
All right.
No.
Okay. So the reason why I put Ahsoka on my top 15 is mostly because I finally watched all of Rebels this year. And the reason I have it there is because of the Rebels stuff. Don't get me wrong. The Vader and Ahsoka stuff, or the Anakin and Ahsoka stuff, is really, really good. But for me, what makes the show shine the brightest is the stuff involving Rebels, is the stuff involving Ezra, the stuff involving Sabine, the stuff, all of that. And of course, Thrawn, thank you. The stuff involving Thrawn. All of that just made the show for me. And I know I've been joking like this feels more like a Rebels sequel than an Ahsoka sequel, but there were some really good Ahsoka moments. But man, the fact that you guys, air quotes, bullied me into watching Rebels before Ahsoka, worth it. I absolutely loved watching Rebels, and it made Ahsoka all that better for me.
I put it in my honorable mentions again for a specific sliver. For me, the Rebel stuff isn't what's doing it. It is Vader. It is Anakin. And the thing is that personally, I did not know how much I wanted an epilogue on Darth Vader, and like something that really touched on, in an actual way, a real character moment thing about Anakin after he goes into the Force. And this idea that Anakin has to live in balance of both his good and his bad in the Force was such a like, it makes Vader's redemption and all of that really feel like it means something in the world of Star Wars to me. Really makes it feel like the impact of who he was in all his parts is important. And I didn't know how much I wanted that out of Star Wars until I was given it. And it's honestly one of the most emotional things I've felt about Star Wars in a while. And I didn't know I needed it. I didn't know I needed it. And then it was there and I was like, holy shit, I really wanted this. And I'm happy for Hayden Christensen, and it's cool to see the live action Clone Wars stuff, but it's that button on Anakin's story, because I didn't realize that I didn't think Return of the Jedi was satisfying enough. Once we had all the prequel stuff, that I didn't feel like Return of the Jedi was a satisfying conclusion. And now I feel really satisfied about Anakin's whole story. And I didn't know that was something I needed.
And also, like, Ezra is like the most perfect casting, I think. Of that whole show. Like, that dude is just like, yo, that guy grew up and there he is. It's great.
Yep.
Awesome. Brandon, number 15.
Exterminators.
Yeah.
Love it. I love to hear it.
It was in my honorable mentions. Let's go.
Yeah, it's look, I didn't read a lot of comics this year. None of my I didn't read any of my personal pile this year. I only read stuff in the book club. But that said, it's awesome. I really like it. I think about it constantly. I think about panels of that comic all the time, over and over again. It was hilarious, it was fun, it was brutal. It's exactly the kind of X-Men book I want always. This kind of like horny, extreme, brutal, violent kind of X-Men story that it reminded me of. Part of the reason why I didn't read a lot of comics is because I have so much X-Men, and the reason why I have so much X-Men is because I kind of fell out of love with the Krakoa stuff. I started kind of thinking after Hickman it felt a little listless, but with Exterminators it felt very much like, oh right, this is why I liked Krakoa in the first place. This is what really gravitated me towards Krakoa, why I really appreciated it, why I really like went hard into this run. And it's all exemplified in Exterminators. And I really liked that book. I love the art. I love the writing. Everything about it is just 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I still love the original name that she wanted to call it, Leia Williams, the writer. It's Grindhouse of X, but they wouldn't go with it. Exterminators works too.
I echo everything Brandon said. I think it was just such a special comic. I felt that in this year of what I got to read, that it lingered with me and it continued to linger with me. So yeah, I agree. It was really wonderful.
It's BR clock, sluts. Something I never thought I'd hear X-23 say.
And I love at the end of like, oh, I really wish I didn't say that.
Yeah, that's not me.
Let's go to Ryan, your number 14.
My number 14 is No One Will Save You.
Hey.
This is the one horror movie I decided to put on my list. And again, going into like many factors of like, I love Evil Dead Rise, but like No One Will Save You is like, it's a little more original because it's not like, the 4th or 5th sequel. So I wanted to give it a little more praise in that regard. It's an awesome home invasion movie. That's also an alien invasion movie. And the fact that it's really low budget, the fact that like there's no dialogue the entire movie, it's really bold. And the fact that they got away with it is so good. And there's also really interesting character stuff that they just sprinkle throughout, so it keeps you invested in the character and like what her backstory is. But the alien stuff, it is like the best like weird little fuckers movie of the year, because there's a lot of different types of aliens and they're all weird little dudes.
They are.
And like it was so fun watching it with like all the homies in our house, because we were just giving them random names. And it was just so fun because like they all have little quirky personalities and they're all little assholes, little shitty, like the like type of gray aliens, but with like modifications. Really fun, inventive. Again, like a tight 90. I don't want this to become a franchise, but I want more movies like this.
Yeah,
because it's combining different genres. It's like The Strangers, but with little freaky aliens.
This is really the director of Love and Monsters, right?
Yes, I think so.
And one of the writers of the Kong Skull Island TV show.
They're the same guy.
Same guy. There you go. Yeah.
yeah, I really like it. It's really special. It's really wonderful. I highly recommend it. I think the performance of the main actress is great. I think the aliens are really kooky and cool. One of my favorite things is that you can't really gauge what their motives are for like why they're doing what they're doing in a moment. You don't really know where, like, each one feels like a distinct personality because of how they're approaching her. Not They don't all just do the same thing. They all have like their own way of engaging with the environment and engaging with her, which is really unique and interesting for things that don't talk. And yeah, it was, I can't forget like us sitting together watching it, and because there's no dialogue, we end up like talking a little bit, and so we're naming these aliens as they show up, and it's like, oh god damn it, where's Garrett? Where is Garrett? Like, it does like shit like that. It's like they all had names and we all knew what their names were, and they were consistent in the moment of us watching the movie. Like, I couldn't remember any of them now, but while we were watching it, like, we knew like Tyler's gonna show up anytime now. When is Tyler coming back? Like, and like that'd be the kind of shit, and it was a ton of fun.
And they're also like
really
they're also like mean. So like when they get their comeuppance, it's like, there you go, Roger, you deserve that. Like, it's really, really a good time.
Yeah.
I look forward to finally watching it someday. Hopefully soon.
I really look forward to you finally watching it as well. I think it's really, really cool. I highly recommend it for anybody. I'm glad Ryan picked it.
Yeah.
My number 14 is definitely, and I will be very honest and upfront, a thing of recency bias, but it is Scott Pilgrim Takes Off.
No.
All right, cool. Wow, not even in your honorable mentions, Ben. Damn. All right. Look, here's the thing. It is partially that we are just doing all the Scott Pilgrim stuff right now, so it's all top of mind, and I'm going back to the books, and I'm remembering how much those books mean to me, and I'm associating it, and I think the show is a fantastic companion piece to the books. Not just adaptation, but like, I think it is all the more wonderful as a thing, without spoiling what the show's about in case you haven't watched it, where you get to spend so much time with characters in a way that you don't spend time with those characters in the books. And it's like getting a whole other side of a story, in a sense. And I really like it. And the thing is, like, I waffled about it, going from honorable mentions to somewhere in the top 15 and everything, until the last two episodes. And once it became the last two episodes, the problem is that it struck a chord of something so personal. And if I'm being really transparent, it's that they're telling a story with it that is, we've talked about it a little bit. Brandon and I had like a personal project called Reflections that we were doing amongst our family. They're literally doing a story that is what I've structured like 8 years ago, is the end point of that. And so I was like, Scott Pilgrim gets me. Like, I can't separate what is personally representative to me, and like, Scott Pilgrim means a lot to me, so Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. The animation's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It has things that I'm not as crazy about, but like, what the whole thing did and how it works as another part to the books for me, and the books being one of my favorite things ever, is like, it is a top 14, number 14 thing for me.
Love it.
Maybe it wouldn't have been if I'd been a little further away from it, but I'm very recent to it, and
Yeah,
it's like, nah, it's here. It hit me. So yeah.
All right, Ben.
My number 14 is come on, give it. The Last of Us.
Oh, higher.
Okay.
All right.
Love it.
My 14 is Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Can't fight the friction.
Finally, we can talk about it. Let's go.
Here's the thing. I've talked about it before on the holiday annual. I've talked about it. Probably already said it on recording, but I definitely said it off recording. I can't remember what I say anymore. The back half of my year was just Dropout, was just Dimension 20. That's all I did. And so there's a few things on this list that are like, yeah, I guess it has to be there because I don't really have anywhere else to, because there's nothing else I did, right? So like, in another year, probably Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1 would not be on my top 15, but I did really love it. So it ended up there just kind of by default. I honestly, like, I don't think it's the best Mission Impossible film. I think it's close to being top, but I think Christopher McQuarrie knocks it out of the park every single time. A lot of my love of the film comes from the fact that I really didn't like Fast X, and they share a set piece. Mission Impossible and Fast X share a set piece in Italy, and I think Mission Impossible has a far more inventive one than Fast X does. And so like I was kind of like sitting there going like, oh, maybe Mission Impossible has replaced Fast X, has replaced the place that the Fast and Furious films had occupied in my heart. I think Tom Cruise is on top form. I really think that of the kind of part ones that we were experienced to this year, much like Across the Spider-Verse, it feels very much like a singular film in its own right. They're setting up a even though it is setting up a second film, I do feel very much like this was a complete movie. All the set pieces are great, all the actors are great. Haley Atwell is a revelation, even though I've loved her since Captain America: The First Avenger. I feel like I have fallen in love with her once again, as if she was
so
a new
good.
actress. She's so good. It does have a blemish. We've talked about it on the review. I won't go into it here. But yeah, I love it. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, it's really, really great. I do also love it. It's just not
Mhm.
not as much as other things, but it is a damn good. People seem to have turned on that movie in the last back half of the year, and I don't get it. At least from what I've seen, but like I still think that movie is a banger, great action movie.
I haven't. I'll say I haven't turned on it, but it did not make my honorable mentions. The thing is, it's my fourth favorite Mission Impossible movie.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't clear. You know, like in a year where there's a lot of great things, like I liked it. I think it's well made. But it doesn't clear a lot of these other things for me.
A lot of the also the reason that I want to go back to with like it feels very much like a singular film and a part one at the same time, is because, and I'm going to tell you exactly why it made my top 15 in a moment, but like it's also the only one that clearly wrote the second part of its film, which we know that Beyond the Spider-Verse is still being made. It hasn't even been recorded yet, and we know that Fast X part 2 isn't even scripted. They did not know where that story was going to go. Once spoilers, the waterfall hits Dom, and they're like, I guess we'll figure it out later. And like that's ridiculous to me. If you're doing a part one, you know you're doing a part one. You've got to know where you're going. And I think credit to Spider-Verse, I do think they know where they're going. It's just not a finished film yet.
Just in like broad sense, right?
Yeah. And Mission Impossible does know where it's going. It very clearly like knew that what these two movies are going to be, what that story is going to be. And you can feel that in the movie. It doesn't feel like it's ending in a place where we don't know where we're going next.
Yeah, to that point, like we know those movies were written at the same time, you know, like and worked on around the same time. It's just like pandemic and then the strikes have affected like the release window. That was the one that would have come out like 1 year. It's not going to, but that's not their fault.
Right. But the reason what set it over the edge for me, what I was like, what set it into top 15 was specifically I was thinking about the airport scene and Shea Wingham looking disgruntled that that he couldn't find Tom Cruise, and then Tom Cruise running across the route behind him. I was like, nah, that's top 15.
It's pretty good.
Shea Wingham is like slowly becoming my favorite. Like this guy shows up in a movie. Oh, hell yeah. Every time he's in a movie, I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
this was in your honorable mentions as well.
It was. I did really enjoy Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning, but when I was making the list, like I said, there's so many things I forgot, and looking back on it, it's like I did really like it, but other stuff just beat it out. And looking back at this year, it's like other things I really enjoyed more. That and Scream 6. I'm so glad I was able to finally watch all those films this year. I think that was really good thing for me to get to those movies. And when we got to those movies, they were all fun times. They were all great. I had a really good time. I just liked other stuff more.
Yeah, for sure. And that happens.
Yeah.
All right, Ryan, back to you with your number 13.
Number 13.
13. I know it's a show only I've watched, and it's called Foundation. It's Apple TV. Y'all, we recently watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and we were just talking about lighting and like they don't make movies like they used to. Apple is putting so much money into this incredible sci-fi show where there's tons of special effects. Obviously, it takes place 12,000 years in the future, and it's a sci-fi show. But the amount of practical sets on the show is astonishing. It's astonishing. The budget, the production value, the craft that's going into this is next level. I'll talk about it just briefly because I know you guys haven't watched this, so you don't have like an idea of what the total show's about. 12,000 years in the future, it's about the genetic dynasty of Cleon and this man, Cleon the First. He's an emperor. He's like, yo, I think I'm the best emperor to have ever been emperor. I don't want anyone else to ever be emperor, so I'm going to clone myself over and over and over again, and I will be the only emperor of all time. And it's called the Genetic Dynasty because when we start the show, we're on like Cleon the 15th, and it's Lee Pace who rules, and he's like half naked that entire show on purpose because they know who they got in that lead. But what's so cool about the show is there are always 3 clones of the emperor. You have the young version who's a kid, you have the adult version who's Lee Pace, and then you have the old version who is the mentor of all of them, right? To keep them on the path of Cleon. And it's about this man and his white fascism, like white fascism on the universe, and how Jared Harris, who is the universe's greatest mathematician, he creates a algorithm equation that he can literally predict the future because we have 12,000 years of recorded history. He's able to tell the future, and he's like, "Yo, this empire is going to fall, and when it falls, it is going to plunge the universe into the darkest depths it's ever been for thousands of years, and it'll be barbarism and horrible." And he's coming at it from a scientist. And Cleon's coming from like, "Yo, you're trying to like destroy my legacy, destroy who people believe in me." So it is about science becoming a religion and becoming a revolutionary force against Cleon and his genetic dynasty. And it's about how the universe is so diverse, and it's about diversity overcoming this genetic dynasty. And it's also just this super cool, dope sci-fi show that has, I'm not joking, the coolest hyperdrive sequence of anything I've ever seen with black holes and the way they teleport to other parts of the universe. It is so good looking. It is so well acted. The leads are on top form. The action is so good. It's just like, I can't believe the show exists, and it would only exist on either HBO or Apple, because like it would not look this good on Amazon, but not look this good on Netflix. Like, and thankfully it's getting its 3rd season, because like the show ends and I'm like, it's at a really interesting point in season 2 that I would hate if it ended, because it is such an expensive show, and it's not Apple's most watched show, but it's their 6th most watched show. And I think that's just good enough for them to give it that 3rd season. It's so good. I think all of you guys would love it. It is like when I think of like the best sci-fi TV, like Battlestar or something, like this is really right up there. Like I love it so much. It's just doing so many cool things. And like, again, it looks so expensive. I can't believe the show exists. And Apple believes in it, and it's just really great. I love it. Foundation.
It's, in hindsight, it might be a good thing that HBO Max went under, because now Apple TV Plus has emerged as the greatest streaming service.
It really has. Like, and like, by all accounts, almost all the stuff they put out is good. Like they actually like are putting quality over quantity, which is
with the exception of Ghosted.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. For the most part. Yeah.
The majority.
Hey, but they also had 2 Oscar nominated. Well, Napoleon's not Oscar nominated yet, but it might be.
Yeah,
Sure.
and that seems really good. I definitely want to see it again. There are a couple, like I would love to have seen Napoleon. I'm so mad I didn't see Killers of the Flower Moon. It's also 3.5 hours, so it's a little harder to budget that into a movie when I'm watching things at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I will go next with my number 13. I'm sure I'm about to get stopped. It's The Bear season 2.
Stop.
Yep.
Higher.
That's higher.
But I'm so happy we get to talk about it.
Yeah.
I think I'm the other one who has this on his list for number 13. It is the indie hit Sea of Stars.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I was so close to starting it, but then I was like, I'm just going to play Sea of Thieves. It's on Game Pass. I'll get to it eventually, I promise.
Yeah. So Sea of Stars is a indie RPG that took the world by storm, because it's based off Chrono Trigger. Now, actually having played a few hours of Chrono Trigger, I could definitely see the Chrono Trigger-ness of Sea of Stars. But man, this just goes to show you that not only turn-based RPGs still have a place in the modern gaming world, but sprite-based video games have a place in the video gaming world. And the only reason why it's so low on the list is because I haven't beaten the game. I'm a good, I would say maybe 15 hours or so into it. Mm-hmm. I still have a long way to go, but it is just so fun just to explore the world, just to listen to the 16-bit, the chiptune style music. The art in this game, the pixel art, is just phenomenal. It is absolutely gorgeous.
I've been listening to, obviously, because it's the end of the year, or excuse me, the beginning of the year. It's a new year, y'all. Like a lot of video game websites top games, and Sea of Stars is on a lot of them because of a man named Garl. Are you in love with Garl as everyone else is?
You kidding me? Garl is my favorite. He is my boy. I freaking love Garl. The warrior cook is best boy. I will protect that man with everything I got. He is just the best. He will go on this journey with his friends, even though he's technically not supposed to. But he's like, I'm going to go with you anyway, because F it. even though when I was a kid I lost my eye, I'm still gonna fight with y'all. You can't stop me.
Yeah, he won with an Alan Wake 2 character, like best character of the year at one of the websites I listen to. And like apparently, like he's not the main character, but he might as well be because of how dope he is.
No, when he joined my party, I was like, thank God, I love this dude so much. But yeah, the game is absolutely fantastic. This game actually inspired me to go and play, or to finally start playing Chrono Trigger, and I fall in love with that not ancient game, but that gem of a video game that everyone puts on some of their top 10s somewhere, or as one of the best RPGs of all time. And also the way that this game is different, because it's not just like simple, hey, I attack this enemy, you attack, you done. But you could also, like, if you time it correctly and you hit the button at a certain time, you can do extra damage. Or with
like Super Mario.
Valorant, she has this attack called the Moonerang, which is essentially a beam of moon energy, but it bounces off her staff and it hits every single enemy in tandem. And you could just get a really good volley going. And you could go from doing, like, say, 100 points of damage, which is the base, or it could be your base, to 600 or 700 points because of how good you're just going boom, 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 boom. And the game is really well written. The world it belongs in is vibrant. It's gorgeous. And I'm glad I have access to it through my PlayStation Plus account, because when it was like, hey, you could just download this and play this at no extra cost, and I'm like, this game is fantastic. It is gorgeous, beautiful. If you love old school RPGs, Phil, you are doing yourself a disservice not playing Sea of Stars.
It'll happen in the year 2024 for sure.
All right.
Brandon, number 13.
1923.
All right.
Higher. I'm just kidding.
Oh, really?
Like, what?
1923 is a show that my dad was really excited for. I'm going to open with that. He was really excited for it, and he passed away before the show could even air. The majority of the show aired in the first half of this year, and so it does make my list here because in honor of him, I watched it, and I really did like 1883, which is the other spinoff. But 1923 was really special. I think it's better than 1883 by quite a wide margin. The performances are really great. Harrison Ford this year probably had his best year in years. He delivered 3. I haven't seen all of Shrinking, but like I don't like Indiana Jones: The Dial of Destiny, but he was good in it. He's really good in it.
Yeah.
He's really great in 1923. The cast is great. It's kind of one of those shows where like anyone could die at any moment, and you're not really sure who. All you know is that Kevin Costner has to be born soon. But you're not quite sure who Kevin Costner's dad is. So outside of that, everyone else could just start collapsing. And it's really a good time. It's not. That's a horrible thing to say. It's not a good time at all. It's a really terrible time. But there's one specific love story that like I really gravitated towards, and it's this like British girl who's like longing for adventure, and she finds this dude, this Dutton kid who went through the war, and he's this guy. He's like he hunts like wild animals for rich people to like protect rich people when they go camping stupidly in the safari. And he's like, okay, well, I'll kill that cat who killed like three of your people, even though you shouldn't be here because this is the cat's territory. But you're paying me a lot of money. And so this British girl like falls in love with him and is like, I don't want to marry this posh dude. I want to go off with you. And so they go off on this grand adventure, and they it's such a good story, and it's only its first season. It's getting a second, thank goodness. I was in tears by the end of it. It ended up being a far more important show for me than I anticipated it would be.
Yeah.
All right, but that's my 13.
Love it. Number 12, right?
Yep.
Blue Eye Samurai.
Yes.
I think this show is really special. It is honestly one of my favorite things Netflix has ever put out, not just because like it has a visual style and it's like 3D animation that actually looks good as opposed to most of the stuff Netflix put out, but
Shocking.
like the idea of this half Japanese, half white girl going around trying to kill all the white men who might be her dad is such a compelling story. and it has such a great voice cast. There's so many famous people in it. Kenneth Branagh is like the evil Irish bad guy, but it is so visually stunning, and the action is so crisp. And like, I don't want to say too much about it because like it's actually pretty twisty and turny. Like the fact that she's a girl, I don't think even most people know. But it's not really.
I didn't. I know it's revealed in the first episode, but I didn't know, and I'm glad I didn't know because like when I was watching, I was like, oh, is this a? I knew it was a girl voice actor. But I was like, is this about a girl?
Yeah. And there's a lot of really great stuff in it. It has some of the strongest side character work of the year for me, with characters that I did not expect to fall in love with. But I just gravitate towards like it's a really cool revenge story, and the fact that it's based in a time period I haven't seen a lot of, and it takes place during an era where Japan has closed its borders off to the world, so only Japanese people are in the country, except for these 4 evil white men. And like it's so cool to see like their machinations and what they're planning to do, how to like potentially take over Japan from the inside, and how some evil Japanese people are allowing it. And this character who just wants to get revenge for what happened to her. So it's kind of like a Kill Bill type thing, but not as like fantastic. Well, it's really like good.
It's like a really fucked up Mamma Mia.
That is a yes. Yeah, fucked up Mamma Mia, the samurai story. That's 100% what it is, Brandon. That's a great parallel. There's one episode specifically where we learn about her past. It's like midway through the season, and that's my favorite episode of the show. And it's like it is so compelling, and the action is just so damn good. And you can always like what I love about this type of show is like it doesn't do a lot of quick cuts like a lot of action movies, like like to get away from the action. Because it's animated, you can just watch the action unfold, and that's some of the best sword fights I've seen in live action or animated period. And the ending is so strong, and it leaves such a great not cliffhanger, but like, do you really want to see a season 2? And luckily they announced a season 2. Just really compelling, beautiful stuff, and it's an original story. It's just really, really great. I really, really loved it.
It's on my honorable mentions. I can't speak too much on it because it would have been in my top 15 had I finished it. I'm pretty confident about that.
Yeah.
I'm only halfway through, but I echo a lot of what Ryan has said already.
Yeah, and it's one of those shows that I think only gets better and better, and like the finale is like pow, pow.
Yeah, everybody and their mother has told me that I should be watching this, so I'm sure I'll get to it at some point and really enjoy it.
Yeah.
I'll take it. My number 12 is Monarch: Legacy of Monsters.
Higher.
Jesus. All right, here we go.
Hell yeah, Gojira.
Go ahead, Ben.
My number 12 is the Super Mario Brothers movie soundtrack.
Not even on it, but I still respect the pool because
it's good.
I won't say it's the best movie soundtrack of the year, but it's definitely top 5.
Yeah. So I freaking love this soundtrack so much. Like we all know that when you say Nintendo, or I could even go ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba, everyone knows what that's from. Everyone. Almost you probably never even played the game. It's like, oh yeah, that's Mario.
Halo? Oh, sorry, Mario.
The way Brian Tyler was able to incorporate all the music, like not just music from the original Mario games. He was like, there have been YouTube videos where it's like, hey, this snippet of this song is actually from Mario Galaxy, or this is from Captain Toad, or just like all these different songs from all of the games, not just the NES or the Super Nintendo games. It's all of the Super Mario titles that get some love. And just listening to it is like one of my favorite songs is a song that's not even in the damn movie, because effing Illumination is like, hey, we're going to put Take On Me. And I know I've talked about this before, but I'll talk about it again. It's driving me bananas. It's the scene where Mario and Peach go to the Kongs and they're driving around with that guy. The music in that is all from Donkey Kong Country. Like you hear, but it's done in a way that when you finally do hear the bum, 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 you're like, it's not just like the Leo meme. It's like, but it's done so well. And I am so upset that Illumination is like, hey, let's put in a pop song in there instead. And I'm really glad that apparently Brian Tyler fought to make sure the Superstar theme was in there and it wasn't Van Halen's jump. As much as I love Van Halen, that would have ruined the movie for me if they didn't do the.
Can I just say objectively, like in an outside perspective, not for that moment, but in general, Van Halen's jump is the only pop culture song that should be in a Mario movie because he jumps. Like, I would be fine with it, not for the moment you're talking about, but like, sure, jump Van Halen, I get it, cute, whatever.
Yeah,
That movie?
I mean, no, and also the
Yeah.
beginning of the movie, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, when he's running to go
Yeah,
to the job
Yeah.
and he's going through World War I in the construction site. I could get that. That's fine. I'm not arguing with that. But you have a litany of amazing Nintendo themes and amazing Nintendo music that so many fans and so many people have known throughout almost 40 years, close to 40 years of this dude right here.
Mhm.
And then you do this. And
What's
you
weird
had Brian
about What's weird about Take on Me is that it's not even a reference that kids watching that movie are going to get. Like kids watching that movie aren't familiar with Take on Me. Like that's from our generation. That's kids in
true.
our generation would like that. So like, but here's the thing. So here's what I'm getting at. Illumination is very much known for putting pop songs in their movies. They do it all the time. Migration made money off of the fact that they put Taylor's version of whatever song that they put in that movie. So like they're known for that, but they're known for doing it with music that is more relevant to the generation that they are catering towards, which are which is the younger generation, which aren't even not necessarily our kids, but yeah, kind of our generation's kids. So like Take on Me is a few generations removed from that, which makes its inclusion very weird. And I don't really understand why they did it that way.
Yeah, I think like I don't love that movie, but I would actively like the movie more if it included more Mario music, which they made and just didn't use.
Yeah, the pop.
It's baffling.
Most of the pop song moments really hurt it, and then like you have the release score that has those missing tracks, and it's like, what are we doing?
I would like if I was what's Brian Tyler?
Brian Tyler.
I would like I would be mad as well if like I made all this music and you're not even using it.
Yeah, like if that's just. It is to me. It's just nuts because there's so many other great parts in the movie where they do use his score, where he incorporates like the airship themes or Bowser's Castle themes, and all these other fantastic Mario songs that you know and love playing the video games that you just like. Oh yeah, this is from X Mario game, and it's like or like, hey, I remember this music's seared in my brain because this level gave me such a hard time as a kid.
Yeah.
And the fact that Illumination decided not to use all of it is still just absolutely bonkers, but which is why the soundtrack is on my top 15, not the movie itself.
Yeah.
Right.
We've done messed up, Illumination.
We've been playing Super Mario Wonder as like a household.
Oh, yeah.
It's not in your top 15, right?
No.
Okay. That game also does a lot of incredible remixing of old music. So like when you eventually play it, Ben, I know you'll love it because like the music in that game whips.
It's really good. I've been playing it.
Oh, good.
I've been playing with Danny.
Good. Yeah. I love
Spoiler
the
alert,
airship.
it's on my top 15.
Oh, there you go.
I
love the airship remixes that it does.
All right. My 12, right?
12.
Yeah. Number 12.
Doctor Who Wild Blue Yonder.
Cool.
I was really excited for Doctor Who to come back. I watched a lot of Doctor Who because of it. A lot of Doctor Who that I really loved, and a lot of Doctor Who I really was unfortunately disappointed in. But for the most part, I was very happy with Russell T Davies' return to the world of Doctor Who. I really enjoyed all 4 specials to varying degrees, but Wild Blue Yonder, I believe, is a perfect episode of Doctor Who. It is his best episode that he has done recently. I really like it because it kind of works on the same level that Midnight works, right? Where it's like you see that he's it's just 2 actors acting in this crazy concept of like at the edge of the universe, because it has an edge of the universe thanks to the flux, and like and the way it deals with what happened in Jodie Whittaker's run of learning about the timeless child and the flux and all that, and how it weaves into this emotional moment for the Doctor that he has with Donna, then to be horrifically revealed that wasn't Donna, that was someone else, that was the No Things. The ending floors me because like I genuinely thought Donna was gonna die. Like I genuinely had a moment where I was like, this is where Donna dies. Holy shit. I really like that episode. And it ends with Wilfred Mott coming back and like, holy shit. It's truly an incredible episode.
Yeah, it's in my honorable mentions. I think it's the best, easily hands down of the new specials, including the first Christmas special.
Oh yeah, I also still agree.
I think it's easily far and away the best. And I love it. I do think it's a perfect Doctor Who story. It's a perfect little special. I think when you think about the Doctor and Donna coming back together, this is the kind of shit like that hits like, yeah. I loved it. I think it's brilliant. I look forward to talking about it at some point.
I love the big practical hands. There's a lot more practical
Yeah.
stuff in this episode. Like there's a cool robot who moves
Stunt
around.
doubles
Yeah.
to
And-
like even for like what looks like singular shots.
Yeah.
And I love the mavity of the situation.
Mm-hmm. The fact that they've kept it up, I'm like, this is good. This is good. I'm gonna start saying that for real.
To explain the joke, Ben, because I want to quickly explain what happened. The beginning of the episode, the TARDIS like lands in the tree that the apple lands on Sir Isaac Newton, and they're just like, and Donna's like, wait, you're Sir Isaac Newton, like, oh my god, and like the Doctor is like, don't say it, because like don't you appreciate? And then they both say the gravity of the situation. And then they peace out. And then he's like, what is that word they said? Gravity? Mavity.
Oh no.
And it changes history because every single time since we've heard the word gravity, it's been mavity.
It's a great recurring joke that they like at this point they are definitely going to continue it for the entire like I hope just the rest of Doctor Who, because that's really a really funny thing.
Yeah, like Shooty Gatwa even goes like it like condenses all the mavity. Killed me. All right, anyway, I love that episode. That's my number 12.
Number 12. Up to me, 11?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fall of the House of Usher.
Higher.
Yeah! How did those get on your list? Oh, it's fantastic.
All right.
All right, Sparks.
That felt really good.
Oh wait, we have a new comment. Ian Sane. I haven't seen you in ages.
Happy
hey,
New Year.
Yeah,
Tenant for
hashtag
life.
Tenant for life.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
He's a great doctor.
Yeah, he's
Hashtag
right.
Capaldi. Fuck. Hashtag
Well,
Capaldi
the
for life.
Crusaders.
Ryan's about to do the same to me on my number 11, which is Scavenger's Reign.
Higher.
Yeah. All right. So Ben.
I'm pretty sure none of you have this on your number 11, but it's something I watched. It's a little bit recency biased, but I really liked it a whole lot. And it's the Tetris, the Apple TV Plus movie.
Oh yeah, I didn't get a chance.
I forgot that even came out. I really want to see it because I like Taron Egerton.
It's okay. So it's really fun. It is a really fun movie. I won't lie. There's a lot of embellishment because it's also apparently the script was also based off this book called The Tetris Effect, where the story of how Tetris came from the Soviet Union to the rest of the world is much more like Soviet Russian spy thriller. You got a bunch you got like KGB agents everywhere, where in reality it was a lot less dramatic essentially. But the movie is really good. It gets the history of the base history of how Tetris came to America or came to the world really decently well. It goes through a bunch of the stuff that if you've watched the Gaming Historians video about or documentary of how Tetris came out of Russia, it does nail a lot of the main points, like the crazy licensing issues that the game had, where Robert Stein thought he had the rights for one game because of how the wording of the contract, where the Russians thought something completely different. It's there, and it's just really fun. And also, they kind of separate the movie into levels. So, like each act, it's not a 3-act movie, or it is a 3-act movie, but there's like 2 levels in each act, and it's really fun. And the way they do it's unapologetically 80s, and it's fun. It's really fun. It's really good. I mean, if you know the story, it does get you on the edge of your seat because you want the guys to win. You want like, hey, Tetris. How does Tetris become the global phenomenon that it is? And it's fun. If you have Apple TV Plus and you love the game Tetris, I would definitely give this a watch. But also, I would also watch the Gaming Historians documentary to get the whole picture. But I really enjoyed it. I'm really glad I finally sat down and watched it because I know I've been wanting to see it for the longest time, and I finally did. So yeah, Tetris.
You see that kid? The kid beat Tetris. The first person to ever actually beat Tetris.
Yes, he got the kill screen.
That kid's like 13.
Oh my
Holy crap.
good man. Good for no, okay. First of all, great for him. Second, I know he's a competitive Tetris player because I heard someone talk about it. Because over at Portland, when I went to Portland a few years ago, they were doing the Classic Tetris World Championships. Those people are gods.
Oh yeah.
How they're able to play Tetris that well with the blocks essentially just with the little Tetraminos just essentially just popping out of thin air on screen, and you don't even see them falling down. They're just falling down so fast. It's like, I thought I was decent at Tetris. No, I ain't got shit compared to those guys. It
Well, that's
is
their job, baby.
phenomenal. No, next time I go to Portland, I will make sure to take video of people playing in the Tetris World Championships. Be like, yeah, I can't do that.
Love it.
Yeah, I definitely want to get to that at some point. Brandon,
My
11.
number 11. I'm actually curious about this one. If I'm going to be interrupted, The Legend of Vox Machina season 2 from Ben. No,
I forgot to put it on.
all right, that's fair.
So many things.
Yeah, I
This is
got
why
into
you
Vox
gotta
Machina.
keep track of your predictions, baby. It was in your predictions.
I know, but other things.
Hey Ben, there's a really cool app I use called TV Time. It helps me
Nah.
track my TV shows. Anyway,
More
Um,
apps. Not enough apps.
I got into Dungeons and Dragons in a big way this year, as I've already mentioned. Legend of Vox Machina because of that. Is one of the reasons because of that. I really like that show. I watched the first 2 seasons in quick succession this year. The characters are all wonderful. The way the show is plotted is great. I love the animation. It's so fluid and fun. I kind of wish the dragons in season 2 were more traditionally animated and less CG animated. And also the Sphinx, which I don't really think was a good animation choice. But ultimately, the way they are adapting the show is really cool because you can see how it was adapted from a tabletop role playing game. You can feel like the moments when they roll badly or they roll well, or certain things happen. I really like the show, and I'm actually really surprised because season 1 and 2 have both premiered in January. That we are in the 3rd January since its premiere, and there has not been an announcement about season 3's release yet. So that's been shocking.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We
I
do
really
know
love
it's
it.
coming. We do know
Oh,
it's
yeah,
coming.
no. They're getting their 5 seasons. Like, there's no question.
Yeah. Not even that. The Mighty Nine is getting a season 2.
Yeah.
Wait,
Their
is Mighty
second
Nine
campaign.
out?
No, but it's
That's
getting
not
a
out.
season.
Oh,
It's
I was
not out,
like,
but
because like I love the first campaign of Critical Role, but I like the second campaign is like the one I really love. So like I will jump on that in a second. So I was like, I'm scared I missed it.
That's,
they,
that's awesome.
I,
Happy for you, Brandon.
Right.
I'll comment on Vox Machina very quickly because that show is fantastic. And Grayson, I see you in the chat. I'm sorry.
It hurts my
Apparently,
soul sometimes.
I heard there are Brandon says the exact same thing.
You won't hurt my soul.
Yeah. No, Vox Machina is great, and even one of the best things about the show is because how they adapted their tabletop game to the anime to the show. And like when Brand said, you can tell when they roll low. The doors, the doors are some of my every time they
favorite
face a
thing-
locked door. It's the
My
funniest
favorite
shit.
thing in the first season ever is when they're in White Castle. White Castle is Whitestone, and they're trying to get through the door, and Vex can't get through, and he and you know, because there's a lockpick, and it's clearly it's because in the campaign he kept rolling badly and couldn't lockpick the door, and so the way they animated that and translated that to the show is brilliant.
Yep.
Awesome.
Anyway, number 10.
Number 10, The Bear.
The
Bear season 2. My friend Sparks here, luckily hopped on the Bear wagon.
My number 13.
Love it. The whole family got involved in this one. I'm so happy because that first season of The Bear is incredible, and I think season 2 was just as good. I've said this about a lot of things, but like really some of the strongest character work in anything this year. What I love about the show, it's not just because like I'm very familiar with the restaurant industry and how the restaurant industry attracts a certain type of people, being emotionally unstable people, and having to put a bunch of people in a kitchen together when things get hectic, just it explodes all the time. And the way that these characters interact with each other is wonderful. But the thing that I love about season 2 is the growth that a lot of these characters get. Specifically, one character, Richie, he's cousin. He's like the biggest asshole of all time. The biggest asshole. And in season 2, he has such a character shift. And like he goes from like not knowing what to do with his life, like hating what he does, to flipping.
You guys know the actor from Andor. He's the one who's set.
He's screened.
He's set to betray everybody else.
He's really skinny and tall. He's fantastic.
It is the thing that cemented the Bear season 2 being in my top 15 is the episode focused on Richie. It's all an episode about a character finally getting out of his own way and letting himself give a shit. Which is something he's just refused to let himself do for so long, and the growth of it, and the fact that it's not all contained in that episode, the path to there, but like the focus on what changes him is in that episode.
The shift happens.
And like it's really strong. It's one of the best things I've seen on television this year. I highly recommend The Bear. Yay, Kate! Yay!
This is a great inside joke, best comedy of 2023 for sure, because that show was getting labeled under comedy for award season, and like
during season one,
yeah, and that show was a drama through and through that has
so far away from comedy,
comedic elements. So an episode will end and it'll be really sad or dramatic, and we'll go best comedy of the year. Am I right? It's so good. Emmys and Golden Globe nominations are really silly sometimes. But.
Just believe the hype, guys. Like it's worth going and checking out. It's there's incredible stunt casting in it that's done really, really well.
Season 2, like every episode has like a famous person show up for no reason, and
all the character work is exceptional. And there's just really powerful emotional stuff going on. Some of my favorite character arcs were in that season of the show. So yeah, well earned.
Season 3 coming soon.
Okay, I'll go to my number 10, and we can talk about it now because it was just one away from yours. The Fall of the House of Usher.
Yeah.
This is Mike Flanagan's latest Netflix series, his last Netflix series, because he's now moving over to Amazon.
They lost the greatest thing they ever got.
They really did, because Fall of the House of Usher is incredible. Just brilliant, top to bottom. The way they interpreted Edgar Allan Poe stories into this narrative, genius, and the cast is exceptional. And I think about several things from it all the time since we saw it earlier this last year. I love it. I could say so many things, and I'm just going to restrict it down to that. It's brilliant. I think it's just more of Mike Flanagan being great. The way he thinks about Poe is so well interpreted in so many different ways throughout the whole thing. And I love the cast. I just love the cast.
And it's such the one thing I'll say about it. It's such an interesting premise. Because, like, it's not a spoiler. Like, the show is based around Roderick Usher and how all 6 of his children get killed. All 6 of them. And the different ways they get killed and how they got there. But it's all about this really horrible family. And, like, they're they all deserve to die. And they all have a chance to change. And none of them do. They all are given chances to be better people. And they don't. And it gets them killed. And the whole premise is just about this father dealing with this and like talking about it. And it's so strong, man.
And the thing is, like, not to get too far into it, the father sets it up in a way, like what happens with the dad has set it up in such a way that they're going to die no matter what. But you watch through the stories that it's because of how they choose to live their lives, their deaths are worse and more appropriate to the people that they are when they have the opportunity to be better people and thus have a more peaceful end.
It's really, there's so much poetry in this really grim show. It's a banger. It's another Mike Flanagan banger. Only makes bangers.
Yeah.
Oops, all bangers.
Oops, all bangers.
Ben?
My number 10 is Roll for Initiative, suckers. Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves.
Yeah, cool.
Anyone? No higher? All right, cool.
Mentions.
It's in my honorable mentions, yeah.
Right. What a
unfortunately
hell of a
didn't
year.
make my list.
That makes me sad. What a year for D&D, guys. At least for, I mean, Hasbro can go fall in a ditch, especially those the people who they laid off. But D&D as a whole, it just keeps growing and growing, and it makes me so excited. Not just the fact that I'm part of a D&D podcast, but the fact that Brandon is getting into D&D. We had that D&D episode earlier this year for our anniversary special. And the fact that we got a Dungeons and Dragons movie that was fantastic, that was fun. It was, I mean, as much as I will love the fourth wall breaking of the people, of the actors actually playing their characters above table, the fact that we got a Dungeons and Dragons licensed anything and it was as good as it was, to me, is nothing short of a miracle.
And
the
it's
last
sincere about it.
Yes, and it's sincere. It's hilarious. You can tell when when someone rolls a nat one, like when they're going to Themberchaud's lair, and Justin Smith's character triggers the trap, and the bridge falls, and the paladin just goes, or when they get a nat 20 and they get past the intellect devourers and they just walk by, it's like, well, that was hurtful, and it's like, you have no intelligence. We're just go walk past.
Well, what's really
The
funny,
love-
what's really interesting about Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves is not just it's sincere. It's never laughing at you for liking Dungeons and Dragons. It's laughing with you every step of the way.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the best things about it, is that it takes the jokes that D&D players will know, and you're absolutely right, Brandon. It laughs with you. It's like, look, this is like so many times has a dungeon master. I know Dan has probably gone through this a lot with us. He's planned something really epic and this really grand puzzle, and either myself or Grayson or even Aaron or Dan or Daniel just thinks of a different idea, and we all go with that idea and we throw it off the rails.
I would like to get into why I think it should be in my honorable mentions, but I really think that what I have to say would have more impact if Jonathan were here. I think he would understand it a lot better.
Jonathan. Also,
I really like it. I think it's a ton of fun. I think it's really wonderful. Everything you guys have said. Really importantly, what Brandon said, that like it wants to have fun with you as a fan of the property, and that's just so special and important. And like the fact that such talented filmmakers made it really stands out. There's so much practicality in some of the stuff that's going on. They really thought about, like, I think about the mirror trick into the wagon all the time, and how they filmed it is like they put so much work into making it special, and I really feel that. And like, while it might not be in my top 15, I'm really, really glad that we got it this year, and I really hope for more good out of that.
Yeah, it wasn't the huge success that I think Paramount wanted it to be, but Chris Pine has said, like, hey man, there's still a chance for a sequel, and I'll definitely be there if they do it. So like, I hope we can get another one, because like they struck gold with that cast and the crew, the game night crew.
I'd really love just a nice trilogy with those characters for sure.
Yeah,
I definitely, it didn't make either my honorable mention or my top 15, but that's not because I didn't like it. It's just there were other things I wanted to shout out more. It is a really great movie, and I'm glad we got it.
Also, nothing to sneeze at. One of my favorite Michelle Rodriguez performances in years.
Yeah.
Years.
100%. I loved her as the barbarian role in this movie. Even Chris Pine as the bard, but he's not really a bard. But Chris Pine, even like Justin Smith, Hugh Grant as like the conniving villain, it was really great. And even the story where you think it's going to go one way, it goes a completely different route. It's really heartfelt, and the story itself is fantastic, but also the practical effects, the practical dragonborns.
Yeah.
And Jonathan even was practical. It's amazing. It's absolutely it's so good.
That lady, Jonathan, like that scene, that little second plays in my head like at least once a week. Yeah, it's like, what a dumb.
It lives rent free in your brain. But yeah. I'm just glad that thanks to Stranger Things of how D&D, like, I feel like there's a lot of this D&D renaissance helped because it started because of Stranger Things.
It helped, yeah.
Like they kind of.
Well, what's interesting about that? What's really interesting about that? I've been thinking about that a lot, because you're right. It did start with Stranger Things, but Stranger Things has a really, in hindsight, more cynical look at Dungeons and Dragons than I think it intended to, because it frames them as the outcast nerds. So the outcast nerds play Dungeons and Dragons, and look what can come from it. It's not a bad interpretation of it, but it is interesting to look at in hindsight of like, oh yeah, this was instrumental, but also it's actually not a great look at this property.
Yeah,
when you think about it,
like, because it has to be beholden to the period.
Yeah,
and what was it like for that's what it was like. That's just that is.
They're Satan worshippers.
Like we're so fortunate to have used in this generation where everybody's kind of accepting, like, being a fan of things, where when we were kids, even, and then going back to the 80s for sure, like, it was not as accepting.
No,
like, yeah,
for real. If people like Joe Manganiello are loud and proud and have a literal dungeon in their basement to play Dungeons and Dragons, it's great to me, it's fantastic. I'm just glad that we're getting D&D things that are fun, that are good, that are well made. People are enjoying them. People, like, you got stuff like Dimension 20 where they're doing a lot of D&D stuff. Critical Role is still going strong. And yeah, what a time to be a D&D fan. And of course, you got my own podcast, D and Dark. You can listen to that right now.
And you should, because it's good.
Yay.
Brandon.
10.
Yep.
Star Trek Lower Decks season 4.
Whoop whoop. Nice.
Whoop, whoop.
Star Trek Lower Decks had its strongest season yet this year. It was something truly special, and I'm going to say why in broad strokes. One of the things that animated shows like to do is keep the status quo for as long as they can, because you have that opportunity. Your voice, these actors don't need to. You don't need to worry about actors aging out of roles. You could just keep them on, or even recast them if they don't want to do it. Gumball, very similarly, like kept changing their actors. I think 3 times because the actors kept changing, because the actors kept growing out of the role. But Star Trek Lower Decks did something that floored me this season. In the first episode, they all got promotions.
Nice.
It is a show about the Lower Decks. It is about 4 ensigns who go on wacky, kooky Star Trek adventures, and the first thing they do in this season is get promoted to lieutenant.
Hell yeah!
And they kind of have this moment where they're like, "So we're not lower deckers anymore." And there's even a scene in the end of the second episode, maybe the first episode, where they say goodbye to their bunks, which is the set piece that they've had forever. And it was like literally saying goodbye to a set piece on a show. Even though it's an animated show, you could go back to that set piece at any time you want. But they have a moment lingering on the set piece, like, no, this is for real. This is changing. This is growth. These characters are moving on. And then it deals with how each character deals with that. And in a way, and really well, Tawny Newsome, who you guys met as Mariner, Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Her arc this season was really interesting because she has this moment where she is oh god, okay. I'm sorry, I'm getting really into this. She has this moment where she keeps trying to sabotage this. She's gotten a promotion before. She used to be a commander and she was demoted down to lieutenant, then to ensign. She doesn't want to be promoted. She wants to stay an ensign forever. And then she's stranded on a planet with a Klingon. And the Klingons kind of fed up with her being like, the blah, 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 nobody likes me. I'm a rebellious Starfleet officer, blah, blah, blah. And then it kind of has fed up. Why? And she has this moment where the show does something that floored me again. And it looped back to the Star Trek The Next Generation episode Lower Decks, which the show gets its name from. And the Star Trek, because in that episode there is a Bajoran woman who goes on a dangerous mission undercover. She's an ensign. She goes on a dangerous undercover mission and she dies. And it is a character that we have known, that we met, and has friends. And then we learn that Mariner was her friend too. And she says, "I had this friend who embodied everything that Starfleet was, and she died on a covert mission. And I never want to become the general that has to send their friends to die. I want to be the person who's sent." And this person didn't sign up to be a soldier. She didn't sign up to be a special agent. She signed up to explore the stars. That's all I want to do. And if I get promoted, I have to make the decisions that set up wars. She's a character who lived through the Dominion War and had that repercussion. And then she's sitting there going, like, having this heart-to-heart moment and I'm just sitting there going, like, this is a fucking animated show. This is the Rick and Morty Star Trek show that just said to me, this character that has just, what the fuck happened? And I was kind of sitting there with that moment. And like, one of the things that modern Star Trek really messes with me is it tries to be too militaristic. And that comes from Deep Space Nine. That comes accidentally from Deep Space Nine because of the Dominion War being such a moment in that show, being like 5 seasons of that show. And Mariner comes in and does the thing that I've been doing. This isn't a military. Starfleet's not a military. They're an exploratory force. They're out there as scientists. These people were never meant to be at war. They've got weapons, but that's for defense only. And so what happens when Starfleet has become too militaristic? What does that do to the people coming up in Starfleet now?
the ensigns now who are coming up in a militaristic Starfleet. What does that do? And then what does it do to the people who came up, who were ensigns during the war, who came into the academy to be like, I want to go explore. I want to be on a science vessel and explore. And then you're in a war. And what does that do to you? And this all came from the fucking animated show.
Love it.
And I just couldn't believe it. And on top of that, they introduce a character named Nick Locarno, who was in one episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation as the main villain to bring Mariner's arc full circle, not just as a cash grab cameo, look how cool this character is, but to bring Mariner's arc full circle, to have her accept that I can be better, I can change the system, or I can actually accept that this is what's happening. I really liked it. I really liked it this season.
That does sound awesome. That's fantastic.
That's my number 10.
I having only watched a single episode of Lower Decks, I can see the quality of the show, and like hearing about it, it's one of those things where it's like I see this as really special, and it's one of those reasons why it's like the only reason I'm not watching that show is because I feel like I need the appreciation of broader Star Trek for exactly what you just laid out, where I'm like, I just don't have that. And like, I it's not that I wouldn't like the show. I wouldn't appreciate what the show's doing as much. And I want to fully appreciate what the show's doing.
Mm-hmm.
So
it means a lot to me that I said all that word vomit and you guys said that sounds awesome. So thank you for that.
Yeah, of course.
All right. That's
well-earned spot, it sounds like.
Absolutely. Yeah. My number 9, John Wick Chapter 4.
All right.
So after John Wick 3 Parabellum, which is a weird, why did they name it that movie? Yeah. I was a little worried about them making a part 4 because like I really liked Chapter 3, but like it stumbles a little bit as opposed to the first 2 movies, which are basically perfect in my opinion. And then I saw it was a 3-hour long movie. I'm like, holy shit, I don't know can this work? And not only does it work, I think it might not be like the best movie. I still think John Wick Chapter 2 is like a perfect movie, but Chapter 4 has the best action, not just of the series. It has the best. It's the best action movie of the last couple of years, in my opinion. There is a set piece every couple minutes, and every one is better than the last. I still, anytime it's retweeted on Twitter, that overhead shot with the dragon fire gun, that's a practical. That's not the CG stuff, but like that's an actual shot that they did. I thought it was gonna be all CG, and I'm like, no, man, they did that shit. People are on fire in that scene. It is so magical. Yeah. And it is such a beautiful way to end the series if they were to end it, but they're not. God willing. But like that is a perfect end to the John Wick legacy.
You can't make Keanu Reeves come back.
Exactly. And the only way they do it is if they do the idea of like he's in hell, but they'll never be that fantastical with it. Yeah. But every set piece,
I don't know. Gladiator 2 sounds wild.
It's not that old script where like he fights Jesus and shit. I wish. But like it has a great villain. It has great side characters. Donnie Yen being like this is the second time he's played like a blind swordsman guy, but like I think he's infinitely cooler in this because he has like much more of like a personality, and he still gets to do his Ip Man shit. He does like an uppercut punch that's like his signature. Like I'm finishing this fight, uppercut. It's the sickest shit. Like I think about that movie, and the only reason I haven't rewatched it because again, it's 3 hours long. Like that's a long ass movie.
It's an investment.
But like I have rewatched on YouTube 4-minute scenes, 8-minute scenes because I think it is the best action movie of the last couple of years. I cannot believe there was so much action in that movie, and it's also a good movie. Like it's not just about the set pieces. Like it's about John's journey.
I'll say because John Wick Chapter 4 is my number 15.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, like because it's the number 15 spot, you know what happened is that John Wick had been there, and like there were things in the honorable mentions of what I said that were constantly like trying to put their way in the top 15.
Yeah. And
like John Wick going up those stairs, he was just like, no, let me remind you, I'm John Wick. And I was like, you know what? You're right. Like, bro, John Wick Chapter 4 truly is like, and I hope it is the end of John Wick's story because it can't be better. Like, it's so well done. It's such an incredible film. It's such an incredible ending to the series, to his story. The action's exceptional. I love it. I think I came into it a little low because I didn't really vibe with Chapter 3 as much, outside of like select things. But like Chapter 4 really sings to me, and I kept going back to it, and I'm like, no, it's gotta be John Wick Chapter 4. It's gotta be in here. It's so good and so well made.
That stair fight when he just is consistently falling, and you think it's done, and he's only halfway done. Still falling. I'm like, this is now we're just in straight like Looney Tunes comedy. What we're doing here, it is such is so good, and the music, it's probably the best music of all 4 movies too. There's so many. There's a great anytime there's a rave fight scene, which is not the first time it's happened in a John Wick movie. I lose it, and there's a great fight scene in a rave club when the people are just dancing around him, getting his ass kicked by that big guy.
Yep.
Love it. Just exceptional stuff. There's the ballerina spin-off movie coming out, which is a side piece, so I'm not as worried about that one just being a fun action movie. But like, they're saying, yeah, John Wick 5 is going to be in development. I'm like, but do we need it? We did it. This is it. We did it. John Wick Chapter 4.
Yeah, I agree. Going on to my number 9. Sorry, that is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Oh, that's my number
Higher.
9.
Higher, Ben?
Nice.
Higher.
Okay. Well,
Can you take?
That's my number 9 also.
all right. Well, Ben, go ahead.
My number 9 is Metroid Prime Remaster.
Nice.
Sure.
Because that came out this year, and it is an amazing remaster. It is what a I won't talk much about the game because it's an older game, but the fact that Nintendo and Retro Studios took the time, it's like, all right, we have the old control scheme, but let's modernize it. They did what they, and let's not just do a coat of paint. Let's not just up the graphics, make it look prettier. They is like, here's the controllers that a lot of gamers know nowadays, like the tools, for FPS, the twin sticks. But if you want to go back to your original controls, you can. If you want to do motion controls with the 2 Joy-Cons, you can. It's options for how you want to play it. And they keep a lot of the main core of the game, like scan to get the stories, you scan a bunch of things to get the lore, but also the action is just fun. The game is fantastic, and it is just, and the fact that they're like, yeah, we're gonna drop this, just surprise, not just digital, physical as well, $40. It's not super expensive. It was, to me, it was a good move by Nintendo. No,
Sure.
They haven't made a lot of good moves, but this was a good move. And also it brought a game that has been praised to high heaven since the GameCube to modern consoles. Like people like me who never had a GameCube and never got to play it could play it.
Love it.
That's awesome.
I don't want to like talk about this, Ben. I just want a yes or a no. Do you think we get any news about Prime 4 this year?
Yes.
Prime 4.
Metroid Prime. Yeah, 4. Yeah.
I say
They
yes.
announced it 5 years ago, so like they
I
say
know.
it's in development.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
All right. So my number 9 is Guardians of the Galaxy. So Ryan, you go again for number 8.
That's our first like in sync number. Like someone
Yeah.
having the same, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fist
Yeah.
bump.
I love
Yeah.
It's more of a Backstreet Boys kind of. No, I'm just kidding. Ben, this is gonna probably hurt you because I know it's higher, but my number 8 is Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
Higher.
Of course.
Oh, yes.
I don't
Higher.
mind waiting. I don't mind waiting.
Take a
Sparks
guess
number
as to
8.
what that one is at. Jesus.
My number 8 is Oppenheimer.
Higher.
Oh, higher.
I expected.
Didn't
All right,
see it.
Ben. 8.
My number 8 is Monarch: Legacy of Monsters.
Finally,
Because
yay!
No.
That's my number 12. Let's go, Ben.
Yeah, so I freaking love Monarch: Legacy of Monsters, guys. Holy
yeah.
shit. I keep saying it every time we talk about the show, about how this show and another movie that came out, which we'll definitely be talking about later, wink, it makes you care about the humans. And while Monarch is a show that is about these humans and Godzilla is in it, it's not a bad thing, because you always feel like Godzilla or the other Titans are this monstrous force that are to be reckoned with, and you have to be careful about, but that doesn't hinder the actual character growth. How one character, be it Kate, she's like, hey, I don't want to do this thing at first, and now she's all gung-ho about it. And you find out about these people's lives and how Godzilla impacted those lives. Because with the MonsterVerse films, we see how we get like some sort of broad sense of how Godzilla impacted the world, never the personal stories, never the people who were there on G-Day. Like one of the first scenes we get is Kate on the bridge when Godzilla busts through, and the trauma of her losing the school bus full of children.
I want to amend your statement real quickly, Ben, because King of the Monsters makes it clear that Millie Bobby Brown, Vera Farmiga, what's the guy's name? Kyle Chandler.
Raymond
They were there
Chandler.
at D-Day also.
Yeah,
Kyle Chandler.
Okay.
Kyle Chandler. Thank you.
Yeah, they were there at D-Day also. That's why they lost their son, and that's
G-Day.
why Vera Farmiga's doing
Right,
the whole
right.
thing. Like King of the Monsters is
Right.
set up because of G-Day.
Right.
But you're mostly right.
Yeah, I forgot about that bit. But either ways, Monarch Legacy of Monsters is fantastic. And also it's a great period piece too, going back to how Monarch was created, how the government reacted to like there's a giant radioactive breathing lizard out there. What the shit? And it's not just one, there's a lot of other ones too.
Yeah.
The show is fantastic. It peacemaker us. We thought it was not going to be very good. Turns out it's one of the best shows of the year, and it's on my number 8 for a reason.
Yeah, it's your number 15, my number 12. The only reason I can't put it any higher is because the last episode isn't out at the time of this recording.
Yeah.
And like if it was, and if it's as good as the rest of it has been, it probably goes up.
Yeah.
Because I love it. I think the most succinct thing I can say about it is something I brought up when we were talking about last time on episode 7 and 8, which is that it's just that rare show where when I sit down to watch it, I truly have no idea what's going to happen. And I'm so surprised with where we're going and what we're unveiling, and the balance and the pacing between the past and the 2015 present is so good, and it's so well thought out, and the characters are so strong, and they're building towards the future of the Monsterverse, and they're adding in things that deepen my love for everything else that exists in it.
Yeah.
It's truly so special.
And the thing that like I didn't expect them to do, and I won't like spoil it in case some people who are watching haven't seen it, but like they do tie into future movies, and they do tie into the Monsterverse in more ways than I ever expected.
Right.
And that is like, again, they didn't need to do that, but it feels so organic.
Yeah.
And like it is like right now, like something I wish like, like the MCU did more of. Like it actually feels like a tied universe that like they're like merging TV and movies together. And like it's so like I hope it's too late now, but like I really want this show to impact how they think about and what they do with future Monsterverse movies if they continue after the next one that comes out. Or I was gonna say next year, but it's this year. It's so special, and like I love these characters, past and future. Like it might be like, oh, this side's like a little bit more strong. I am equally invested in both sides because they're so intertwined together. And again, we get the Russells playing the same character, and that just they do multiple times of like, yo, he transitioned to this guy. We have a picture that overlays on the old person. Like it's just like it's magical. It's a magical show. And like episode 9, never thought we'd do that shit.
Yeah.
Never thought we'd do that shit. And we're doing it in a TV show. And also, I'm not gonna say, but like I accidentally saw the preview for the next episode. I wish I didn't see it, but I'm glad to know it's gonna be a good one.
All right.
It's gonna be a good one.
Awesome. Brandon, it's not in your anything.
No, I haven't caught up, so I don't know where it would have landed.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
We are 8.
Yes.
Star Trek Picard season 3.
All right.
This is interesting because actually, as I talked about Star Trek Lower Deck season 4, I might have actually switched the two.
Sure.
But this is where it landed. Star Trek Picard season 3, I don't think nails its ending, but it because the biggest fault I think it has is that it decides to change its villain at the end of the season, but kind of make it like, oh, this was actually the big villain, and it was like, no, you just kind of were like, we don't know what to do with the changeling anymore. So Borg. So I was like, okay, fine, we're doing the Borg again. But that said, these episodes give the Next Generation cast probably their best performances ever. Especially coming from Jonathan Frakes as Will Riker, who returns to the role after many years, who returns to acting after many years, and delivers such an impactful performance that I didn't think he had it in him. And he's able to. Will Riker is my favorite Star Trek character. Period. I love that man to death. And one of the reasons why I was excited for the show was not to kind of have this ending for Picard or the ending for the Next Generation characters, but was to see Riker in action again. And I'm so grateful that he got such great material to work with, arguably better than Patrick Stewart got. Just wonderful material to work with. I wish they had dived more into his family because he's got a daughter that's never mentioned in the show, in this season specifically. But I was glad to see him back. He gets to command the Titan. He gets to be Captain Will Riker. The first like 6 episodes are truly some special Star Trek that I just dearly love. we get some really cool stuff with the changelings, making kind of a secret invasion storyline, which I think works a lot of fun ways. It doesn't work in a lot of ways because like there's this kind of like idea like with the changelings, you're like, oh, they can be anyone, but they don't really do anything with that. And you're like, okay, fine, that's not the story we're doing. And they bring back Data in a really cool and unique way with have Brent Spiner be old and not be and have to like not explain why. It was truly special to kind of get to see the final adventure with the Next Generation cast. The final, Jesus Christ. The reason why I'm doing that, for those of you who don't know, Patrick Stewart is already talking about how he knows that there is a script for a final Picard movie, and I'm like, nah, we did it. This is your third ending. We're done.
Let it be.
We did it 3 times. You got all good things. You had Nemesis, and now you had this. You don't need a 4th one. Go ahead, Sparks. You were gonna say something?
I was gonna say, just as a person who's not watching the show at all, but as a person who wants something to be good for people who love it, it had been sad to watch Picard seasons 1 and 2 be such a bumpy ride for you. I'm very happy that season 3 landed. Like just in an outside perspective, I'm just really happy that you and other Star Trek fans have that.
Yeah, there's not a lot of like really juicy like material. It's not as deep as I kind of would have liked it to have been, but it feels very organic. We see all these characters again. Michael Dorn is in top form as Worf, comes back as white-haired Worf with a sword, and it's really cool.
I've seen the look. It's good. It's a good look.
It's a good look. They all look great. It's truly I wish I liked the ending more, but what's really interesting about this is that the journey actually does trump the ending for me. The journey ends up being far more impactful, even though the ending kind of it's not a whiff. It just doesn't land as well as it would have liked it to. And I'm really bummed. The last thing I want to say is I'm really bummed that Star Trek: Strange New Worlds didn't make this list, and the other 2 Star Trek seasons that premiered this year did. Star Trek: Strange New Worlds season 2 unfortunately was a miss, and I get more and more frustrated with it as time goes by.
Yeah, that's rough, and I am sorry about that. I try to always remember that when we were talking at the finale, it's like there were more thumbs up than thumbs middle or thumbs down, but like those thumbs down really hurt.
Yeah. And then like thinking about like how they've completely disregarded Chapel's bisexuality and then really fucked up her relationship with Spock. Like legitimately, Sparks, I'm actually mad at you about this because you asked a specific question in the final episode. It was like, what did Spock do that Spock needs to apologize to Chapel for? And because like the whole thing is like, oh, I wish I could apologize to her. And you asked us because I never thought of it. And you were like, what did Spock do? And we all kind of had a moment like, fucking nothing. What? And that just continuously makes me angry.
I'm sorry to have pointed out something that the show did poorly.
I know.
I'm sorry that's the reality. And it hurts me too. Like because they were something so wonderful in the first season. And they fumbled the ball nowhere harder than on those 2 in the second season. And it really, really blew. For sure. But I'm sorry.
Outside of that, Star Trek Picard season 3, my number 8. It's an awesome season. I really liked the great send off to the Next Generation cast, and it's got to be a send off. All right.
Until unfortunately, it's not. My number 7, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Mutant Mayhem.
Ooh, higher, baby.
Yeah,
higher, baby.
Hell yeah.
Hold up. I know it's on my list. Where is it? Oh, hey, my number 7 too.
Beautiful.
Hey, this bumps on that. It's higher.
So my top 4 were cemented, but like this one is the one that I kept moving around. But it's at number 7, which hey, nothing to sneeze at. But we'll wait till we all talk about it.
My number 7, I'm also sure I'm about to get stopped on, is 20th Century Men.
Oh yeah, higher.
Yeah. So we know Ben's is also Mutant Mayhem at number 7. We'll get to it later. Brandon, number 7.
I'm curious about this. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur.
Higher.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So back to you, Ryan. Number 6.
Again, this is hard. This was hard. the top 4 were cemented. The top 4 were cemented. So I know all of you have this higher, but my number 6 is Godzilla -1.
Yeah, higher.
Yeah.
Higher.
Higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. My number 6 is Scream 6. Yeah.
Ben?
Okay.
Mine was
cool.
it was an honorable mention
Oh,
for me.
okay, right.
Yeah,
Yes,
mine's honorable
okay.
mention.
Yeah. Excellent. Here's the thing. Scream 6, I love that franchise. Means a lot to me. I love that movie. I think that movie's really, really good.
Mhm.
I really love a lot of the things they did. Even when it didn't work, in the moments of certain things about what they were doing, they found a way to, like, by the end, have brought me fully around on it. And I really just enjoy it. Scream 6 just really worked for me more than 5. This is a me personal thing. Like,
Yeah.
five doesn't hit the same way. I think they did a really good job of, like, I know Gale's in this, but this feels like a story for a new generation, truly for the first time, where Scream successfully was able to take the reins from Sydney and everything.
Yeah.
And as Brandon kind of alluded to earlier about, like, how the recent stuff left a bad taste in his mouth about Scream 6, it kind of, it does a little bit of the inverse for me, in the sense that, like, now I'm looking at Scream 6 as the end, and I think it's a good end.
Mhm.
Like, I think it's a strong end to the
Yeah.
franchise. And, like, if it stops there, it stops there, but it felt good. And I really enjoyed seeing it. I really enjoyed seeing it with you. I really enjoyed doing the franchise with you guys. Scream 6 popped for me.
Yeah.
It just really worked, and I'm really happy that such a strong entry came out. And, like, I think there was a lot of trepidation, because even with Scream 5, again, we were still, like, kind of hanging on to, like, Dewey and Gale and Sydney. And I feel like this one, even though, again, Gale's in it, stood on its own. And god damn it, Kirby came back. Like, I'm
Oh,
so
yeah.
happy with Scream 6, y'all. I just,
Core 4.
number 6.
Can I tell you something that really pisses me off about
Yeah,
Scream,
absolutely.
about the Scream franchise right now?
Sure.
There is a Target exclusive 6-movie collection
Mhm.
that is only on DVD.
Awful.
Awful.
What are we doing?
Ooh.
Because, like, there is no other 6-movie collection because of the rights issue. So Target was able to wrangle together a 6-movie collection exclusive to them, and it's only on DVD.
So they've been releasing. They started with anniversary reasons, and now they just are every year. They are releasing a new 4K, and well done 4K to their credit, remaster of the Scream films, and they got all the way up to 3 this year in steelbooks. But Scream 4 might not happen,
Jeez.
and because of those rights things. And I'm like, I really hope they pull it off to get a 4K Scream 4 out there. Steelbook do the same, so we catch up. And then Scream 5 and 6 already have their good 4K steelbooks. Like, we don't need to worry about it.
Yeah. Scream 6 is on my honorable mentions. I love it a lot. But yeah, the double knife, big win in my book. But honestly, the change to New York really helps that movie feel like it stands on its own.
For sure.
And the fact that, like, the core 4, none of them die, which is, like, doesn't usually happen in these big slasher movies, where, like, we always lose somebody. The fact that, like, we don't have to do that. We can have all our guys survive and still have it be impactful and meaningful.
Even though one guy got, like, brutally stabbed,
Yeah,
to, like, the point
listen,
where I'm like, bro,
it's like a meme now. That, like, the next, if there was a next movie, Chad would be decapitated and he'd still be alive somehow. Like, that dude's just tough.
Yeah.
That's
he's built different.
yeah. But, like, to your point of, like, if this is the ending, it's a really strong ending. Yeah, I do agree with that. I wish things didn't happen the way they happened, because, like, I think they had a really good thing to end the trilogy on. But it is what it is.
Okay, so Ryan's 6 was Godzilla, 6 is Scream. So
Scream
Ben's
6.
your 6.
NJ.
My number 6 is Super Mario Wonder.
It's not even here.
Okay.
I really like it. It's just not here.
I had a feeling. I put Super Mario up there because I've been playing with my fiance, and for a long time, Ryan, you might also remember this, but we were getting a lot of new Super Mario games, for like
Yeah.
Super Mario Bros. Wii, new Super Mario Bros. U, but they didn't really add a whole lot of new to it. They just
I didn't
had
love
new
them.
in the title. Yeah,
Yeah.
they weren't. I mean, on the DS it was cool, but after a while it just kind of got stale. Wonder is truly the newest Super Mario game, not just the fact that it's the newest to come out, but they do stuff in each level that is different and keeps you on your toes, and it's just so much fun. The new art style is gorgeous. The voices for Mario, Luigi, and everyone, while it's not Charles Martinet anymore, still nail it. It's like, if you didn't tell me that it wasn't Charles Martinet, I thought it would have been.
Yeah, sure.
And also just the gameplay and also what the game does to add to it, like the badges. It's like, hey, here are different ways to traverse the level. Or it gives you another excuse to go through a level with a different badge. It's like, hey, there was a place where it was really hard, I couldn't jump. With this different badge that gives me a double jump or a vertical wall jump before I do the back and forth one, I could reach that area and, oh, look, there's the thing I need to find. I think they did really amazing things with the gameplay, and it's just so much fun. And also the piranha plants on parade just lives rent free in my brain.
Oh yeah, that first. I wish it wasn't so early in the game, because I'm not gonna say it doesn't get better than that, but it is like one of the strongest things of like it turns into a musical all of a sudden. It's lovely. There's never been a Mario game that has more variety than this game. And sometimes almost to its detriment, because sometimes the levels are incredibly short, which is fine because there's a lot of levels to choose from. Like it's not like it's like a short game by any means, but you're right with the badges and the variety of types of levels. And I love that little flower guy who's always talking to you. He's like, "Hey guys, how you doing?" Like, "Oh, what happened here?" Like, there's just a little flower man always yapping
Don't
some.
leave me.
Yeah, so just yapping some nonsense to you, and it's really fun.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of variety.
We with along with my wife and sister-in-law have played through 4 of the world so far, so we're really enjoying it. I think it's a lot of fun. It's a great multiplayer experience.
The multiplayer is chaotic
Oh,
as hell, man.
Yeah.
Like we are dying, we're all ghosting. Like
Yeah,
it's
the couch multiplayer is a really good time.
Yeah.
It's a really fun game. I'm happy for you that it makes your top 15. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Brandon.
number 6.
Oppenheimer.
Higher.
Cool.
Cool.
All right.
Hell
Number 5.
Number 5. This is the one that I watched. So it's Succession. Succession is an HBO show that ended. It ended its run. You know, it wasn't canceled. It had like a 5-season run, and then it's done. I don't personally vibe with shows that are just about rich white people, because it's just not my jam. Unless really terrible things are happening to them. That's why The Fall of the House of Usher I love, and Succession, because this is about like really, really rich people. It's about like basically this like Disney Fox type company. They're a media conglomerate, and how they scoop up other companies and lay off people. But it's about their inner turmoil, and it's about succession, like who's going to run this company at the end of the day. And what's so special about this final season is Brian Cox, who is like the lead guy, he's the dad who runs everything. He suddenly just dies. And what is so special about this season of the show is that generally when characters die in shows, they make a big deal out of it, like it's built up to, and that's not how life works. It's like the most realistic look at when someone dies and how it affects people that I've ever seen, because like it just randomly happens in the middle of an episode, and all the kids are not with him to find out. They just get a phone call, and it's how they actually deal with it and the ramifications. And once the sadness starts to give away, and once the succession part of the show comes back, who will run this billion-dollar company? It's the juiciest show of the year. It is the most sharply written show of the year. And like the things that these people do to each other, who are like father or like brother and sister, wife and husband, cousins, all this stuff, like it's despicable. It is despicable what they will do to gain this legacy that none of them earned. The only real good businessman in the show was the father, Brian Cox, and he dies. Everyone else is a dipshit, but like they're all the family, so they all inherit it. And like, how do they deal with it? It has such an incredible cast. Alexander Skarsgård comes on as a supporting character for these last few seasons, and he kills it. He's so good in it as like a wacky Norwegian businessman. It is like the juiciest, and like the fights that these people have, it's like, it is so juicy, and they cut so to the core. It's like the meanest things anyone has ever said to each other. And this is like people who grew up together, people who are married to each other. And it's like, how can you say this to someone? It's like, oh, because $50 billion is on the line. It's so magical. And the fact that they got, again, like the show ended on its own terms. The season finale is so good. Oh my God. It is so juicy. I love saying the word juicy because like you feel it with like after a conversation ends, you're like, oh my God, I cannot believe this just happened. And it's like it's won so many awards for so many reasons. But like the character work on the show, like just when you think people are about to grow, they see that money tree and they regress even harder. And I just love it. It's so well acted. Just some of my favorite characters of all time are in the show. And they're like businessmen who like honestly, like I don't give a shit about businessmen 90% of the time, but like I care about these guys because like man, they know how to cut to the core. The best written show of the year, in my opinion. Succession.
All right, number 5, Sparks.
Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur.
Hell yeah! There we go.
Yeah, I didn't even finish it, and it's here.
Yeah.
That's the thing is that like I don't need to know like this is where it belongs. This is especially coming from.
Ooh, don't watch the season 2 trailer. Spoilers
I
the
haven't.
ending.
I coming from Disney TV animation, which they have their moments of strong things for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to put that down, but like this is far and away so intricately creative from the voices of the people creating the show. This is such a out and out black show, but like in a way where it just wants you to be able to engage with it. It's not trying to shut out another audience, but it is trying to say like, this is very much like black representational. Like this is, you know, literally doing an episode about how she needs to take care of her hair and how that's different from other girls of different ethnicities. And like, it's so special. And then to be doing that with such a, the Marvel take and Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur and introducing them and the way they go about it. And it made me engage with the comics. It made me read more of her comics because I love her so much. I love her, frankly, even more in the show than I do in the comics because the personality of Lunella is so special in this show. And she's so well crafted. The animation is stunning. It's gorgeous. I love looking at it. I love looking at the environments, the way they visualized her expressions in her goggles, the music. Oh my God,
so
the
good.
music. Every episode gets a song moment, which totally changes the style of how it looks as we do it. It's incredible. It's Lawrence Fishburne as the Beyonder narrating the show, and like, guys, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur is special. It just is. It's special, and I'm so happy it exists.
I wanted to jump on to do an animation station with you guys, so I finished it. So I started it because I was like, oh well, they're saying it's really good. So, and my God, am I so glad I did, because like it's an incredibly special animated show, as you've already said. It's beautiful. I love the music. Literally every episode has a song that I've listened to on repeat.
Yeah.
I think they're all great. I think all her entire cast of friends and family are well-rounded and really interesting. The city feels lived in and fun. I love all the villains. I am not as familiar with the Marvel Universe as Ryan is, but I assume that there's at least a few original villains in the show.
It's a mix of both. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're all really fun. All the villains are fun and realized really well, and the original ones are really great. And they all feel, every villain feels like a major threat to Lunella. In my opinion, there was not a throwaway episode in the bunch of the first season. It was just truly a special show that I'm so happy exists. It's a great show all around.
Yeah. I would still love to revisit for an animation station just the back half of that season, because like, the show's special. It just is. And one of my favorite things about it, to your point, Brandon, of what you're saying about like the wider comic universe, while there are references to like Marvel things and like some things that you should know and some things that maybe are deeper cuts, I in no way feel like it's relying on the Marvel brand or like using it as a backbone of like better like have an appearance of Iron Man in the background or something, or like put a poster up so that people who are more mainstream Marvel familiar feel like they're connected to the show, and like it doesn't rely on that. It doesn't feel like it needs to, and it makes the show all the more
Did you guys see the brain swap episode?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, incredible episode. Holy shit.
Amazing.
I think the last episode we watched was the Click episode where she's skipping time.
Yeah.
No, after that one we watched the one where Casey, her best friend,
takes
over.
Right. When she fake breaks her leg. Yeah. Every episode is great. And it's one of those great like kid shows where every episode has like a message, and every message is like beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a very lovely show. I love it.
Really great.
All right, Ben, wake up. It's your number 5.
My number 5 is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Here it is.
Are we here?
Right.
Are we here? Yeah.
All right.
I freaking love this movie. This to me was the best. It was the best Marvel movie to come out in the year. It was a great send-off of James Gunn directing the Guardians. It was a Guardians film that emphasized the family motive even more, about accepting, about letting go, about reaching out to loved ones past. It was so freaking good and just so freaking emotional. I never thought I would be emotional about a walrus named Teefs. Never thought about that in my entire life, but here I am, because that poor man, that poor wolf. I know it hurts. This was just it was a well-directed, well-written, fantastic Marvel film. and it it dealt with the. I felt like it dealt with the events of Endgame well, but not only did it deal with the events, it also gave us an ending that I didn't see coming. I thought Peter was going to try and woo Gamora, and we were like, all right, we're doing this song and dance again. But the fact that Gamora said no and Peter himself accepted that, to me, it was like, this is something you don't normally see in Marvel films, or you don't. When the guy gets the girl and the girl loses her memory, he's going to do everything he can to get that memory back. But with him saying, no, you're right, it's better. We were great, but it's time to let go and move on. And he goes back home and he sees his grandfather again after 20, 30 some odd years. It's
if I can, I'll jump in. Brandon and I's number 9. I said number 8, but I meant number 9. For me, one of the things about it is that it's one of those endings to a trilogy. Obviously, like Infinity War and Endgame factor in, and the holiday special as well. But like looking at just James Gunn's movies, it's that ending to a trilogy where it really satisfyingly closes the book on a lot of these characters, and it makes, I think, even the previous ones which are already great in my opinion, fantastic films, even better for the whole journey, because like going back and having it all, and having like the information on Rocket, having knowing the growth of where we're heading, like I think it only improves the whole thing collectively. And it's so rare to get this in the superhero space. It's so rare to get this in the MCU space. And more importantly, I think, than any of that is that it's so rare to get a goodbye film that it's no question, like going into it and even throughout the film, it's playing with the idea that a character is going to die.
Yeah.
And like you think it could be Rocket. There's certain moments where you think it might be Drax or Peter or Karen Gillan's character, whose name is
Nebula.
Nebula.
That's how you feel, is that like any of them could go, and it says we don't need to kill someone to say goodbye.
Yeah.
Like we don't need to kill someone to have a goodbye story, and like let's cherish what we had and embrace the sad and the happiness of it ending. And I think that's rare and special because it's cheap, right? And I'm not saying like any film that does it or anything like that they're not good, but it is the easy way to get the emotional we're doing a goodbye is to kill a character. And because James Gunn steers so actively away from it, I think it's all the better for it. And that's it's just, I think it's really great.
So it's my number 9, but I actually think it might be lower. It's my number 9 because it's because I didn't have a chance to rewatch it. I'm just kind of like thinking like, oh, I did really like it, and I'm not really too sure where it would land. So I'm thinking it's number 9. But I actually have grown to not like here's the thing. I gotta be careful with this because there's actually nothing of this movie that I don't like, but I do think it's hurt by its connection to Endgame. In a way that I've come to kind of like not dislike, because I actually think James Gunn does something really interesting with it and things, but like in a way that feels like we were robbed of an element set up in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Sure.
From by 2 directors who made a decision and saddled James Gunn with this decision. Whether or not that's true or not, that's how it kind of feels.
Yeah.
And so that hurts the film for me. But as I've said many times, Rocket is my favorite character in the Guardians films. I think he's really well written all throughout the films that he's in. And I was really happy to kind of get that story. And it's beautiful. It's once again showcasing some great visual language and how James Gunn focuses on the kind of cosmic side of the MCU. It's truly a great movie. You were trying to say something though, Sparks. What were you going to say?
To your point, and kind of to Ben's as well, is that I think James Gunn makes the best decisions possible with the hand he's dealt for the film.
Yes.
Like, do I think like his ideal I'm left alone for my trilogy of Guardians films has Gamora dead in between volumes 2 and 3? No, I don't. but to the credit, I think it was he makes a good, strong, better choice. And I think Peter's character is made more interesting and better in the best possible circumstance of what we have now, for not forcing Peter and Gamora to just like get back together and like put them back on the track, but instead be like, like we constantly talk about people who don't yes and well, and James Gunn yes ands well here.
Yeah.
I agree with
that. Like that decision, it wasn't a decision I think he wanted, but he says, okay, well, yes, and here's the direction we go in now, because I'm not going to just like force the movie back to the trail of where I was.
Yeah. No, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. It's not my favorite of the trilogy. I think that falls to 2 now. But
yeah, 2's my favorite. Yeah, 2's my favorite.
Yes! I'm so happy just because you were so not in that place before, and I'm so glad you've come back around. That's a big win for me.
I want to be clear. I've always liked 2. I like all 3 of them. I like all 3 Guardians films. I like every Guardians film. They're all great.
They're all great.
But 1 was always my favorite, and now kind of looking back on it, like post my dad's death, I think 2 kind of like really just like, nah, this one really hits now.
Yeah.
But 3 is still a very good movie. Obviously, it is in my top 15, so I loved it. Still, the reason why it's not higher for me is because of that qualm.
For sure. Thank you, Ben.
Right.
Well earned Guardians of the Galaxy 3 spot. I know it was in your honorable mention, so you still it still resonated with you.
Everything on my list is a 9 or 10. Yeah, absolutely.
Brandon.
And number 5.
Yep, 5.
Willow.
Forgot that came up this year.
So did Disney.
Yeah. Willow has only kind of grown in my estimation throughout the time. It's exactly the kind of fantasy show I really wanted. I love the production design. I love the scripting of it. I love the humor of it. I love the characters. I love the actors. I love the actors so very, 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 very much. My bisexual King Borman. I love that man. I continue to be way more devastated than anybody should be allowed to be. Frankly, I acknowledge it's ridiculous how devastated I am that this show is no longer available and has been erased from existence.
I just want to say like I didn't finish the show, but like I do get mad about that. Like I was going on and I was looking at stuff, and like I scrolled down and it was like Willow the movie and was there on Disney Plus, and I'm like, Willow, and then that's all that's there, and I'm like, this is so stupid. Like, it just came out. What are we doing?
Yeah. The last half of the season aired in January, and by March it was gone forever.
Yeah, makes no sense. Zero sense.
And I'm still to this day pissed, and I will continue to be pissed off because I watch clips of that show that are still online. People have been able to put up what they can.
Yeah, it's on the seas, if you know what I mean.
Sure. I know, but like we're not getting a second season. They wanted 3 seasons of the show, and instead of just canceling it, they erased it. Like,
yeah, it's super shitty.
Like, how do you set up, like, setting up a second season or even 3 seasons is not new for TV shows, but the normal thing is to be like, you know what, we set up the second season. Hey, if you watch it, we might get it. In the streaming era, people come to things late because there's so much content out there, so people come to things late. So you kind of hope that like, the word of mouth will start to pick up, but no, there is not a chance. It wasn't canceled. It was fucking erased.
Yeah,
and that's devastatingly hurtful.
It doesn't make sense.
It's incredibly sapphic, which I love. I love gay stories. I love queer stories, and especially sapphic stories. And it's from the get. It's a sapphic story about the 2 main characters. Willow, the introduction of Warwick Davis as Willow coming back. He's great in it. The visual the imagination on display of the series, where the series was thinking about going in its second season, what had me really pumped. I miss that show so much.
Yeah, I'm really sorry that that's for you.
Yeah,
and I'm also deeply disappointed and angry that this is how they treated a show of that caliber. Like, it had less life than even the others that have been snuffed out from streaming services. Like, it had the most minuscule window to try and find an audience, and it's just not fair. And frankly, I'm surprised that like heads at Lucasfilm just kind of rolled over and allowed it to happen.
Me too.
And didn't like stomp their feet and say like, wow, this is not okay.
And especially because like it is a queer show. So like Mighty Ducks Game Changers, you know, we lost that one also. That's not as big of a loss because it got 2 seasons. They're good, but then it was erased. Okay, fuck that. But then also like, but queer representation is really important, and to not just cancel a queer TV show, but to erase it, is frankly evil. It's evil.
Yeah.
It's frankly Disney was evil for doing it.
I mean, I agree with you on that point. I think just erasing art in general is wrong.
Yeah,
like just in general, like you want to take it off Disney Plus, fine, whatever, don't pay this, put it up on manufacturer on Blu-ray. Like, what are you doing? Put it out there, like let the artists have their art. What makes no sense. Anyway, yeah,
that's my number 5.
I also want to point out I did my ooh because in your predictions it was in number 3. Yeah. And I'm surprised it went down only because I'm super curious what your top 4 are. I'm so excited.
Oh yeah.
Also, to bring up something that happened on Willow, the great actor Ralph Ineson. I don't know who he plays on the show, but Ben, he's Sid in Final Fantasy 16. He's got the great rabbity voice. He got devastatingly injured on Willow, and he can't act. He can't do stunts anymore because he was so injured, and he's suing Disney for it. So not only so I hope he gets his money because Disney not only hurt him but canceled the show.
Oh, he's so good in it too. He plays the king, one of the head of the King's Guard. I forgot his name. Who like protects who's
that
like this
guy?
protector. Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
He can't act anymore?
Well, he can act, but he can't do stunts.
Nah, fuck that. That's
Yeah.
so upsetting.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, he got
And
really hurt.
And he's really good in the show. And there's like this whole thing where he gets like possessed, and it's so tragic. And yeah, that sucked.
Disney.
Evil.
Get that money, Ralph.
All right.
4.
All right, my top 4. It's my favorite movie, TV show, game, and comic of the year. Number 4 is Oppenheimer. I thought long and hard what my favorite movie of the year was, and I was like, what movie do I think about more than anyone? And it's Oppenheimer. I do think it's Christopher Nolan's best movie that he's made. I think it is him, like after everything he's learned working on big movies, small movies, like this is the perfect encapsulation of like what the movie he can make at his best, and it's this movie. Like it is a quote unquote smaller movie, but it feels so big in scope because of what we're dealing with, like the real tragedies and the real outcomes of something that happened in World War II and beyond that. And the fact that the movie is 2 hours long and then we still have an hour of a trial, and I'm still just as enraptured with people just talking in a courtroom, going back and forth. It's incredible. And the different perspectives of like being black and white or color. It's so good. It's the best Robert Downey Jr. performance in a long, long time. And, I'm the Iron Man guy, but like, that's what he's been doing mostly, is doing a lot of Iron Man. He's slowly coming back to doing acting shit. And he is so good. Like, he's going to get nominated for an award for this movie. It's not a horror movie, but it's like the most haunting movie of the year, because again, like this is real world shit. And the way, again, I talked about it before on the podcast, but like that scene after the bomb drops and he's talking to those people in the auditorium and the stomping and it turns into screams and like seeing burned people. Like it is like chilling. It is chilling. And Cillian Murphy, which I now learned it's pronounced Killian. Irish pronunciations are crazy. Cillian Murphy is also incredible in it. And the fact that like he plays like young like 20-year-old Oppenheimer and then 60-year-old Oppenheimer, and they didn't do something shitty with like de-age him or get a different actor. Just except that he looks like this, but he just has shorter hair. It's fine. It's a revelation of a movie. This is the most stacked cast of any movie of the year, and even the smallest, tiniest of actors, like someone like Casey Affleck, who has like 5 minutes of screen time, can leave an imprint, is like astonishing. It's the movie I thought of the most of the year. It's so good. It's so real. I love it. I love it.
So it's my number 6. I really agree with a lot of what Ryan is saying. It is devastatingly haunting. Even when I was watching it, I was kind of like sitting there going like, oh my God, like I had my mouth agape through many of the scenes in the film. Ludwig Göransson, I believe the score for this one, not Hans Zimmer. And he's delivering an incredible score. Probably the best score.
I think the best score of the year.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think it's truly incredible. Every actor is incredible in it. Nolan, I don't know if I'm ready to say it's his best movie or if it's my favorite movie, but I think I am. there's
Yeah.
kind of this hesitance that I have of like, well, I really like The Prestige. The Prestige is a really great movie. That's my favorite Nolan film. But there's been this hesitation with Oppenheimer that I was like, oh yeah, it's really good, but I don't think it's going to be in my top 15. And after watching it, I've not stopped thinking about it.
Yeah. It's sat with me. Yeah.
It has stuck with me throughout every day, every week since I saw it. I have been thinking about scenes or moments or themes in Oppenheimer, and I'm so shocked about that because and it just kind of gets better and better and better in my estimation as time goes on.
Yeah.
I just think it could very well be by the time I rewatch it, my favorite Christopher Nolan movie of all time.
Yeah.
I think that's very possible for me as well. Hey, this is Oppenheimer at my number 8. The only reason that it's not overtaking some of these other things that I've put above it is because those other things are just more personally resonant with me.
Yeah.
Because of whether it's attachment or whatever that I have to those things.
Same.
But that doesn't change that I think Oppenheimer is probably the best made film of the year. And the thing is that like the moment Nolan was out there saying, hey, so the key to the film is that everything in color is subjective and everything in black and white is objective. And I went, you're a madman.
Yeah.
You're a genius. And going in and having that knowledge and having that perspective and knowing that's what he was doing and seeing the full scope of what the film is supposed to be and what his intent was is truly genius and I think masterful. And I think it probably is Nolan's best film. I don't know if it's my personal favorite.
Yeah.
It probably also is only losing to The Prestige right now. And just because I need to watch it again and reassess The
That's
Prestige.
a damn good movie.
Which I really like. And maybe that still is a personal favorite. But like Oppenheimer is really, really good.
Yeah.
I really love it. I think it's very, very special. And just like you guys, it lingers with me.
Yeah.
And I think about it a lot. And I'm really glad that as I suspected at the beginning of the year, between this and The Giant Lizard, we have yet to talk a lot about. Atomic stuff is deeply on the mind of the culture. And I'm really glad that both of them hit hard this year.
Yeah.
And that's really exciting. And I don't know if you guys saw when I retweeted it, but someone did the mix of the end of Oppenheimer with some of the stuff from Godzilla -1 of him imagining the after imagining what he did. And I'm like, man, yes, this is it. Look at the moment we're in. This is so good. This is exactly what I hoped would happen.
Absolutely.
And a lot of that legwork is done by Oppenheimer just being so well crafted to not only tell a story about like, yes, the birth of the atomic bomb, but also about America's stance on how that came to be and what it meant after. And I think that's beautifully told as this focus on Oppenheimer himself.
I think like one of the most like beautiful and tragic lines of the movie, it's when David Krumholtz's character, who I forget his name, but he's like, I don't want 3 generations of scientific genius to be used for a weapon.
Yeah.
And like the like a weapon that like my people help make. And I'm like, that's scary. And the final, I guess spoilers for Ben, I guess, but like the final like lines of the movie, when he's talking to Einstein, he's like, remember what I told you about how I thought we would destroy the world? I think we did. And it's like, that's chilling. It's chilling.
One of the things that I come back to all the time is when they're at the senator trying to figure out, okay, well, this bomb's getting ready, where are we going to drop it? And he's like, oh, drop it here because we honeymooned there. We want a honeymoon there.
Because we honeymooned there. It's
Yeah.
lovely. Yeah. Awful. Ben, you really should watch this movie.
It's insane. Again, and the fact that it's 3 hours long and it's just like a drama, like man, that's taxing. But like he keeps it engaging the entire way through.
No, but what's so interesting about like the 2-3 hour films that we've talked about, which is John Wick and Oppenheimer, is that both of them didn't. John Wick maybe did, but like not. It's still well paced. But like I didn't feel Oppenheimer was 3 hours.
Yeah,
no, I didn't either. Which was
I was really shocked about that.
Yeah, 100%. Love it.
Anyway.
Love that we're here.
Really great, really wonderful. Love Oppenheimer.
Number 4.
My number 4 is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem.
Woo!
Woo!
My number 7.
My number
Ben,
7 as well.
for you? Huh?
Number 7.
Number 7.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I am not a turtle head, and I haven't been.
Yeah.
I am now.
Yeah, me too.
Like, Mutant Mayhem changed me. It's like I've been mutated.
Yeah.
Because of Mutant Mayhem. I like that movie so much that it's totally 180'd me into like, I want to do all the Turtles. Like I want to go watch a show. I want to read a bunch of comics. Like I want to play the games. I have not.
We did one of those.
Yeah, exactly. Like I have not been that person. Like I've appreciated the Turtles, but I have not like Mutant Mayhem shifted me into holy shit.
Yeah.
This is what it can be. I love this. This is amazing. I think it's funny. I think it's beautiful. I think it's creative. I love the voice cast. I love some of the needle drops. I think about, just as we talked about with Oppenheimer, the haunting scene of him walking through the gym. I also think about, because I think about that, but I also think about the really wonderful needle drop montage of when they're going into all the different places.
And it's 4 different scenes.
And they're busting in and they're messing them up and like the way it's transitioning between them. No diggity. No
diggity. Yeah.
No diggity.
Entirely like hip hop soundtrack, which is incredible.
And I've listened to that soundtrack a bunch this year because it resonated with me. I love that movie. I think Ice Cube is damn funny.
He is.
I just, it's special to me. It just is. Like Mutant Mayhem, it had to be number 4. I kept thinking this is going to move down eventually, and it didn't. It's just been one of my favorite things of the year.
It is really special, and the same way, like I've watched a lot of Turtle things, but I've never like loved the Turtles, and this was like, oh, this changed now. And I hope, and this movie thankfully was really successful, did well critically. Like they're definitely doing spin-offs in like movies, and I'm like, good, like this universe. Why did it take so long for actual teenagers to be the Turtles? I don't understand this. Like I am like not a defender, but I like those Michael Bay movies. All those men are 40 years old. I don't get it. Why are they not teenagers when they're TMNT? And it's just magical.
Also importantly, like making at least 2 of the Turtles black.
Yeah.
And like really bringing that to the forefront, because there's been a lot of like not appropriation, but like close of bringing black culture into the Turtles, but the Turtles have not been played by black actors for the majority of their run. Mm-hmm. And having that present here also I think helps, and it's so good. I'm always down to watch Mutant Mayhem is the thing. I'm so ready to watch it again. Anytime somebody says, hey, you want to watch Mutant Mayhem? I'm like, hell yeah, I am.
Yeah. Once I saw the trailers, like I knew it was gonna, like, it looked good. But the only thing I was worried about was like, wow, that's a lot of villains for a movie. But they make that work. Mm-hmm. And it is so smart because they establish all of the villains early, and then they can do so much stuff with them, whether they stay good, become bad. Like we are introduced to the entire universe kind of in one movie, which is kind of how I feel like Superman Legacy is going to be. We're introducing a whole world in one. So like, I am so pumped for the future of Turtles. Ben, say something before you fall asleep, please.
It was the blanket that did it. That did it.
Yeah, he's too comfortable.
He really started getting settled in.
I'm cold. Okay, the back of my neck is freezing. Gotcha. Or was freezing. Anyways, yes, Mutant Mayhem. I'm going to echo a lot of what Sparks said, because as a kid, I did like the Ninja Turtles. I wasn't fully like into the Ninja Turtles. We had like maybe 1 or 2 VHS tapes of it, and whenever it was on, we would watch it. And of course, I talked about at length, we go to Chuck E. Cheese and playing the arcade game. But Mutant Mayhem, that was like one of my biggest points about Mutant Mayhem, is what Ryan said about the Turtles actually being teenagers and acting like teenagers, and not just being like teenagers when there's pizza involved, as in like doing stupid stuff up on the roof. It's like, guys, we just got ungrounded and let's not like mess things up. But they're up on the roof like chopping melons and just having a fun time, or throwing shurikens at it.
Making the cheese.
We outside.
We outside.
It's just like them, like, and them ad-libbing being in the movie again. Like Seth Rogen, like I love that man. He started as just like, oh, I'm a stoner comedian, and like he's like a full-on like hardcore good producer, good writer. Like he's getting really good shit done, especially in the nerd sphere. It's just like, God bless him, man.
Yeah. Also just like the chemistry between all the actors, even with Jackie Chan as Master Splinter. It's like, what did I tell you? You go outside, you're gonna get milked.
And they do.
And it's like, why does that machine say milking on it? And they're like, or when they're trying to give us, like, they're trying to like, you like BTS smooth? He's like, they're trying to see the BTS smooth. Like, you don't even know the words.
Yeah,
it's lovely. It's great stuff.
One of the funniest things I've seen this year.
Oh yeah.
I was so happy to see that movie with Ryan, because when we walked out of that movie, both of us were just like, the whole movie's a vibe. It is just a good vibe. It's a great time, and I'm also down to rewatch. Also, the animation is just incredible, just absolutely gorgeous.
100%, love it.
Ben's number 4 now, right?
My number 4, Final Fantasy 16, which is probably not. No,
it was in my honorable mentions.
It was an honorable mentions, yeah. Final Fantasy 16. I love this game. It is. I feel one of my biggest takeaway from the game is I felt like the production team may have backpedaled too much from the criticism of 15, where they heard this. While the gameplay was great, the story was lacking. So they're like, all right, let's put a lot of our points in the story. And I know there's a bit of a gameplay loop that is kind of repetitive, but the thing is, even with the side quests, a lot of times side quests, sometimes they're really good. So other times they're just like, why am I doing this? Almost every side quest I've had in Final Fantasy 16 before I went on to the main story has been meaningful in some way. There has been some, some of them have like plots, some of them, if they bring you into the world even more. Like Ryan, I think it was on a Pause Menu episode where we were talking about there was a side quest about this girl is looking for her pet. You think it's just like a dog or something. Turns out it's her slave.
Yeah, this
who
game
died.
This game is like not a shine effect. This is about slavery, and it's about people who have magic are used as slaves, and it's hardcore. Like it doesn't shy away from it, and like I respect the hell out of it for it.
Yeah. But it's not only moments like that, there's also really good story moments with certain characters, like Karen, the lady who sells you potions. There's also a really good a story bit with Dora. She's one of the curse breakers. There are so many good story bits in the side quest with a bunch of like side characters, like Isabel, the Dame of the Veil. I freaking love her. She's just like, every time I go to do our missions, she's always like doing that. Oh, Clive, it's so nice to see you. But then it's like she becomes the leader of the town of Northreach. And even the main story itself, there's so many twists and turns. And yes, the Game of Thrones was a big influence to the game story, and you could tell. But it's done well, and it's done well that it makes sense to be in a Final Fantasy universe.
Yeah.
So this game, while there are some things about past Final Fantasies and even things about Final Fantasy 15 I miss, such as a lot of more exploratory dungeons, treasures, yada yada yada. The action gameplay is still fun. It's still fun for me to play. It's still fun for me to go out on hunts. I don't feel like it's a chore to do the side quests. I feel like the side quests add more, and just the whole story itself is really freaking good.
Yeah.
So I absolutely adore this game. I absolutely love it. I'm having a fantastic time with it. And yeah, it's up there. It's not number one. And I definitely don't think it should have been Game of the Year, but I cannot digress enough how much fun I'm having with 16.
Despite it not being on my top 15, it is still like, besides Baldur's Gate, like it has the highest highs of any Game of the Year, because like it is like half the time it's just like Kaiju Simulator. And it's not just like you're playing like a bad version of like Godzilla Monsters Unleashed or Godzilla like Melee or whatever, like from the GameCube era. Like they are incredibly cool fights, and they are so cinematic, and that game looks insane. Like this is also a game that costs way too much money. And for me, I struggled, I stopped like halfway through, because for me, I found some of the side quests just be it wasn't enough for me. Like yes, they do add to the story, but it's a lot of like, yo man, this is like the 4th time I'm delivering food to people, and that just I don't want to, like, I like doing everything, so like it's also on me. I didn't have to do that stuff, but like I want to level up more. I want to get to know the characters and stuff. But like I found that halfway through, this game is all too long in the tooth. Like the biggest complaint I see is like this game's way too long, and they maybe should have truncated it. But like I'm glad you're enjoying it as much as you are, because like I will return to it eventually, because the main story is exceptional, and the fact that they were able to like, we're being really big and bold, like, yo, we're going to tell like a really hardcore story about slavery and people revolting against their masters, is like, that's like, you don't often see that in video games to the extreme that they're going, like with that pet quest, like where you go and find a person and the person's dead and the girl's like, you found my dog. Like that shit's wild. I wish every quest was like that, but I don't think they are.
Yeah, but there's also another quest in that same area that like both those side quests in that area over by the Empire's capital before they move halfway through the game, both of them are just shocking.
Yeah,
it's just absolutely, because for the longest time I'm like, what the heck are because they throw out some vocabulary and fantasy terms, and thankfully there is a guy in the game that you can go to who essentially is like, hey, if you don't understand what these terms are, here you go.
Real quick, I want to talk about the guy, because it's the best guide I've ever seen in the game. It's like Amazon Prime when you watch a video and you pause it, it tells you all the actors. Any time you pause the game at any moment, it will tell you where you are, who the characters are. If they said a word in that sentence, they will give you the description of the word. So there's no reason for you to be confused because they give you context every single cutscene. It's the most in-depth guide I've ever seen, and like it's almost too much. Like it's like you guys are wild for this. Like no game will ever do this again. But like I really appreciate it because they throw you in hardcore, which I respect. It's another thing I really like about the game.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 16. I absolutely love it. It's fantastic.
Sure.
Love it.
Brandon.
Ooh, number 4, Blue Beetle.
Nice.
I watched that movie in theaters because obviously I wanted to support Blue Beetle. I was championing the film. I really loved the lead actor from Cobra Kai, and I thought it was unfair that Warner Brothers was like, "Hey, we're going to market the shit out of the shittiest movie you've ever seen in your life, the most arrogant piece of garbage that you have ever seen, that you will like no matter what." You like this right here. You like this. You love this. This is what you want from
Tom
us.
Cruise told me
Come
it
on,
was
man.
great.
Look, hey, come on. Black Adam came out last year. What are you doing?
Don't even get me started. And they were like, we'll market that. Tom Cruise says it's the best. James Gunn destroyed his reputation in my eyes because he said offhandedly in every interview he ever did, "Wait till you see The Flash. It's really great."
Yeah.
And Stephen King, I hope, got a new bathtub.
Hell yeah.
From saying it's the only Cape movie he ever loved.
Ben, can you confirm?
Can you confirm that he got a new bathtub, Ben?
Wouldn't be a last episode without Stephen King. Ben.
Woo! And they put their entire marketing budget that they had for the year into The Flash and not Blue Beetle. And they should have done it to Blue Beetle because that was the winner in my book. That was the one. Hey, The Flash is great. Hey, The Flash is going to be the one that, The Flash, that was a miss. But Blue Beetle, that's the one, man. This is going to be the beginning of a new universe. It's going to introduce you to a brand new character. Blue Beetle deserved Black Panther levels of marketing.
Can I also just like James Gunn, I think did just a shitty thing that like mainstream audiences don't care about this. So if he's doing a press interview and he's talking about Blue Beetle and he says, well, he's the first character, but this isn't the first movie. And I'm like, dude, just say he's the first character of the DC. Don't clarify. Get people to go see the movie. What are you doing?
Yeah, it is weird.
Like, why'd you have to split hairs?
And if you look at how many tweets he made about The Flash and how many tweets he made about Blue Beetle, every tweet about The Flash he did, which were multiple, is like, this one's really great. Go see this one. There's one tweet about Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
One. He said Peter Safran produced Blue Beetle before he came on board as DC Studios head. And there's only one tweet that James Gunn said about Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
And I was really like, that sucks. This looks like a winner. I want to go see it. So I did. And I fucking love it. It's incredible. In my mind, it's incredible. It's one of the best DC movies ever made. It's filled with so much style, with such a unique voice. It's a pretty rote superhero movie. It's pretty much it's pretty by the numbers. But the way that the director, Angel Manuel Soto, I think is his name,
Yes.
is able to infuse it with his unique voice and perspective, being a member of the Latino community, focusing on a family like that, makes it feel fresh and makes it feel unique. And by the end of the film, I'm in tears. For the last hour of that movie, I am constantly in tears, streaming down my face at some of the really awesome like fight sequences. Talk about lighting, by the way. It's a really well lit movie, and the final act is set during night. It's a really well lit movie, thank goodness. I love the suit. It's practical. The film was made on less than half the budget of The Flash, and it looks better. Frankly, I really like how it incorporates the Blue Beetle lore. There is a specific reason why it's probably so high in my estimation that I don't want to spoil for people who haven't seen it. But I really love it. The kid from Cobra Kai, Zolo, something I can't remember his last name, is a star. He is Blue Beetle. He is Blue Beetle in the same way that Christopher Reeve is Superman, is the same way that Robert Downey Jr. is Tony Stark, is the same way yada. Margot Robbie is Harley Quinn. He is Jaime Reyes. He is so perfectly cast in the role. Every one of his family is delightful and wonderful. I loved it when I first saw it. And I was surprised to find out the second time I watched it that I loved it even more.
I'll hop in and say that like it didn't make it in my honorable mentions because like that list was just getting crazy. And like it doesn't quite clear that for me. Like I like it a lot. I do think it's worth seeing. I think it's a really good time. I do think it's the best DC's put out without having seen Lost Kingdom in the past couple of years. 100%. I think that's easy to say. It's colorful. Brandon's right. It's well performed. I think that like it's very good at being a truly Mexican American story. And what I mean when I say that is that it's both representing them well, but it's also really trying to inject the story with a lot of the good and the bad that comes from being Mexican American in America, and that is inherently supposed to be part of the DNA of the story. And I will say, I wish they could have gone even further with it.
Sure.
But the fact that it's there at all is really special, and it has a voice, and it's very clear, and it's very strong. And there's just some things that pull it back for me, but it is absolutely like no sneeze, easily an 8. If not higher. Like it's a good time, and it's probably like the most perfected of like for the hero and his surrounding family or characters on his side, maybe the perfected version of the origin story for comic book superhero films.
Nice.
Yeah, I there's a lot of really funny moments, but there's also really not only like the way they interpret the Blue Beetle Kajida, the scarab voice is I think pretty interesting. A lot of people kind of like it when it's a little bit more, has a little bit more personality, but what I really like about this is that it starts really robotic and then becomes more like develops a personality as it gets closer, as the symbiosis relationship between him and between the scarab and Jaime gets closer, the personality starts to show, and by the end she's speaking Spanish. The beetle is speaking Spanish, and I was like, that's a really cool detail. I mean, the movie's got the Blue Beetle ship that Ted Kord flies around in, and like I love it. I love it so much. I love it dearly. It's my number 4.
Well, hell yeah. Moving on to number 3, my favorite TV show of the year, it's Scavenger's Reign, and boy howdy, am I so glad I watched the show. Yeah, I've never seen a show like this. I don't know if anyone has. It is so singularly unique. Yes, we have seen like, oh, I'm trapped on an alien planet, but like every 5 to 10 seconds, something new's on screen that you've never seen before, and they never stop. They never stop being inventive. I love the characters, and I mentioned this when we just talked about it off air, but I love that the characters all feel grounded and real. They're not like crazy, like animated, like caricatures or archetypes. Like they all feel like real people who are doing their best. The character of Cayman, who goes on this insane journey of villain to I guess not really hero, but like he has really kind of like malicious intent at some points, but it's also not his fault because he's being controlled by like this weird frog monster, which is really cool. But like I still think about episodes of that show every day, like the clone episode where you see Sam get cloned into like a meat monster.
Oh, I just watched that one.
Or like a later one where he's scratching his chest for some reason, which turns into a whole thing. The random deaths that happen like actually are impactful. We watched an episode where one happened later on, and I saw you react to it the same way I did. Like it's so perfect, and it's so beautiful, and it's so weird. It's the most imaginative animated show I've maybe seen in my entire life. And granted, I don't watch as much animated shows as you guys, but like I also don't think I'm lying when I'm saying it's one of the most imaginative, because like, again, like every couple minutes, every couple seconds, they'll show you an alien and they'll never show it again. But for 5 seconds, they're like, yo, we're gonna go so hard on this 5 seconds. It is bananas the amount of imagination in this show. It boggles my mind that the show gets to exist as it does.
Yeah, it's my number 11, and I agree with everything Ryan said. It's incredibly imaginative. It's very well thought out as far as like creating an alien world. The only thing like that gets close to it in a world sense, we kind of talked a little bit about this on our previous episode where we talked a little bit about having watched Scavenger's Reign, that certainly Pandora in the Avatar movies is a well thought out thing, but like there's still a proxy of like inserting things that are based off like marine life and things like that, just saying like, oh, what if that existed on the terrain of the planet? And like that's cool and all, and I'm not saying that's not creative in its own way, but like what's here is that so often you get an alien film and like they'll get, if they get really imaginative and creative, they focus that in on like the main alien you're going to see, and then like the rest of the environment is like you might get like one or two little things that are kind of there, but this is like a fully developed, thought out environment with all these interconnections and all of these things, and like you see shit you'd never dream of in how these creatures and the planet itself integrates with each other, how they respond to threats or prey or what have you. It's so adaptive. It's so just cool to see. It's so vibrant and alive. And the story of the people who are trying to scavenge and survive on this planet is really well put together. And it's got great vocal performances. One of my favorites, Womi Masaku, is here. Like it's truly special.
One of my favorite things like my favorite like tropes is like, you know, Westworld shit, like robots. Do robots have souls? You know, Star Wars droids, like, are they people or are they just droids, right? The arc that the robot goes on, and I won't spoil it because I know Brandon's finished it, but like that's my favorite thing of the show. The stuff with the robot. Because like when you think it's over, like it might not be. And it's beautiful, man. It's so beautiful. And like I want this team, because like the show has been like, it has like 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, but like not many people are watching it, which really bums me out because like there are a lot of things that come out in the world, but like this show took years to animate, and you see why, because it's doing so much shit in every episode. So like I hope it's good enough critically that it can get a second season. And again, if it takes like an Arcane, like if it takes 2 to 3 years to get that next season, I'll wait, because it's worth it. And it ends in such a way where you're like, oh yeah, we could do more. Why can't we do more? It blew me away. Like after the first episode, I'm like, oh no, I'm ruined. This is going to ruin me. And I loved it. I love it. It's so
highly recommend to anybody who hasn't checked out Scavenger's Reign. It's really worth doing. You got to go look at it. It's just, there truly aren't animated shows out there like this.
Yeah. True.
Sparks, you're number 3, right?
It's time. My number 3. It's Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Mine too.
Nice.
You too, Ben?
Yep, mine too.
Awesome. So yeah, no one has this any higher, correct?
Nope, it didn't even make my honorable mentions.
Jeez. Dang.
It's not that I disliked it. It's not that I disliked it at all. I just, I didn't like it as much as I wish I did.
Number 3 for me. Across the Spider-Verse. Also, much like Mutant Mayhem, incredible music, incredible animation, truly like incredible animation. In fact, like the only thing that put this over Mutant Mayhem for me personally is that just the animation's bonkers.
It's one of the only movies I've rewatched this year because it is stunning.
It's just gorgeous. And like that put it over. But the thing is, like, people have a lot of criticisms about this being an incomplete story, and I'm not a person who agrees with that. I think that Across the Spider-Verse is very clear and succinct from the jump, that it's about Gwen's story of feeling like she betrayed Miles. That's how she opens it, and what she's going to do about it is how she closes it. And if you even want to go further than that, you have the story of a full arc for Miles of him desperately wanting to tell his mom that he is Spider-Man and his parents, and not being able to do it. And by the end of the movie, he finally does it. It's just the wrong mom. Spoilers. And like, but that's like, while there is more to say for that story, obviously, because he doesn't do it in the right place, he went on the arc. He did it. He went through the whole thing. He just hasn't been able to deliver it yet to the person who needs to hear it. But he went on that journey. And I think that's really special. I think the whole thing of Miles being encouraged to stand up and say, like, I matter and I belong, and what it's doing to refute this idea of how Spider-Mans have to live in all Spider personas have to live in grief and accept that these bad things have to happen for them to be who they are. Yeah. I love it fighting that. I love it fighting that narrative. There's so many great obvious references. The humor is on point. There are beautiful moments. I think about Miles and Gwen hanging upside down from the building next to each other all the time. It's one of the prettiest things, and it's attached to this thing of like, we know there are a ton of other spider people but there's no one who gets me like you. And I think that's really, really sweet and tender, and I love it. And that coupled with Rio Morales' speech to Miles before he leaves makes me cry every time I watch it, every time I think about it. It made me cry when it was in the trailers. Across the Spider-Verse, I'm excited for the next one. I think like there's so much beauty in the visual language of that film, and then what they're doing, where they're taking those characters. I'm extremely pleased that it's at least up to the par of its predecessor.
This and The Last of Us were the two hardest cuts I had to make. But I cut them for just, you know, when everything's incredible, you got to start getting nitpicky, right? So, and unfortunately, this one it went to honorable mentions. But like in terms of like the best, it probably is still like the best looking movie, like next to TMNT in my opinion. And like I think about that Renaissance Vulture fight all the time. Mm-hmm. I've like again, it's one of the three movies I rewatched, like this and Dungeons and Dragons and something else I don't remember because my memory is awful. But like that movie is so beautiful, and it's made by wizards. Like I cannot believe. I think of the Mum Manhattan sequence, and like that is so spectacular. And like the talk with Gwen and her father, and how just the world bleeds out around them. I'm like, how do you do this? And it bums me out that like we learned after that like these animators were like crunched to death, and we would get 5 revisions of a scene, and this movie still came out as good as it did. It's mind-boggling that like they still cared enough to like, yo, we're still gonna make this work or make this look as good as it is. And like if anything, like that ending was like an epilogue, and it makes me more excited for the future. Because like, listen, I think of like Empire Strikes Back or like Fellowship of the Ring. Those also have endings that are like, oh, we're breaking up at the end of the movie. Like, guess what? Like, I still feel complete watching that movie for me, and I'm like. I probably could have put this on my top 15, but like, I feel like TMNT is that spot for me. Not that I couldn't have both, but like, I focus on TMNT because it's the newer of the. It is the first in a movie series. But it's an astounding movie, man.
Ben, it's on your number 3, right, Ben?
Yep, it's my number 3 as well. I echo a lot of what Spark said about how well made this movie is, and how it is to the par of its predecessor. Like 10 minutes in, when I first saw this movie, I was like, this is like the best Spider-Man movie ever made, because it's just so visually striking. It's not shying away that it's a comic book movie, but every single character moment just hits so hard. Gwen's betrayal, Miles trying to tell his parents, just everything about this movie is, to me, is like, this is quintessential Spider-Man. And yes, we get some amazing jokes. We get, like, I still crack up at the scene where it's therapy Spider-Man or therapist Spider-Man, and the other Spider-Man's at therapy. He's like, then my uncle, let me guess, he died. And then all the others, and then all the chai tea bit is still hilarious. This movie is just unapologetically a comic book film. And it will not shy away from the fact that it's like, yes, we are based on comic books. This is a comic book movie. And it is just so even like what Brandon mentioned, that the Renaissance Vulture fight, just the way that he's animated and how he is so different, or even Spider-Punk.
Yeah,
he's just constantly changing, constantly different. I'm just like, this is just so rad and so cool.
Much effort, man.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot I can say more about this movie, but it is fantastic.
We can't forget the best Spider-Man. Lego Spider-Man. He's the best. We're the best you got.
Lego Spider-Man.
Thanks, Peter. You're the best of us.
Stupid.
Animated by a 14-year-old.
I hope he got paid.
Yeah.
God.
J.K. Simmons is still J. Jonah Jameson, even the Legoverse.
Yep.
They're never gonna get better than that.
I'm so happy it exists. I think it's wonderful. I can't wait for the next one. It means a lot to me. That's all.
My number 3?
Yeah.
Suzume.
Whoa.
Not number 1.
This is a shakeup. Not even number 2.
No.
I am. Oh no, wait. I think I know what the 1 and 2 are now.
Yeah.
You know what? Okay. I'm with you.
You should have figured it out. Yeah, Suzume. This was tough. This was really tough because these my last 3 could be anywhere in this list, but I had to pick one. So I was like, yeah, Suzume. Suzume is, to me, the most incredible animated film of the year. It's directed by the director of Your Name, which I recently saw this year as well.
Love that.
It's fucking incredible. Suzume, also fucking incredible. I love the voice acting quite a lot for the American dub, which is the only version I saw. And it's such an insane, well-realized world
of this guy who his job is to close these doors to this like demon plane. And there's these various doors and they try to get out and he's got to put this charm here. Well, Suzume kind of fucks it up and the charm becomes real. And becomes alive and becomes this cat, and that's the cat we see in the trailer. But there needs to be a charm. So the cat's like, okay, you can be the charm. And so they turn the dude into a chair. And the chair, and now it's Suzume in this chair, trying to close these doors throughout time while also chasing this cat totem to put the cat back. Halfway through the film, I thought we were ending the movie. I thought the movie was kind of coming to a natural conclusion, and I was like, "Oh, okay, well, that was very good. I really liked it." And then there's another hour, and then by the last hour of the film, I'm in tears. I'm bawling. It's incredible. It's so beautifully animated. It's so emotional. There's a line I think about every fucking day of my life since I saw this movie that I will not say because it's a massive spoiler. But I think about it all the time. I do not know, much like Blue Beetle. Look, I do not know if anyone is going to like this movie as much as I am, as much as I do. I can only say that I dearly, 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 dearly love it. The Blu-ray release is out in March, and I am 100% getting that shit.
I'll definitely watch it because I saw your name and that movie's incredible. And if it's half as good as that, then like I'm sure I'll like it.
I do really want to see it, especially off your recommendation. But like I can't say like, oh yeah, we'll love it as much as you, but I can say we'll probably really, really enjoy it because I've heard nothing but good things. So
Does any one of us have Crunchyroll?
No, I do.
I'm gonna borrow your Crunchyroll account because it's on Crunchyroll and I want to rewatch it.
Okay.
You will borrow my Apple account, so
That's true. Well, I mean, I'll talk to Fanny. It's technically
and my
Fanny's
Dropout
Crunchyroll,
account. You have my Dropout account and my Apple account. You owe me.
I technically haven't logged into the Dropout one yet, but yeah.
All right.
You should. Dropout's great. But yeah,
Dropout.
that's awesome, Brandon. I'm really happy for you.
I love Suzume. That's my number 3.
Me? Number 2?
Yep.
So we did my favorite movie and my favorite show. Now it's not from my favorite comic book, and it's no surprise. I've talked about it all year. It's 20th Century Men. I will be bold and say, like, Watchmen is one of the defining comics of the 20th century. And I think this comic, with given more time, will be one of the defining books of the 21st century. It is so remarkable, the depth and pathos that like this book, which is about World War II, Cold War, Soviet era, wartime, mixed with superhero stuff, blends so seamlessly and almost like an Oppenheimer feels so real. The 4th issue of the book, which is entirely made up of like nothing but battle sequences and dialogue from people who were in the battle or talked about it after. It's almost like a God, what's the word I'm thinking of? It's like a post-op of like people like, yeah, I was there and this is what happened. And like, it feels like I'm reading a real memoir of something that never happened with the amount of depth and pathos that some of these characters can have. It is what the US is in this comic book is so horrifying, and how they have this band of Marines called the Suicide Cowboys, and they're dressed like the cowboy, like the football cowboy, the Dallas Cowboys, but they're murderous like army men. And one of the characters, I think his name's like Bill Six or something, but he's like a savage, like murderous, like cannibal man who the US unleashes in Vietnam. It's so real. And I will never forget that man is liquid. It's a line that if you read it, you understand it. It's horrible. It's like, it's one of those things that like sticks with you, kind of like stuff like in Oppenheimer. It's like the most beautiful comic I've read in a long time. And it's like, it doesn't adhere to any traditional layout. It's like beautiful splash page after beautiful splash page of like horror and the way that people deal with the horror. And our main character, who is basically like a Soviet Iron Man, his life throughout these decades is so fascinating and so believable and so real and so heartbreaking. I've never read anything like it in my life. Probably honestly since Watchmen, which I have a tattoo of. And I would eventually have gotten to it because of the praise, but thank God Sparks picked it as a book club because I got to read it earlier than I normally would have. And like, it changed my life for real. Like, and like, as someone who's a creator, not a creator, someone who wants to be a creator, let's say, like I dream of writing and creating comic books. Like, this reignited my love of what comic books can be. And like, the type of comics I want to write are like this, that are a blend of real world and science fiction. Like, that's my jam. So like the fact that this book gets to exist and it is as critically acclaimed as it was, it's won every word you could possibly want in comicsdom. So like, I'm just so thankful this book gets to exist. And it is a hardcore book. It is not an easy read. Like, I understand why people didn't connect with it as the two gentlemen up above did, which is totally fine. But that's what I love about art like this, because it is so extreme. You'll either like dislike it or you'll like love it till you die. And I will love it till I die. And anytime I get on Twitter can talk about it, I do. And like, it's getting like another resurgence because like everyone's talking about their top 10 comics of the year. And like, luckily it was mostly a 2022 book, but the last issue and the trade came out in 2023. So that's why I get to talk about it, which is so lovely. So honestly, I just want to thank you, Sparks, for getting it to me this year, 2023. Because like that book really like changed my life, man. It's so good.
It's in my number 7. I feel echoing much the same as what Ryan's saying. All of that. I agree. I think it's really like politically strong, especially in this moment. I think about, just as we say, like a lot of these things, they stick with us after we've seen them. The thing that sticks with me about 20th Century Men is there's a part where they say like, everyone else around the world has their vision of what they think the Middle East should be. This is our vision of what the Middle East can be. Speaking as people who live there, and like, especially right now, I'm thinking about that all the time.
Yeah.
And like providing that kind of story of putting that perspective, which is, Brandon, I know you didn't get all the way through it. In like the very last part of it, you have someone who lives there who is utilizing the technology and reveals like a hidden part of where they've been, where they're growing things. They have used the technology to grow trees in the desert and grow life and grow vegetables. And it's like, this is a future we want, not the future other nations want for us. And that part in particular is just like, it's the thing that cements 20th century to me as so special. And I love it. I adore it. I'm so glad we got to do it for a book club. I'm so glad the author and the artist both appreciated it.
Yeah.
Very special. Very happy to have read it. I love 20th Century Men. Incredible comic, as far as I'm concerned.
Ben's number 2. Unless
no, it's me.
It's sorry.
Number 2.
I forgot.
That's okay. Me number 2. I think I'm about to maybe pop off 3 of us all at the same time. We'll see. It's Godzilla -1.
Yeah.
My number 2.
My number 2.
There it is. All right.
My number 6.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Godzilla -1. So good. I didn't think it was gonna overtake Across the Spider-Verse for myself, but it did. Godzilla -1. I'm just happy it's all on all our top 15s. Regardless of where it is, it's
2 Godzilla shows or 2 Godzilla things on
top 15s for so many of
what
us.
A year.
Like, what a thing. I never thought we'd be here. Godzilla -1 is far and away better than I could have hoped for.
Yeah.
I was talking
go ahead.
I was talking to a friend of mine, Kirk, about Godzilla -1. He also watched it and he loved it, and we were talking about it. We have a monthly get together that we try to keep, and I was talking about Godzilla -1, and I was telling him about how succinctly I loved the theme of the film, this idea of like, governments don't care about you, governments don't care about people. You shouldn't be shamed for not dying in a war that the government told you to go die for. You shouldn't be shamed for wanting to live. And the theme of the film and everything like that. And I was sitting there for like a good 10 minutes just spewing out just everything about this film that I love and the themes of it and everything. And that's at that moment I realized, I was like, damn, this might be my favorite movie of the year. Yeah. This is 100% my favorite movie of the year. I love it so much. I love Godzilla. I've loved Godzilla for decades. At this point, one of my favorite properties. I will watch every single Godzilla movie ever. And the fact that this film is incredible, and Toho took a chance to give it a theatrical release, a normal theatrical release that is getting extended every week to more and more theaters for more and more people to come to it and watch it is so insane to me. And people are watching and people are loving it, and rightfully so. It's got incredible special effects with incredible Godzilla design. I love all the main characters. It is truly something special.
the thing that I love about it is, and it's often what I love about genre is like it can give me a different perspective on someone else's life that I will never experience. Not just living in 1940s, but also being like someone who lives in Japan during this time, where it was part of their military regime to have kamikaze pilots. And like again, that's something that like Japan shies away from, and they still try to. And like something we don't really talk about or learn about anytime it's in movies, it's generally like it's because like they're the bad guys. Like I think like Pearl Harbor is like the big movie where like it's like a focus of that, and like they're also just people, and like most of them probably don't want to die, right? Like I don't think you wake up, you're like, man, I want to die for my country. So like to have a shine on that and to have the different perspectives of people within that society who like shun the people who do not want that, like our main character who decided not to kill himself, and people like rag on him for it. Like it's so wild that like that was a period of time where like this was just the standard, and it's being a Godzilla movie that take place again, like this being like a fresh start of like, you know, the original Godzilla, like the 54 Godzilla, but even pre that time, it's so special. Like we've been using the word special for a lot of the things we've talked about, but like this is singularly like Godzilla singular point. It is so singular in being like what Godzilla can be and like what he can represent like to his maximum. Because like again, like the American Godzilla, it's turned into, you know, action figure toys, and that is totally acceptable. But like, man, this has like real meaning, and like I care more about these characters than pretty much any kaiju person in any of these movies that I've seen in like the last 20 years, really. And like the fact that Godzilla could have been removed for this movie, and it's just about these people dealing with wartime, it would have been an incredible movie. But also add a cool lizard with a great design where his impact is incredible, and he's doing like nuclear bomb explosions. It's wild that this is a genre movie, and it does everything so perfectly.
Something that I will always think about is when Sparks and I watched at a theater. It's the first Godzilla film to ever make me cry.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Ben, but it's your number 2 as well. You haven't said anything.
Yeah, no, I was just letting you guys go off. This movie was it was the best movie I've seen all year, hands down.
You made the claim that it is the best Godzilla movie ever.
Honestly, yeah, I'll still stand by that.
Yeah.
It's because it brings forth what Godzilla, the metaphor of what Godzilla was in 54. It also brings another light onto a part of Japanese history that we here in America we don't really gloss over, but we don't, of course, we look at what the Japanese did to the Americans. We don't look at what the Japanese did to themselves, or how it felt like and we don't put ourselves in their shoes. So the fact that this story is about a man with survivor's guilt because he was supposed to die but didn't, he wanted to live, and then he essentially saw a bunch of other people die on Oda Island, and he grew with even more survivor's guilt. So the fact that this movie just takes Godzilla and puts it in an era in a part of Japanese history even before the 50s, because by the 50s Japan was, if my history is correct, they were pretty much almost fully rebuilt. America had a bunch of bases there. Like they were on the uptick. They were getting back from the tragedy of war. Whereas to see Godzilla show up so close after the war is like, oh, we're screwed. We're even more screwed now. This sucks.
Right. Yeah.
And
go ahead, Ben, please.
No, and there's just this -1, like I keep saying with Monarch, -1 does what the Monsterverse doesn't. And I'm talking about the main Monsterverse films, not Monarch. Monarch's the exception. It makes me want to follow and care about these characters. It makes me wish that all these people survive. I'm not here for when Godzilla shows up in Ginza and starts destroying all the buildings. It hurt.
Yeah.
It was like, I'm like, yeah, blow stuff up, stomp, roar. But it's just like, how do we stop this? How do we beat him? And the first atomic breath, where his atomic breath turns into a mini atom bomb, it's like, oh shit, Tokyo got nuked. We're screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes to my number 2. It is my favorite film of the year. it's again kind of referencing with the Oppenheimer conversation. I remember when Brandon, Ryan, and I were having a discussion about kaiju films hitting in America and what this year looked like, and neither of them had come out yet. And like anticipating that, I really think, and I think it's true, that atomic age moment is like kind of hitting in a pop culture way. Like Godzilla -1 and Oppenheimer have both like caused a shift where we're going to be thinking about the atomic age more. I think that's coming. And it's really wonderful to see both of them do what they did and have that impact. And Godzilla -1, especially, like watching people who have never been Godzilla people become Godzilla people because of this movie. It's wonderful. It's just wonderful. I'm so glad that it has the ability to tell the story the way it does, that it's willing to be critical of its own country while also like calling out the sins of our own, and doing both of those things, and that they had the faith, as Brandon said, to put it in theaters here in the States and continue to extend that run, as word of mouth and popular demand have shown that Godzilla -1 has something that people want to go check out. That's great. It's just great. I'm so happy for all of us that we got to see something so unique 70 years on for this character come to the screen. And it hit even harder than we thought, and we thought it was going to hit pretty hard.
By the time we saw it, like the hype was almost unbelievable, and like it somehow was like, no, it is that good. I'm like, man, hell yeah, it's so good.
Truly, it was better than I expected it to be, and I expected it to be very good.
I was expecting.
You don't get that all the time.
No, I was expecting it to be extremely good. I didn't expect it to be as good as it was. I walked out of that theater, and I was even talking about it to some people at work, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I saw Godzilla -1," or I had a friend of mine, because he asked me, he's like, "Hey, what good movies are out?" I'm like, "Godzilla -1," and he's like, "Oh, I'll try it." I was like, it got extended in theaters, and the fact that it keeps getting extended, it's like I want to go see it again.
Keeps making the money, baby. Highest grossing Godzilla movie, non-US Godzilla movie.
Crazy.
Well, that's because none of them had theatrical runs like this.
It's true.
Nope.
Gotta believe. Yo, man, I bet Shin Godzilla could have done it if they believed in it.
I agree.
Like, that movie's good enough, in my opinion.
Godzilla -1, it just it's resonating. I love that it's resonating. I hope it continues to do so. And I'm glad they took the time to make something special. I'm glad they're willing to take the time to make something special again. It is just cool that a lot of us feel it is one of the best, if not the best, film of the year.
All right, so I guess so that was 2 for the 3 of us. So Ryan, you're number 1, I guess.
My number 1 is no surprise. It's something called Baldur's Gate 3.
Yes.
This is not just the best game of the year. It's also the best movie of the year, the best TV show of the year, the best comic of the year, because it has an unfathomable amount of dialogue and choice to make. We've all played, to a lesser extent me, but like we've all played games where you have choice, whether it's Telltale or a Skyrim or something like that. But a lot of those games, they feel kind of phony because like no matter if you go A or B, you always kind of funnel to the same place. Baldur's Gate 3 is the most complex. My roommate Kate, you can hear me from the other room. When Baldur's Gate 3 came out,
Grayson laughed too.
Yeah, Grayson. The day that game came out, roommate Kate and I, we jumped on that. We wanted to make it like a household game that we all play. It's unfortunately not the type of game where everyone can be involved because it's not like a hardcore action game. It's a turn-based tactics game. But there was still some fun choice to be had. But when I started my own character, and there's 3 acts of the game, I put 160 hours into it in total. But it took me a couple times before I found the character that I wanted to play, and it was Shin Hati, and that's from Ahsoka. I made Shin Hati from Ahsoka, blonde-haired paladin lady, Oathbreaker. There's more recorded dialogue in this game than all 3 Lord of the Rings books combined. There's millions of words of dialogue in this game, and they're all voice acted. I'm going to spray just a lot of numbers because it's astonishing. There's 250 actors, voice actors, and they're all motion captured. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours to play because literally every permutation you can think of has an opposite direction. I've never played a game in my life that feels like there's an actual dungeon master helping me through the game. Mm-hmm. It's because this game took 6 years to make. This game is 1 in a million because no other game studio would allow this shit to happen. also Larian's independent. This is an independent studio who made this game. They went to Wizards of the Coast and got the license because like this is the type of games they make. We think we can make the best D&D game ever made, and they did. There will never be another game like this, just because we live in a market where the world will not allow this type of game to get made in the big studios, Microsoft, Sony kind of studio. I have never wanted Brandon to play a game more in my life than Baldur's Gate 3, because now that you are into D&D, Brandon, I could name off a dozen other great RPGs that are like D&D. You will never play a game that is just D&D like Baldur's Gate 3. It has over 500 spells. Every spell that's ever been in Dungeons & Dragons is in this game. Every chaotic choice you want, everything you do is a dice roll. And every time you get a nat 1, you go, well, shit, I'm about to die. It feels so impactful. These are the best written characters of the year. There are like eight characters that, like, when you form a party in a video game, there's like 8 characters you can choose from. Every single one of them is good enough to be the star of their own video game. A lot of these actors have been winning a voice actor of the year at the Game Awards. Astarion the Vampire won best voice actor. Their stories are so real, and they're so tragic, and they're so like believable, whether it's about like trauma or believing in yourself or being subjugated by other people. All variety of tropes, they're done to the 10th millionth degree of excellence. I cannot believe this game exists. I played the whole game through once, but doing Act 1 multiple times, I can't believe the amount of things that I can change. Like, I truly can't believe it. It's unfathomable that this game even exists, and it works. There are bugs here and there, but like, yo, man, like, I played Jedi Survivor, I played Spider-Man 2. Those games had more bugs than this 700-hour RPG did. It's bananas. And I don't need to talk about it anymore because I've been talking about it for the last like 3 months nonstop. But like, it is so special. And like, I play a lot of games, and like, I care about characters, but like, I have never cared about a character in a video game like I have in this game. Like, I went through a whole journey of like, I had a girlfriend, I cheated on my girlfriend. The girl that I cheated on my girlfriend, she died. The girlfriend wouldn't take me back because I cheated on her. And all that feels real because the voice actors are giving it their all. It's not just like, oh, you choose A instead of B, here's your outcome. It's like, that carries with you for 100 hours. I cannot believe it. A character you meet in Act 1, you'll forget about, and they'll show up in Act 3 and like, hey, remember that thing you did? Thanks for doing that. Or if you're like me and you're evil, you kill a bunch of people, you have huge ramifications in Act 3, huge ramifications. It's so special. And like, I think about it all the time. I think about the journey I made. Like, I could write like a book and like about the specific journey that I went on, and 1,000 other people could write the same book and it'd be 100% different. There are dozens of hours that I missed because of my evil playthrough. I killed specific characters. They each had their own entire quest line that went through 3 acts. It's changed the way I look at games because Starfield came out around the same time. And boy, howdy. You guys remember how I was excited for Starfield? I played Baldur's Gate 3 and then I played Starfield. Yo, fuck that game. Oh my God. Not only was that game disappointing, but you put 2 RPGs next to each other and it's like, what are we doing here? Now I say that all the time because of Charles from the Ringverse, but like, it's the type of thing of like, this is what we're capable of, and this is the type of thing that we just accept because just like Alan Wake 3 changed the way I think about video games, you don't have to make video games the same way. They don't have to be formulaic. They can be really good, but they don't just have to be this way. And it's like, it is one of the most special games I've played in my lifetime. It's profound. Ben, when you eventually get to it, I know you'll love it, and you'll go crazy for how many choices you make. What's up, Brandon?
I want to say something about like, because there's, there was this talk about like how Microsoft made a deal with a Gen AI company that was going to allow video game companies to proceed to generate voice acting and dialogue and things like that through generative AI. And the thing that like, what I think is really incredible about Baldur's Gate, having not played it, but seeing the reaction towards it, is that it's the proof positive that Gen AI is bullshit. Because of how much dialogue's written, it like is truly, as far as what I can tell, a work of art. There's you've already said how many actors are in the thing, how much work went into it, how much dialogue was written for it, all that stuff. Like, that's all stuff that a lot of people nowadays who aren't artistically inclined will want to use Gen AI to shortcut. And part of what's so beautiful about humanity and art is the work that's put into it. And that's what you kind of see with Baldur's Gate. I feel like that's why Baldur's Gate feels like a work of art, because of all the artists that worked on it and put in hours and hours and hours of the work. That if Baldur's Gate, for example, used Gen AI, it wouldn't feel like a work of art. It would feel like AI, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. And like every side quest feels important, and every character you meet feels like a real character. Like this game is so well written. It's like I can't even believe it sometimes. Like even the smallest character will give some beautiful speech about being alive or thanks for doing this thing. And it's like, it's not just, oh, thanks for getting my wolf skin, my 5 wolf skins. Like every single side quest feels important because it feels like a real world. And it's like, this person really needed your help in some capacity, or you can just kill that person. And like that is an effect you have on the world. And almost, I'm not gonna say every character because there's literally like 1,000 NPC in this game, but like practically every character you meet has some turnaround to meet you back in Act 3. And like the fact that this game has 3 acts and you don't learn who the actual villain is until the end of Act 2, potentially 100 hours, like if you do everything, and it's still impactful to get into Act 3 is like, it's mind-blowing. You do 100 hours of stuff and you're not even at the real core of the game yet. There will never be a game like this. Unless some studio is willing to put more than half a decade into it, and no studio will ever do that, ever. And if they do, they turn it's Starfield, and it's because it's owned by a big company like Microsoft, so they're not allowed to take chances. It is the biggest like risk in video games because like this is a hardcore slow RPG where you have like 100 different things you can do, and it's a lot of clicking buttons. But like even the combat, it feels like you're playing real D&D combat, like with a dungeon master. Because again, every dice roll can make or break any combat encounter, and it's just like it's so beautiful. I'm just so glad it gets to exist. Eventually, like you two eventually will play it. I hope. I know Ben, you definitely will. Brandon, I really hope you do because I know you like Dungeons and Dragons now. This is the closest you will ever get to being able to play it solo. Because getting people together, like I would love to play D&D with you guys, but like that's not as easy as a request as, hey, here's the greatest game ever made about D&D, just right at your fingertips, and you can play it over and over and over again and never have a single same experience. It could be different every single time. Every time, it's incredible. That's the best thing of the year. Baldur's Gate.
Right.
That's
Sparks.
Awesome. I truly remain surprised that this is my number 1, but it is my number 1, is The Last of Us Season 1.
Yeah.
For me, nothing overtook Last of Us Season 1.
It's really good.
And it's not just that I love that game. I do. I love this show more. This show, its way of constantly and in different ways dissecting love and what love means in all its forms, whether that be romantic, whether it be just care, or how love can be dangerous, and that there are bad sides to loving, and what that is, and sharing love. And there was just nothing that wanted to do what Last of Us was doing that way. And it left such an imprint that the quality of it and the different approaches to it throughout a story that I already knew, but doing it better, was so thoughtful. Obviously, there's an episode that everybody talks about.
Episode 3.
Episode 3 is one of the best episodes of television of the year.
Nick Offerman just won an Emmy for it.
And like I won't dispute that, but like the whole show is strong. It's not just that one episode.
Yeah.
It's all of these different ways of really looking at love and caring about people, and that remained emotionally resonant and powerful and important to me. I remain eternally grateful that something so beautiful was made out of that game. And I just want more people to engage with it. I want more, like it is it's popular.
Oh yeah.
But I guess I'm saying, I'm pointing the finger at Brandon, and I'm saying I want you to watch the show because it's a good show. Ben finally did it. So I can't point the finger at him anymore.
Where was Ben? It's on your list too somewhere, right?
14.
14. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Last of Us Season 1 is remarkable. The performances are amazing. The writing is sharp. The world is wondrous in its tragedy. and what they find amidst it. The emotions of it lingered with me forever through the year, even though it came out in January. And truly, for me, nothing overtook it. So it's The Last of Us season 1.
This and Spider-Verse were the two hardest cuts. And again, I had to nitpick why I put stuff over another. But I think about that show a lot. Like when it was announced that like Pedro Pascal is going to be the lead, like I love Pedro, but like is he doing too much genre stuff? Is he trying to be the lead and everything? And like he really brings it, and Bella Ramsey really brings it. And like having played the game, that finale like hits just as hard, if not harder, because like I'm not the one controlling it. Like I'm just watching it through a show, and like it feels almost more real. Maybe because it's live action, I don't know, but like it's so tragic. But how love is dangerous, and how love can almost corrupt you with how much you love someone is such a beautiful and scary thing. Because like you said, like this is a post-apocalyptic show. Like it's not like we don't get a lot of these all the time, but like the way that it's not about the post-apocalypse. It's about the people and how they interact with the other people and how they get to survive. It's the last of humanity, and how do they deal with that? It makes me so excited for the second season, because like I have a lot of problems with that second game, but at its core, the story is just as good. So like I'm so excited that like it's so successful, and so many people love it, because it's genuinely incredible.
And that the thesis for it is that every character you meet, every major role, bad guys, good guys, everything they do is out of some form of love and attachment. And the analysis on that in the show is just so thoughtful. Ben, it's your number 14, so if you want to jump in on anything there.
You've nailed it on the head. I'm glad I finally watched it near the tail end of the year, because you're absolutely right. Last of Us is fantastic, and it truly is a story about how love can be, how like you said, different types of love can be great. Like when you said love can be dangerous, it reminds me of that one sister in Kansas City whose brother died, and she is just on the warpath to becoming essentially a fascist dictator in a way. Yeah. And you have the other brother in the same city who betrayed.
Don't spoil too much.
Oh yeah, who there's a bunch of betrayals because they do stuff out of love. And yeah, episode 3 is the pull at your heartstrings. Oh my god, that episode.
Yeah,
the show is fantastic. And from what little of the game I have played, because really I only played that one time where we did for Spooky Arcade, where it was like the one hit dies. And, yeah, but it was a great trend, or from what I know of The Last of Us, the game, it was a great adaptation of putting games to screen. And it was something that a lot of people were like, well, this is already a fantastic video game. Why do we have to make it to a fantastic show? And also it kind of sparked a really fun debate about, especially online when The Last of Us was ending. A lot of people were like, how come it's like, oh, wow, there really are great stories in video games? And a bunch of video game people were like, we've been saying this for years.
Yeah,
you just have to play them. Yeah, thankfully we are way past that. But Last of Us is fantastic. Definitely recommend people should watch it. It is really, it's not just another end of the world zombie apocalypse dystopian show. Oh no, we have a bunch of those. There's something here, and it's great.
Yeah. Is it the best video game adaptation of all time?
I think so.
Right
now, yeah.
Yeah, I would argue it is.
God, I hate that Halo show.
Yeah, that's
season 2 coming soon.
That's unfortunate.
All right, anyway.
That is unfortunate.
All right, Ben, your number 1?
Is it any surprise of what my number 1 is? It's Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah,
there it is.
My number 8. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been talking about Tears of the Kingdom so much. Ryan and I did an episode about it for Base Arcade for Pause Menu. And yeah, Tears of the Kingdom is my game of the year. It's still up there. It was a fantastic experience. You could hear me gush about it for 2 hours or throughout all the other episodes that I've talked about it since I got the damn thing. And it's still up there. Had I played Baldur's Gate 3, it probably would have dropped down. Do I want to play Baldur's Gate 3? Of course I do. Do I have it yet? Not yet. But as of right now, but yeah, Tears of the Kingdom, it was a fantastic gaming experience. I am so glad I played it, and it was just fantastic. I absolutely loved it. I had a great time.
I'll say just as an outside perspective, this is about Tears of the Kingdom and Baldur's Gate 3. From you guys talking about it, what I know and what I appreciate about both of them being this highly considered is that both of them are showing and broadening the idea of what we can do with video games.
Yeah.
And I think that's really valuable that both of those landed in this year.
Yeah, at Baldur's Gate, it's a kind of all-encompassing. For Zelda, it is like this game came out on the Switch, which is like almost 2 generations old at this point. Like it came out like what 7 years ago, 6 years ago. The fact that the game runs at all is impressive, but like the sheer technical magic happening that you can build mechs and airplanes and hot air balloons. You can build anything and everything just works. You can approach the game in any direction. You can do any temple in any direction. I do knock the game a little bit because every time you visit a temple, you get the same cutscene for all 4 temples, just with a different character. So like there are some dings. That's why I lowered it down. But in sheer gameplay, it's almost unrivaled. It is miraculous that it works at all. But like I had so much fun, and there's so much personality and like love, and like this game also took like 5 years to make, and like while it is the same world, they do enough with it to change it. And the gameplay, it's like literally like, man, you want to just walk there, you want to ride a horse, you want to build a mech, you want to build a hot air balloon. We don't care how you get there. You get there. And I love, again, I'm all about creative freedom in games, and like Zelda's definitely like one of the best ones.
Yeah, and you can drop from the tippy top of the sky all the way down into the depths seamlessly. No load screens.
Yeah.
And the secret of the depths, because like the game's Tears of the Kingdom, and like they showcase, hey, here's Hyrule, but there's also a Sky Kingdom. The new thing's the Sky Kingdom. They didn't show anything about the underworld. And then like as people were getting in the game, they're like, y'all, there's an entire other world they didn't even show us. And it's huge. And there's so much to do. And the gameplay loop of you need to go downstairs to get items so you can get upstairs and vice versa. Like it has like such a good gameplay loop. Like this is another game I played for like 100 hours. Like I love my time with this game. It's incredible. And the fact that like also the creator of the game saying like, hey, this is kind of the new formula for Zelda. Like I think we will get a new world for the next game, but I'm thinking it's probably going to be more like Wind Waker, like more like water-based potentially, but still having it be open world. It excites me because like you can still have the Zelda formula of like doing temples and stuff in dungeons, but like again, you don't have to stick to a formula just because that's what you're known for. You can breathe out and do something different.
Yeah.
All right. Brandon, number 1.
Indiana Jones, The Dial of Destiny.
You liar.
That hurt. I've been leaning back by the way because my back's been hurting. But
Yes.
no, it's not Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones deeply disappointed me. It is Adventure Time, Fiona and Cake. You guys, I cried when Adventure Time ended. I cried when I watched the last episode of Adventure Time Distant Lands. Actually, I cried through all 4 of those episodes, but that's neither here nor there. And once again, I cried at the end of Adventure Time Fiona and Cake. Adventure Time Fiona and Cake is such a shock because, like, I trust the Adventure Time team implicitly. I will watch them do whatever they want to do whenever they want to return to the world. But the fact that they decided to return to this world in such a unique way through characters that have been in Adventure Time, but never gotten more than, 2 episodes? Maybe 3?
And never properly been in the world.
And then to kind of explain, how do I want to say this? Incorporate the fan fiction-ness of Fiona and Cake that was inherent to the Ice King. It was one of the Ice King's fan fictions. That's why the characters were invented. And to kind of like make that all kind of work, while also, as the synopsis revealed, do a multiversal story about with Simon at the center of it, with Fiona and Cake at the center of it, pairing them together, while also showing us how the land of Ooo has progressed since the last time we saw it, but importantly before a specific episode in Distant Lands. And I really think that the show delivers much more than it promised. It's truly incredible and imaginative, and there's been a lot of talk of like multiverses in media right now, and you know that's all fair and good and whatever, but one of the things that Fiona and Cake does so beautifully is that it only once retreads a world we've already seen, and everything else is original, and everything else is unique and fun and kind of and enhances the story of Simon's journey and Fiona and Cake's journey in specific ways. And they also shape the worlds that they visit. It's truly an incredible show. It might be my favorite. No, it doesn't have Marceline. It doesn't have enough Marceline and Bubblegum for me to say that. But it's certainly up there as one of my favorite shows of all time. Certainly one of my favorite installments in the Adventure Time universe. I'm so glad it's getting a second season. I cannot wait for that second season. The ending is deeply unexpected. And I look forward to Sparks finally watching it so we can talk about it. But that's all I can say.
Yeah, for me, it's only my honorable mentions because I did not. It's my biggest shame of them that I did not finish this one, and that's largely because I'm watching it with my wife, and so I have to watch it on a timetable with her. But I've seen the first 2 episodes, and just from those 2, I know it's strong. I'm not worried about it. Brandon's more than assured me, and then seeing the quality myself, I'm like, okay, this is obviously this is going to be one of the Adventure Time's best, and I look forward to getting through it and seeing the rest of it because I'm certain it's in top 15 material if I had.
One of the things that I think is really interesting when we were watching the trailers for Adventure Time with Fiona and Cake, the world that Fiona and Cake inhabit is very real. And we see them when we first meet them. They live in a real world with cell phones, and all the characters are imagined in ways that, Marshall Lee is no longer a vampire. He is a just kind of a starving artist. Prince Gumdrop. Sorry, Prince Gumdrop. By the way, it's kind of unfortunate that Neil Patrick Harris and Kumail Nanjiani. Donald Glover's back.
Right.
But Neil Patrick Harris and Kumail Nanjiani don't reprise their roles as Prismo and Prince Gumdrop.
But not the Kumail Nanjiani one is the most upsetting.
Yeah, it is.
Because if anybody doesn't know the story, just real quick, is that they constantly reached out to his agency to get him back for the show. And Kumail Nanjiani found out about that from the official writers on the show, responding to fans about Prismo being recast. And Kumail Nanjiani said, they literally never told me.
So messed up.
And I'm pretty sure Kumail Nanjiani fired his agents.
Good.
I
remember seeing that on Twitter, yeah.
Which was a big thing because he said, Prismo's so important to me, I would have come back for free.
Yeah.
So he was up.
He got that Eternals money. He good.
The way that it incorporates everything, but like reimagines the world of Fiona and Cake and why the world is the way it is was such good writing. I love it. It's my number 1. It's my favorite show of the year. It's my favorite thing I consumed this year. I have literally not stopped thinking about it since I watched it.
Yeah, love it. Love it. Look at all that beautiful, great entertainment that came out this year.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm so happy also that I convinced you guys to do a top 15 because it's our show. We can do what we want. And I want to talk about more good shit. So hell yeah.
All right. Well, that's it.
I'm so happy that unlike last year, we didn't try and do the news with this.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Well, originally this was going to be a special, but then it just, because we were ending it, we just said this is
because we knew after last year, we can't do this again.
Yeah.
Yeah. This just became 350, and that's it. That's it, guys. That's the show, and I mean that literally. That is the Fake Nerd Podcast. There is no 351. This is it. Well, we'll see.
I'll say just on that before you go where you're going, which is that I'm a very optimistic person, but I would never ever, and I also have a very hard time ever saying that anything is over, especially if I'm involved in it creatively. So you're going to hear from me that I'm going to be like, I don't know. We'll see one day. Who knows? We have no idea what's ahead. At the moment, there is no intention to bring the Fake Nerd Podcast show back regularly. I certainly have things that I still want to do with the guys. It really depends on where we're at those points in our lives. Yeah. In my ideal future, we're back in a year doing top 15 of 2024.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just an episode.
Yeah.
Here's what I will say. I think we all agree on this, is that no 351 of the Fake Nerd Podcast happens unless it's all 4 of us back together, or at least with all 4 of us having signed off on, go ahead and do it or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at. There's other shows that will be around, Fake Nerds Watch, Cinephiles, Basement Arcade, Pause Menu, things. We're going to try and pop in where we can on things we're passionate about, because the template isn't going anywhere. Some of us may recede for longer or come back. However it's going to go. We don't know. Life's ahead of us. We'll see.
Yeah.
But the Fake Nerd Podcast show, I'd like to believe in some form comes back, even if it doesn't come back with regular episodes, with us just doing discussions on things that we want to talk about because we're bros and we like having these discussions. And as I said on the holiday annual, I like the structure because then I'm able to just like shut out the rest of the world and just like, hey guys, let's talk about the shit that we really like. That's for me where I'm passionate about the show and what I care about, what I hope we can come back to. But yes, last episode of the Fake Nerd Podcast, as far as we know.
I would love if we like, whether we do 1 or 5 podcasts a year, like I would love to do a top 15 at the end of like in 1 year from now, because I still want to know what you guys are into, what you guys are watching, what I should be watching. Like I like talking about nerdy shit. It's not like I'm going to stop liking nerdy shit when the show ends, you know? Like I still want to talk about it.
Yeah. I like Sparks. I'm also an optimistic person. I am trying to see this as not as us like we're killing Fake Nerd Podcast, which we're not. Obviously, we're still doing all of our other projects and things. I'm looking at this as a very, 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 very long hiatus.
It's a see you later.
Yeah, it's not. That's how I'm looking at it. I mean, it's still, look, life happens. Life has happening ever since we started doing this show, and I completely get that. I 100% understand, and
it's fitting that this last episode is over 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
I wanted to say quite a few things that I'll try to get through in quick succession as much as I can. Please chime in if you guys like. We started the show, a spin-off of a now defunct podcast. There are podcasts that have come and gone in the time that we've done this, since the time that we've started to now. Downright Nerdy, for example. Coincidentally, also, very many podcasts end because children get involved. But
yeah,
no, I don't.
Real life, yeah.
But the thing is, like, it became the right decision to end the show because as we get older, it becomes less and less easy. And I'll say that for quite a while, for this entire year, I've not enjoyed doing it. And I've tried very hard to reconcile with that. And I'm saying this now because it is the last episode, and this will probably be the last time outside of conversation that you hear it from me, because I will continue conversation. That's the one that I'm going to make sure I continue. I thought long and hard about that, and I was like, and I realized that, you know, I'm very passionate about that one. That's a solo project. I do that on my own. It should stay alive as long as I can keep it going. So I will continue to do that. But this was doing this was really tough. It was never easy, as I said in the beginning. You know, we have very little resources, and we put so much of our time and so much of our money into making this show. An audio feed is not cheap. You know, it is still, whether or not between the four of us, it's less of an expense. If there was one of us, it's still an expense. You know, and for much of the year, myself and Ryan were not employed.
Yeah.
And that became very difficult. And I recognized that. And we tried. We did our best. In some ways, the pandemic is also kind of responsible because of the for me anyway, because we went to 100% recording and virtually. And I'll be honest, I've always hated this. This is awful. And I'll tell you exactly why. I love that I can talk to you guys at any time, hop on here, do this thing. But then I turn off the computer and you're gone. And I just go downstairs. And what do? I watch TV, or I just sit there for a couple of hours? That fucking sucks.
Yeah.
That has always sucked. That has always been a drain on me. That's why I've always been trying to push for, like, let's do more in person. Let's do more in person. Let's do more in person. Because after the camera's off, after the mic's off, I can hang out with you guys still. But this has been really rough. So I don't know if we ever come back, and I don't know if we come back, will it be on video? Will it be on video? If I come back, will I want to do video? I don't know. We don't know what the future will bring. I'm less optimistic than I think my co-hosts are. I think everything kind of has its time, and I think probably out of spite overextended our time. Wonderfully so, honestly, I'll say that. I know Ben has been very spiteful continuing on because of our origins. And but that's not to say that I didn't enjoy doing it. Obviously, we've met a lot of great people. We've had a lot of great fans. We've had a lot of great, it was never about being big. It was always just kind of like sharing our love. Ryan always said, which I agree with, as long as one person watches, then it's worth it. And we consistently had people in our comments. I don't care if that if that view counter says 1, 2, 3, or 0. That's still something.
Yeah.
And that's important. That I've enjoyed. I don't know if I want to say much else, but it is bittersweet. I would be sad. I would be lying if I said I wasn't sad that it's ending. I don't know how long this hiatus is expected to be, Ben, but it's entirely possible that 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, a year and a half, some version of the show is back, or some version of a show is back, or something else. But importantly, I don't think you're going to not see us anymore. Ryan has told us personally, and I don't mind. I hope you don't mind saying this, that you want to pursue other endeavors, more creative endeavors. And so you'll see those. I'm sure Ben has got D and Dark, and I'm sure I think I speak for him when I say that you'll continue to see Basement Arcade pause menu.
Oh, I'll stop doing that when I'm dead.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, I've already said you'll see me with Conversation. I'll keep that one going. Obviously, Sparks will take a longer hiatus because of a child coming into his life, but I do believe that someday down the line we'll see the real score once again.
Yeah, the real score is the one that I feel pretty confident saying you're still going to see me around on every once in a while. Please check out that feed and stay subscribed. Fortunately, we have some episodes banked because of the strikes and everything, so we're kind of going to rely on that for a while to fill out the time till it's easier for me to record. But yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So again, it's not, as Ryan already said, it's not a goodbye, it's a see you later. We've also got Basement Arcade stuff that's been banked for a little while. You'll see those peppered in. I'm sure probably Ryan will probably be in. I think you've already said you're interested in doing more Basement Arcade stuff, so I'm sure you'll see some more stuff there.
Ben and I have a series that's going to happen this year. So I'm more invested in video games than I've ever been in. Just like y'all aren't, and that's okay. That's not a problem. We all have different investments, but I need to do more video game stuff. So I'm not now. I have less scheduling to do with this podcast. I can divert that to video game stuff, which I'm excited for the future.
Yeah.
There's a lot of possibilities of where the future can go. I don't know how long the audio feed will be up because that is an expense that I don't know. With people leaving, it's not quite fair for all of us to kind of keep putting money into that pot. So we'll see where that goes. The website, kind of the same thing. We'll see where that goes. There could be a breaking up of the assets of the Fickner podcast. I could see in the future, Basement Arcade Pause Menu is now its own thing. Conversation is now its own thing. The Fickner podcast family kind of doesn't go away, but kind of becomes more autonomous with the other shows. That's a possibility.
YouTube, that's what I love about YouTube. YouTube's free.
Yeah, YouTube's free.
And also it might become Fickner Productions instead.
I mean, I don't know if I even want to do that, because I would still kind of feel responsible to at least have some involvement in that, and I don't know how much involvement I want to have in anything going forward. This is a really hard decision, and it's affecting me in a very emotional way, and I'm not sure outside of Conversation if there is anything I want to do, if there's even anything I want to say anymore, right? This all came about because I had so much I wanted to say about nerd topics, and I'm not sure if I have anything anymore. I'm not sure if I feel like I want to express my opinions in a public forum anymore.
Yeah, no, I definitely, to a lesser extent, I also feel that. I love talking to you guys about nerdy shit, but I love when before a podcast we just go to Taco Bell and talk about nerdy shit and not have to schedule it every week.
I miss that.
Like a second job. And sometimes if we've been doing this for 7 years, y'all, this is basically a second job that we only pay money to, not get paid for. So it is just one of the realities of the thing. And again, we've done this for a long time, y'all. This is the longest commitment I've ever done in my life for anything. And I'm so proud of everything that we've done. And as someone who is going to continue to do creative stuff without this podcast, I wouldn't feel as confident being someone who talks into a camera, because I lament that like the video stuff for you, Brandon, didn't work as well. For me, I'm someone who wants to be on camera, so doing this has made it extremely easy and made me become, I think, a better podcaster for doing this for as long as we have. So like I'll always treasure that, like, you know, personal growth in any way you can find it.
I think it's less about the being on camera thing and more about the not being in person when we're on camera thing.
No, yeah. I'm talking about for me, like I wish we could have did more stuff in person, but like the video stuff for me has helped me personally.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like I said, this is the end of Fake Nerd Podcast, as you know. It's kind of a long goodbye, but you know, I think we're warranted that after 7 years. But stay subscribed. As long as the audio feed is there, please stay subscribed. But more than anything, stay subscribed to the socials. The socials aren't going anywhere. They don't cost us anything to run, to keep up. Should there be any announcements for the future of where things go, that will be where they go. But also, as I said, there's still things that is going to come out. I know we're saying goodbye a lot on this podcast, but there are still things that will be coming out in the aftermath of this.
Yeah. Well, and like, please stay subscribed to the Fake Nerd Podcast channel on YouTube. Like,
Yes,
if you
still have
are,
Pilgrim
then
stuff
please
coming out.
do it
Yeah.
because like that's where, as Ryan said, YouTube's free. Like, none of our videos are going anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, we're keeping all of this here. So please, like, you know, check it out.
Black Adam
do
will
all that
still be
stuff.
getting views for no reason at all.
Everybody's got
gosh.
to it's mid.
So yeah, this isn't goodbye. This is see you later. And again, it's sunsetting, so there are still things that are going to be coming out. So stay subscribed, stay interested, stay looking. You know, subscribe, like, tap the bell icon, whatever. You know.
I just want to clarify because I don't want to undercut Brandon's point about like, you know, he's not sure what he's doing going forward. There are still things that are coming out that Brandon's already recorded.
Yes.
So like you are still going to see him appear in certain things. I know we've got a pause menu for Jedi Survivor that's still coming out that Brandon
I
did.
forgot about
There's Knockout City Basement Arcades that are coming out that Brandon did. There's a Fire Team Elite series that we're still finishing up. So Brandon's still going to be part of those things.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like you're still going to see appearances from things that we're still rolling out. And it might come out slower because I'm already behind, but like I intend to put up all of the good parts of our Fake Nerd Book Club on the Fake Nerd Book Club archives in the feed. So like those will still be coming out over time.
Yeah. So, but any further decisions, stay subscribed, stay looking at the socials, and we'll obviously update you guys if you guys are still interested, and we hope you are, and we hope you'll stick around and watch the stuff that is going to be coming out in the aftermath of this. But that said, sincere and heartfelt thank you for being on this journey. I don't know how many people were there in the beginning. Maybe none, maybe 2, I don't know. But it's been a wild journey. As I said, it was never easy, but it was always fun, and certainly more fun in the beginning. But you know, it was just kind of always so reliable, something that I knew every job I've ever had, I've said I can't work Sundays.
Mhm.
Every
Yeah.
single one.
Yeah.
And I've always had that, and now I can work Sundays, and it's a weird thing to be really emotional about, but it's true. Like I'm kind of like, oh, I guess I can open my Sunday availability now.
Yeah. Make that money.
Wild. So anyway, that said, thank you to everyone who's been watching the show for this long, for however long you have. Thank you. If you just jumped on yesterday, and I know who you are, thank you. We really appreciate it. Listen to the last couple episodes of conversation. Stay tuned for season 2. Watch and listen to Fake Nerds watching Doctor Who. Fake Nerds watch coming up for Monarch as well. Again, some Basement Arcade stuff, some Basement Arcade Pause Menu stuff. Basement Arcade Pause Menu will continue. Fake Nerd Book Club is going to wrap up Scott Pilgrim, and then you'll start to see some of the archive stuff, as Sparks already said. Animation Station is going to do Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. These are things that we know are in the future. At some point, these things are going to happen. So stay tuned for these things. And obviously the Real Score, Sparks and I are pretty passionate about wanting to continue that one. So of course stay tuned. Outside of that, who knows? We'll see. Grayson says, thanks so much for the hang time, guys. Helped a lot, especially during the pandemic. See you, Space Cowboys. That's cute. I also really liked, I think it was, the Movie Pit podcast said something like, or someone said it on Twitter. I don't have the tweet up with me, or Twitter or Instagram. But one of the things was really sweet. It's like we always felt like our audience was in the room with us talking, and that's always what I wanted. You
Yeah,
know,
That was the goal.
that was always the goal, was to be like, recreating that kind of comic book fireside chat, like we're at a comic book store, we're just chatting with people, and that's what I wanted this podcast to be.
And because Brandon brought that up, I think what I'll say is that like a lot of where we're all personally at with the decision is like, yes, it's the real life stuff and everything, but like specifically on this main show, all of us to some degree were just, it stopped feeling as much like that in the way that it used to for us back in the day. And I'm glad that the audience still felt like they were with us a lot of the time, but we were starting to lose the sense that we were just hanging out with each other and having our conversations the way we used to. And we, we did changes this year trying to get back to that. And I'll be honest, like I think the last few episodes of this show, we were getting pretty close.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change that. Like it's the life stuff that's just like, it makes it untenable right now. And I think we want to take the break away from it for that life stuff. And also so that we can find that for ourselves as friends, because we are friends with each other again, of being able to just enjoy talking with each other about this stuff. And we kind of want to just get back to that for our personal lives outside of the shows. Yeah. We want to find that in each other again.
I love you guys so much. I'm literally about to pee my pants. It's insane. So like, I'm sorry. I have to run out. I've been waiting for like an hour. I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. This is the kind of content you're going to miss on the Fictor podcast. The thing is, like, and we're all being very diplomatic, and who knows if this would have happened anyway. But there is a certain amount of responsibility that I have and that I feel, but that's a more personal thing that no needs to go into in this podcast. But we'll see.
I think that's true. Just all of us want the break to kind of get back to being friends discussing things. Yeah. For us, not on camera, not on mic. We want to be hanging out again. We want to go back to what we feel like we value in each other as friends, being able to talk nerd shit. Yeah. And this is an important change that we need for us to have that in our own lives outside of the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Now time for the thank yous. If there's nothing else, why don't we call it there?
We'll call it.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for listening this whole time. Thank you so much for watching the rewind and visiting us and commenting on whenever you did and blah, 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 blah. All that support is really important to us. We really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Well, real quickly, the TeePublic will stay up for a while. It costs us nothing to keep the TeePublic up. So if anybody wants that stuff, I'm only keeping it up because I want to buy some of the merch before I close it. So if anyone wants any of that shit, go right ahead.
I also do. So like, just don't do it on a whim.
Yeah,
I'll let you know when I do it. But I'll make an announcement. Hey, blah, blah, blah. It's gonna be a few months. Like, let's be honest, I'll forget. But it'll be up for the time being.
Costs us nothing to leave it there, so like, who cares?
Like our website, like our feed, they will be up for the time being, and should they ever leave, that will be announced. But thank you so much for all the support. Thank you for audio, streaming, whatever. Thank you to Jeremy Bellucci. Jeremy Bellucci has been a wonderful collaborator of ours from the beginning, even longer than that, because Sparks and I know him from high school. He's got a band. You can check out his band. He's got a podcast. I'm sure that will continue in some form sometime soon. Suburban Proctologist. But he's did all of our music. All of our music since day one. Every single theme you've ever heard on this show, on this channel, has been composed by him. He's a madman. Please follow him at Jeremy Bellucci _Wreck of Time, which is his band, The Wreck of Time.
And you'll still see him on The Real Score.
Yes, absolutely. He's the co-host of The Real Score. Thank you to the Emmy winner, Mike Matola.
Woo woo.
Mike Matola. I'm gonna say thank you to a lot of people, but like in a minute. But like, Mike was one of those early people that's just kind of stuck with us, and I've always wanted to maintain that relationship. And every single time he gives us a logo, it's incredible, and I've always just deeply appreciated it. And I hope he knows that, and I hope he feels the same way.
The
but you
trivia
can find-
challenges that we did over the years
Yeah.
are some of the most fun I've had on this podcast.
And I hope we can
Yeah.
come back and do those again because that's like a maybe one day.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would love to do. I tried to schedule another one last year, but with the strikes and everything, it just became impossible.
Yeah.
But you can find him on Twitter. No, you can't. Threads, TikTok, Instagram, at Max Patrola.
Yep.
And here, real quickly, this is not a comprehensive list, but thank you to the people who've been on the show: Andrea Romano, Mark Guggenheim, a lot. Ken Knapsack, wonderful friend of ours, Chris Swindle. Always wanted to get him back, but just never could find the time.
Maybe we will one day. There's always opportunities.
Just a little podcast and downright nerdy. Cookie and Michael Carls.
Real quick, just because you brought up Chris Wendell, Ben, you should check in on his video game register and get him on pause menu to talk about his video game voice acting.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Swindle's been wanting to come back and do something with us, so you should.
He's showing up at so many games. It's awesome.
Yeah. It's downright nerdy and just a little podcast. Miss you guys in the podcast space. Love you guys. Thank you for collaborating with us and being supportive.
I'm still in that text thread of the show that I used to be part of, which was downright annoyed, which is like the combo show, and like they all gave like really heartfelt, beautiful messages to me. Like, hey man, you lasted longer than all of us. Good job, you did great. Like, congratulations, what a run. I'm like, thanks guys, I appreciate it.
Oh, that's really sweet.
Yeah.
Michael Marici, Ryan Parrott, the super Steve Alton. I know that wasn't the greatest interview, but hey, thanks for doing it.
Hey, we got a solid 14 minutes for that guy.
That's true. And I don't have a comprehensive list of all the people we've had on the show, but dearly, dearly thank you for everyone who's been on the show and took a chance on us and just with our. Go ahead.
If I may, just a quick tiny thank you also to Pygeron, Matt Ferranti, Xander Hake, Marty and Sam Sullivan, friends of ours in our personal lives who have come on the show for select episodes that I'm always appreciative of. And also to all of our partners, Brandon, Benz, and myself, Megan, Zara, Fanny. It's tough to be married or engaged or dating a podcaster like us,
especially one that makes no money. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for doing that, Sparks. I didn't even think about doing that, but yeah. All right. And eventually we have to end this. So follow us for the time being on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Those will stay up. Honestly, I might switch to Threads. I think I might make the Threads account because I cannot stand Elon Musk. But Fichtner Podcast on all the socials where you can find us are fichtnerguys@gmail.com. If you want to send us a letter, I'd love to read a letter. Even with the show being over, who cares?
Yeah.
Anyway, you can find me on BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter, and sometimes writing for atomicgeekdom.com and being the host of Conversation, both of which I hope to continue in the future. Ben, where can people find you?
Well, you can find me still rolling my eyes and groaning at every single Stephen King joke that's aimed at me at BenMagna27 on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and Threads. You can also find me writing for Fusion Gaming Magazine, GoNintendo.com, Old School Gamer Magazine, and playing Mary Frankenstein in D&D Dark.
I'll miss the Stephen King joke most of all.
I won't.
Sparks.
You can find me knowing that everything ends and it's always sad, but everything begins again and that's always happy. At Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter, SPARKZ Witty.
And Ryan.
You can find me loving my friends and loving this journey that we went on at DJ Tony Snark all over the internet.
Okay, all right, guys. Like this video, subscribe to this channel, rate and review on your podcaster of choice.
Big Bentley!
No, stop it! God,
it was great.
Damn it.
Grayson did it.
Thank you, Grayson.
May it live in infamy.
Oh, God damn it, Grayson.
Great way to end it. Rate and review on your podcast, on your podcatcher of choice. We greatly appreciate it. Even now. Until next time you see us, whenever. What?
Event game. Remember that one?
I do remember Event Game. I don't remember that one quite as fondly as any of the others, though.
Yeah.
For the last time, until now, for now, until next time we see us, whenever that is in the future, stay fake nerds.